What our health care system is about is not providing quality care to all of us, but to seeing how the insurance companies and the drug companies can rip us off. The truth is that even today, we have some 28 million people who have no health insurance. So our goal should be to say to those 28 million, we are going to provide health insurance to you, to all Americans, not to throw 22, 23 million more people off of health insurance. Mr. President, all of us recognize that the Affordable Care Act is far, far from perfect. And what the American people want us to do, and poll after poll suggests this, is they want us to improve the Affordable Care Act, not destroy it. The American people are paying deductibles that in many instances are far too high, keeping people from going to the doctor when they need to. Today, co-payments much too high, premiums much too high. And I do find it interesting, Mr. President, that when Donald Trump campaigned for president, he talked about the high cost of prescription drugs. Well, he's right. In this country, and I'm going to get into that in a moment, we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. That is what the American people want us to deal with in health care legislation, not throw 22 million people off of health care. They want us to lower the cost of prescription drugs. But I have not heard one word from the Republicans about the need to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Mr. President, the United States spends far, far more per capita on health care than any major country on earth. And we often have worse outcomes. Now, if we go back to regular order, if we go back to the committee process, which is what we should, the very first question that a member of the Senate should ask is, how does it happen that here in America we spend far, far more per capita on health care than do the people of any other country? And here's the chart. Here's the chart. The United States now, we are spending $9,990 per person on health care, almost $10,000 per person on health care. What do they spend in Germany? Well, they spend $5,300. Almost half of what we spend. What about Canada? I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. It's a really nice country. They spend $4,533. So how does it happen that we are spending more than double per person compared to the Canadians and almost double what the Germans do? French spend less than half of what we do. Australians spend less than half of what we do. Japanese spend less than half. In the UK, they spend about 40%. Don't you think, Mr. President, that the very first question that a member of the Senate might ask, why do we spend so much compared to other countries? And by the way, all of these other countries guarantee health care to all of their people. And in many instances, the health outcomes in those countries is better than our country. They live longer. The life expectancy is longer. Their infant mortality rate is lower. And in some particular diseases, they do better in treating their people. Mr. President, here is a simple truth. And the truth is that if we took a hard look at countries around the world, all of which have in one form or another national health care programs, all of which said that health care is a right whether you're rich or you're poor, maybe we might want to learn something. But no. We have not had one hearing in order to discuss why we spend twice as much per capita on health care and why we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. You know why we haven't had any hearings on that, fellow Americans? because it might get the insurance companies a little bit nervous. Insurance companies pour hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions into the political process. Pharmaceutical industry spends a huge amount of money on campaign contributions and lobbying efforts. So I say to my colleagues in the Senate, maybe, just maybe, we might want to stand up for working people and the middle class rather than for the owners of the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical industry. Now, it's interesting, one never knows what to expect from the president. Every given day there is another adventure out there, but a couple of months ago, the president met with, I believe, the Australian Prime Minister, and that was in May. And President Trump said that during that meeting, he said, Australia has, quote, better health care, end quote, better health care system than the United States. That's what Donald Trump said. So my Republican friends here who support President Trump, listen to what he said, because on this one instance, he's not right very often, but I will confess that on this issue, he is right. In Australia, everyone is guaranteed health care as a right. Australia has a universal health care program called, ironically, Medicare, that provides all Australians with affordable, accessible, and high-quality health care. While the United States has the most expensive, bureaucratic, wasteful, and ineffective health care system in the world, Australia, turns out, has one of the most efficient. President Trump was right. In 2014, Australia's health care system ranked 6th out of 55 countries in efficiency. The United States ranked 44th. Not only does Australia guarantee universal health coverage, it spends less than half what we spend on health care per capita. In 2015, they spent $4,500, while we spend almost $10,000. While the Australian government spent 9% of its GDP on health care, the United States spent nearly double that, 17%. Further, Mr. President, many health care services are far cheaper in Australia. An MRI costs about $350 in Australia versus $1,100 in the United States. One day in a hospital costs about $1,300 in Australia versus $4,300 in the United States. An appendectomy costs about $5,200 in Australia versus roughly $14,000 in the United States, et cetera, et cetera. Not only does Australia guarantee universal health care, spend less on health care per capita, and pay less than we do for many health services, they have better health outcomes. In 2014, the average life expectancy in Australia was 82.4 years compared to 78.8 years in the United States. They live longer in Australia. For context, according to a 2014 report from the World Health Organization, Australian men have the 3rd longest life expectancy, and Australian women have the 7th longest life expectancy in the world. The United States doesn't even crack the top 10 for life expectancy, despite spending so much more than any other country on health care. Mr. President, what all of this comes down to is the fact that we in America are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And the question that we have got to ask ourselves, and I hope that Senator Daines will address that question as he introduces his Medicare for All bill, is how does it happen that in Canada, every man, woman, and child is guaranteed health care? The same is true in the UK, in Germany, France, Australia, Japan, and every other major country on earth. How does it happen that every industrialized country understands that health care is a right of all people, because all of us get sick, all of us have accidents, not just the rich? How come every major country on earth says health care is a right except the United States? How come today we have 28 million without any health insurance, more who have high deductibles and high copayments who are underinsured, and the response of our Republican friends is to say 28 million uninsured, that's not enough. Let's throw another 22 million people off of health insurance. Our response should be to move forward and guarantee health care to all people, not throw another 22 million people off of health insurance. Now, I don't have the time to go into great detail as to why our wasteful and bureaucratic health care system ends up spending almost twice as much per capita as systems around the world. That is a subject for a lot of discussion, and I intend to play an active role in that discussion. But let me just say this, give you some examples. Just a few examples. Because we have such a bureaucratic and complicated system, because hospitals in America have got to deal with this person who has a $5,000 deductible, that person who has an $8,000 deductible, this person who has this, that person has that. They have to deal with dozens and dozens of different configurations for insurance. It requires an enormous amount of time, energy, and manpower to deal with those myriad of insurance companies. So the result of that is that the United States spends far more on hospital administrative costs than most other countries. These costs accounted for a quarter of total U.S. hospital spending in 2010 to 2011, more than $200 billion, over twice what was spent in Canada and in Scotland. What I would hope, if we don't sit around just worrying about the profits of the insurance companies, what I would hope that all of us would agree is that when we spend a dollar on health care, we want that dollar to go to doctors, to nurses, to medicine. We want that dollar to go to the provision of health care, not to advertising, not to profiteering, not to dividends, not to outlandish CEO insurance company salaries, but to the actual provision of health care which keeps us well. And yet, we do that worse than any other major country on earth. Mr. President, Madam President, the large health insurance and drug companies are making hundreds of billions of dollars in profits every single year, and they are rewarding their executives with outrageous compensation packages. Once again, the function of health care, to my mind, is to provide quality care to all in a cost-effective way, not to make CEOs of insurance companies and drug companies even richer than they are today. In 2015, the top 5 health insurance companies made $24 billion in profits. Should the function of health care in America be to allow insurance companies to make huge profits, or should we make sure that all of our people get quality health care? And not only do the insurance companies make huge profits, but their CEOs make outlandish salaries, while 28 million Americans have no health insurance at all, and others have very high deductibles. 2015, Madam President, Aetna's CEO made $17.2 million in compensation. Now, Aetna, like every other insurance company, spends half their life trying to tell people that they're not covered for what they thought they were covered, but they do manage to find $17 million in salary compensation for their CEO. Cigna's CEO made $17.3 million in compensation. United Health Group CEO made $14.5 million in compensation. Anthem WellPoint CEO made $13.6 million, and Humana's CEO made $10.3 million. Is the function of health care in America to make CEOs of insurance companies outlandishly wealthy, or is it to provide health care to all people? But it is not just the insurance companies. If you ask people in my state of Vermont what their major concern is, and I think they would say the same in Iowa, probably any state in America, they would say we're sick and tired of being ripped off by the drug companies. We go into our pharmacy, had a medicine I've been using for 10 years, suddenly the price doubled, tripled, for no particular reason other than the pharmaceutical industry could get away with it. Because, Madam President, we are the only major country on earth not to control the prices of the pharmaceutical industry. The result is, and this is an outrage and speaks to everything that should be discussed, but which is not being discussed in the Republican bill, is that today 1 out of 5 patients under the age of 65 who gets a prescription from their doctor is unable to afford that prescription. Now, how crazy is that? What kind of dysfunctional healthcare system allows somebody to go to a doctor because they're sick, doctor writes a prescription, 1 out of 5 Americans can't even afford to fill that prescription. What happens to that person? Well, likelihood is they get even sicker. Then they end up in the emergency room at outrageous cost. Maybe even worse, they end up in the hospital. How crazy is that? I have not heard one word, not one word from my Republicans about addressing the absurdity of Americans paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. And I got a chart over here, just deals with a half a dozen drugs, but we can list many, many more. Lantus, a diabetes drug, cost $186 in the United States. Diabetes, a very, very serious problem. $186 in the United States, $47 in France. Same drug. This is a health care reform debate. I have yet to hear one Republican raise that issue, Madam President, but I think the people in Iowa and the people in Vermont want us to raise that issue. Crestor, a popular drug for high cholesterol, costs $86 in the United States. $86, $29 in Japan. Advair, used to treat asthma, another very serious problem, costs $155 in our country, $38 in Germany, and the list goes on and on and on. And that is why millions of people, by the way, are now buying their medicine in Canada and other countries because they are sick and tired of being ripped off by the pharmaceutical industry, an industry that spends billions of dollars over a period of time on lobbyists here, campaign contributions. You might think, just might, that when we deal about health care reform, one Republican, just one, might stand up and say, well, you know, maybe we might want to stand with the elderly and the sick in this country and not just with the pharmaceutical industry. I have not heard that one Republican in this debate talk about that issue. To give you an example of the greed of the pharmaceutical industry, and I can go on and on. They are the greediest, maybe with the exception of Wall Street. It's hard to determine which one of these institutions are more greedy, but the pharmaceutical industry certainly can make a claim to being the greediest industry in this country. Out in California, a few months ago, there was an effort to lower the cost of prescription drugs in their state. It's called Proposition 61. The big drug companies spent $131 million to defeat that ballot initiative. $131 million to defeat a ballot initiative in California that would have lowered the cost of prescription drugs. And all over this country, the American people cannot afford the medicine that they need, but the drug companies had $131 million to spend just on one initiative. Meanwhile, while the American people are getting sicker and sicker and sometimes dying because they cannot afford the medications they need, I have received, and I think every member of the Senate has received communications from oncologists, people who are dealing with patients who have cancer, who are saying, my patients cannot afford the high cost of cancer medicine, and it's not just cancer, of course. But while the American people are getting ripped off by the drug companies, the 5 largest drug companies in America in 2015 made over $50 billion in profits. 5 companies, $50 billion in profits, and yet 1/5 of the American people cannot afford to buy the prescriptions they need. How outrageous is that? And my Republican colleagues are telling us they're dealing with health care reform without mentioning one word about the high cost of prescription drugs. Give me a break. You're dealing with many things, but you're not dealing with health care reform. But again, it's not just the pharmaceutical companies that are making huge profits. You are seeing executives from these large drug companies making outrageous compensation. In fact, in 2015, the top 10 pharmaceutical industry CEOs made $327 million in total compensation. Elderly people walk into the drugstore, can't afford the prescription drugs they need, and yet you had CEOs of major drug companies making $327 million in total compensation. Former CEO of Gilead, John Martin, became a billionaire because his drug company charged $1,000 a pill for Sovaldi, a hepatitis C drug that cost $1 to manufacture and can be bought in India today for just $4. In this country, sold for $1,000 a pill. And he became a billionaire as a result of that. That is a healthcare system out of control. And again, our job, I know it's a radical idea here in the United States Senate, but maybe, just maybe, we might want to represent the American people and not the CEOs of the drug companies and the insurance companies. Mr. President, Madam President, some of my Republican colleagues have been spending the last few days using words like freedom, choice, and opportunity to try to convince the American people about their abysmal health care legislation. This is the same language that right-wing ideologues like the billionaire Koch brothers use when they try to discredit government programs and move to privatize them. What the Koch brothers mean by freedom is their own freedom. And by the way, they are the second wealthiest family in America, worth some $80 billion. What they mean by freedom is their own freedom to profit off the misery of ordinary Americans who rely on a wide variety of government programs that make life bearable and in some cases even possible. Now, I want to say a word about freedom. Madam President, this is a 203-foot yacht. This is a yacht owned by a billionaire that cost about $90 million to purchase. Now, like everybody else, I think, in this chamber, I think the American people, every American, should have the freedom to purchase this $90 million yacht. And I would urge all Americans, go to the internet, find out where the yacht stores are, whatever they sell yachts, and you go out there and you say, hey, I got the freedom to buy this $90 million yacht. We all believe in that. You got the money, you buy it. Madam President, here is a picture of a collapsing home. And this home is worth tens and tens of millions of dollars. Looks to me like it has 30 or 40 or 50 rooms, probably a few, I don't know, 5, 10 bathrooms. It's really a nice house. And it is owned by a billionaire. And, you know, I think every American who wants to own a home worth tens and tens of millions of dollars, go to your local realtor, you go out and you buy that home. But, Madam President, what we are talking about today in terms of freedom is not freedom to buy a yacht or freedom to buy a mansion. We are talking about the freedom to stay alive, the freedom to be able to go to the doctor when you are sick, the freedom not to go bankrupt if you end up in the hospital with a serious disease. So when my Republican friends talk about freedom of choice, fine, we all agree. You got the money, you go out and buy any big house you want, buy any big yacht you want. But where there is a serious disagreement is we say that the children of this country who have serious illnesses have the freedom to stay alive even if their parents do not have a lot of money. That older people who are now in nursing homes should have the freedom to get dignified care in a nursing home, even if they have Alzheimer's and even if they don't have a lot of money. Health care is not another commodity. Health care is not a mansion. Health care is not a yacht. Health care is whether we stay alive or whether we don't, whether we ease our suffering or whether we don't. And I believe, unlike, unfortunately, many of my Republicans, that that right to get health care when you need it is something that every American should be able to get. Here in the Senate, we have good health insurance. And over the last 10 years, a number of senators have had serious illnesses. They have gotten some of the best care in the world. If it's good for the United States Senate, it is good for every American. Health care must be a right of all people, not a privilege. Quality care must be available to all, not just the wealthy. So Mr. Daines is going to come down here in a while, Senator Daines, to offer a Medicare for all proposal. And again, I hope that this is a breakthrough. I hope that our Republican colleagues understand that we have got to join the rest of the industrialized world. And if Senator Daines comes down here and is prepared to vote for that legislation, prepared to get his other Republican senators prepared to vote for that legislation, my God, we can win this vote overwhelmingly and move this country in a very different direction. But, Madam President, I have a feeling that that is not what Senator Daines has in mind. I think this is another joke, another game, another sham as part of a horrendous overall process. So I will not be supporting that amendment unless Senator Daines and Republicans votes for it as well. But this I will do, whether in this debate, and I hope I have the opportunity, or in the very near future, I will offer a Medicare for all single-payer program, which finally has the United States doing what every other major country on earth does: guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child in a cost-effective way. And when we do that, and when we eliminate the need for families to spend $15,000 or $20,000 a year for health insurance, we will save the average middle-class family substantial sums of money. And with that, Madam President, I would yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have been approved by the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I come to speak about health care, and I begin by paying tribute to our colleague from Arizona, Senator McCain, on his return earlier this week, and I wish him the very best as he begins a process of cure and treatment and a bright future in his life. And I appreciate the remarks that he indicated that were so heartfelt to his colleagues here in the United States Senate, and we welcome him back and thank him for his service to the United States Senate, to the people of Arizona, to the people of America. But I also thank him most especially for his service in the United States military. Another great hero in my life and in our country's history is my predecessor in the United States Senate, Senator Bob Dole, who earlier this week celebrated his 94th birthday. Service to Kansans and all Americans exemplify Bob Dole's life, and while I admire him for his time in the United States Senate, I respect him even more so for his service to our country during World War II, and for his efforts ever since then to care for those who have come into harm's way as a result of their service. I often see him at the World War II Memorial when there's an honor flight from Kansas or across the country, and he is such a role model for so many people. Again, I admire him for his commitment to other veterans and to making certain that veterans receive the care and the gratitude that they deserve. One of the most important ways that we can demonstrate that we honor those who served our country is by making certain that we live up to our commitment, the commitment that was made to them for the benefits that they deserve, including access to timely and quality health care. Unfortunately, today we find ourselves in another crisis moment in regard to veterans' health care, and in particular the Veterans Choice Program, which was designated to provide access to veterans who were in danger of an inability to access that care because either the VA didn't provide the service, couldn't provide it in a timely manner, or that the service was so far from where the veteran, he or she lived, that they were unable to attain that service because of distance. So in 2014, this Congress passed, the President then signed, what's been labeled the Choice Act. It came about in the wake of a scandal, particularly in Phoenix, but across the country, in which we saw fake waiting lists and the belief that there were veterans who died as a result of not obtaining the care that they were entitled to in the VA system. The Choice Program has helped thousands of veterans across the country, and especially those in rural communities where distance remains a problem. I've heard from many veterans in my state how important the Choice Program is to them, and instead of driving for 4 hours to see a physician at the VA, they can drive 4 minutes to see a physician in their hometown. This Choice Program was set to expire on August the 7th of this year. Just a few days from now, it was scheduled to come to an end. At the start of 2017, the VA estimated there would be more than $1 billion remaining in the Choice account that the VA told us would last until January 2018. And rather than let those funds expire, I joined Senator McCain, Senator Isaacson, Senator Tester, and others in a choice extension bill to remove that August 7th deadline and sunset the program until the funds expired, which, as I said, was believed to be in January of 2018. The President signed that bill on April the 19th, but less than 6 weeks later, we learned from the VA that the VA had made unfortunate miscalculations, and as a result of poor budgeting and finance, the dollars for the Choice Program were not going to last until January, but are soon to expire, just within the next few days. Demand for the Choice Program was up 30 or 40%, and it's clear by that increase in demand that veterans needed choice, that they like choice, that it's working for them. And we now owe it to those veterans to make certain that that Choice Program continues and that the funds are available to accomplish that goal. With Choice, the funds that they had anticipated that would last until January, now it will run out sometime in August, we think in the next couple of weeks. Those depleted funds will mean that Kansas veterans and veterans across the country who have been using the Choice Program will no longer be able to, and it means those that could use the Choice Program into the future will be without that option. We run the real risk, the likelihood is almost a certainty that the Choice Program will be discontinued in a matter of days. When I learned the budget miscalculations. I chair the Appropriations Subcommittee that funds the Department of Veterans Affairs, and we immediately contacted the Secretary of the Department to get his understanding of the circumstance that we were in. We only learned of the shortfall after we learned that veterans at home were being denied access to the choice program. The Secretary had made a decision to reduce those veterans who are eligible, and we asked him to withdraw that guidance to his regional officers across the country, and he did. However, when the Secretary then testified before our subcommittee, the Subcommittee on Military Construction and Veterans and Related Agencies, we learned that new guidance had been issued because of the fear of depleting those dollars. It again limited the access to veterans for the choice program. We now hear of veterans forced to drive hours to get appointments at VA facilities when just 2 weeks ago they were receiving that care in their hometowns, in their neighborhoods, nearby opportunities that no longer exist. Dr. Shulkin and the VA recognized that their projections and budgeting were off and must be fixed. I hope that turns out to be the result and that we have better ability at the Department of Veterans Affairs to make calculations necessary for Congress and the Department to make wise decisions. The system has to be fixed, and it has to be fixed quickly. There's an immediate crisis. One of the things that now happens as a result of reduced use of choice is that the networks that were created to support choice, the third-party administrators of the choice program, because of lack of volume, no longer are financially viable to stay in the business of being the network to connect the VA, the private sector, and the veterans in a way that cares for those veterans, gets them their appointments, and establishes the payment process by which the provider, the physician, or the hospital is paid. Now, this is not just a circumstance in which the third-party administrators can leave the business and return if we get our work done here and the VA choice program is refunded. Those networks will disappear, and we will not be able to easily restart the choice program. So if we don't make a fix shortly, today, tomorrow, by the weekend, if we do not pass legislation in a timely fashion, it's not like we can come back in September and say, okay, let's appropriate the money now and choice can restart. It will not happen. Choice will be gone. There are big consequences at play for the future of community care. The funding crisis and the inability to sustain choice risk shutting down, shuttering the entire networks, and it will diminish the faith that veterans and our providers were slowly beginning to have in the choice program. Early in the choice program, many veterans were discouraged because of the bureaucracy and paperwork associated with choice. Providers then weren't often paid in a timely fashion, and they became discouraged by the program. And in recent months, that confidence in the program had returned. Veterans were beginning to get their care at home. Providers were being paid for the services they provide veterans. And now if the third-party administrators, the network, goes away, we will send one more message to veterans and to those who wish to serve them, the healthcare community, that the program is not a viable or valuable one. Fortunately, both the House and Senate have been working to fix this situation. Since June, my colleagues on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee have joined me in working to find a solution that protects access to community care for veterans. The choice program is funded by mandatory spending. We have also been working with the House as they've tried to develop a solution that maintains choice and that is fiscally responsible. There's a lot of back and forth, a lot of conversations, a lot of talk, and a lot of negotiations going on. And I support the efforts of our chairman and ranking members of the Veterans Affairs Committees, both in the House and Senate, who are trying to work on an agreement to come together for our nation's veterans. I would hope and I expect that a bill will come from the House yet this week. My point to my colleagues here today is that we do not have the luxury of then trying to figure out something different to do than what the House sends us. We need to have our plan in place, and we need to have something that can pass both the House and Senate in the next 2 days. I want to motivate my colleagues to do what is right for veterans and set aside the differences that have prevented the necessary cooperation to see that we have one bill that can pass both the House and Senate and save choice. I stood here in 2014 to implore my colleagues to support the passage of the Choice Act in the first place, and I stand here again today to implore my colleagues to come together and support passage of this critical funding for the continuation of the Choice Program and community care for veterans. I'm here to make certain that we end the delays and find a way to understand the differences and accept that we must act quickly on behalf of veterans. It has to happen immediately. We owe our veterans better than what we've been providing them, which is I'm once again partnering with my colleague, the senator I honored in my opening comments, Senator McCain, and others to introduce legislation that will put funds back into the Choice Program, making certain that our veterans do not experience a lapse of care at home or a termination of the program. We are working hard with our colleagues across the aisle and in the House to determine the future of this program and what community care will look like. While we work to create that system that will serve future generations of veterans for years to come, how we make choice better, we cannot allow the program to expire at this critical point in time. Taking care of veterans must be a priority above any one specific ask or must have in the funding. Not acting is not an option. Senator McCain's words upon his return to the Senate remind us of the importance of this task and many others before us. I'm honored to work with him on this effort to save choice and to serve our veterans. I ask my colleagues to help us save this important program that benefits rural and urban veterans, that makes care more timely, that provides care in the circumstances in which the VA does not have the capabilities, either in a timely or quality fashion, to provide the services to veterans. This doesn't diminish the role or necessity of the Department of Veterans Affairs or their hospitals and clinics across the country. Veterans continue to use a VA hospital, continue to use our outpatient clinics, but we ought not allow the elimination of the third opportunity for veterans care, the Choice Program that serves so many veterans in so many communities. Again, I thank Senator McCain for his leadership and his bipartisan work that had originally created this program, this opportunity with Senator Sanders. We seek a partnership, a bipartisanship, to put veterans first and to put their health care access above everything else. I'm urging my colleagues today to know this issue exists, not to walk away from it, make certain that we accomplish our goals that this critical funding be provided before we depart for the weekend. Preserving this important benefit honors our heroes, Senator Dole, Senator McCain, and the thousands of Americans who didn't ask about whether it was Republican to serve the country or Democrat to serve the country, who believe that serving their country is what motivated them to see that their families were safe and secure, to see that America had a bright future. We ought not deny them that kind of service today. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to address the Senate.
Madam President.
Senator from Arizona.
I come to the floor today to pass the Wounded Officers Recovery Act. This legislation comes after last month's terrible shooting at the Republican practice for the annual Congressional baseball game. As many of you already know, Capitol Police Special Agents Crystal Griner and David Bailey were both wounded in the line of duty as they successfully fought off and subdued the gunman. I witnessed firsthand the unbelievable bravery and heroism of the Capitol Police on that morning. It is not at all an exaggeration to say that if not for their actions, I probably would not be here today. So myself and my colleagues certainly have a special place in our hearts for them and an appreciation for what they did on that fateful morning. It's a privilege to be able to help them out now. They had our backs, now we need to have theirs. This bill amends the policies of the United States Capitol Police Memorial Fund to expand eligibility to include any U.S. Capitol Police employee who has been injured in the line of duty. This will enable Special Agents Greiner and Bailey to access funds raised for victims of the Congressional baseball practice shooting. Now, previously, the fund only allowed donated funds to be given to the families of officers killed in the line of duty. I'm hopeful that all of my colleagues will agree that this issue should rise above any partisan wrangling. Special Agents Crystal Greiner and David Bailey have our gratitude, and we ought to be able to help them. I'm grateful for their sacrifice. I hope we can speak with one voice in support of the brave men and women in the Capitol Police and pass this bill without delay. I want to thank the co-sponsors here in the Senate, Senator Paul, Senator Donnelly, Senator Murphy, all of those who played in the Congressional baseball game. Also in the House, the managers of the Republican and Democratic teams, respectively, Joe Barton and Mike Doyle. This is one of the best institutions in Congress, one of the most bipartisan institutions, this Congressional baseball game. We're able to raise a lot of money for needy causes and also for the Capitol Police. We want to make sure that a lot of the money that was raised this year, that a portion of that money can go to these deserving individuals who helped us out and in a very real way saved our lives. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3298 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 3298, an act to authorize the Capitol Police Board to make payments from the United States Capitol Police Memorial Fund to employees of the United States Capitol Police who have sustained serious line-of-duty injuries and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the Flake amendment at the desk be considered agreed and that the bill be amended and considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid on the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from Washington.
Madam President, I want all my colleagues and everyone listening right now to be very clear about what Republican leadership is planning for today. Faced with defeat after defeat on their plans to rip apart our health care system, no on a bill that would spike families' premiums, gut Medicaid, and deny 22 million people health care. No on a bill that would cause chaos and health care costs to skyrocket and deny 32 million people health care. It appears that the Republican leader has a last-ditch plan waiting in the wings. As soon as they have an official score from the CBO, which could be hours from now, in the dead of night, Senator McConnell will bring forward legislation that Democrats, patients and families, and even many Senate Republicans have not seen, and try to pass it before anyone can so much as blink. Now, Madam President, we have heard rumors about what could be in this bill, and based on what we know, Democrats took it upon ourselves to do the best we could to figure out what its impact will be. The CBO scored our best guess at what Republicans are talking about doing, and here is what they found. 16 million people will lose their health care coverage in the next 10 years under this bill. Premiums will increase by 20% every single year for the next 10 years. Your premiums will increase 20% every single year in the next 10 years. All while special interests in the health industry are going to get a massive tax break. Now, Republicans could still play games with the language as they negotiate now in secret somewhere to try to get a bit, quote, better than this. But no matter what they do here, if they jam it through, they will be held accountable for the millions of people who lose care and the millions and millions more who will see their premiums go up. Madam President, I hope when my Senate Republican colleagues began this process, they were not planning to pass a bill in the dark of night to deny millions of people health care and hand special interests billions in tax breaks. But right now, that's the path that they are careening down, even as more and more people are speaking up about what the impact of this legislation would have. In fact, just yesterday, a bipartisan group of 10 governors wrote a letter urging Senate Republicans to reject this secret bill, saying it would, quote, and I am quoting 10 bipartisan governors, accelerate health plans leaving the individual market, increase premiums, and result in fewer Americans having access to coverage. I hope every single Senate Republican read that letter, Madam President. And I also hope they understand that if they pass this bill tonight, it will only get worse from here. If this secret bill, this lowest common denominator, goes through and a conference starts with the House, then every Senate Republican who voted for it has just bought Trump care a trip to the White House. And the Senate Republicans who so loudly made clear they hated the Trump care bill when it passed the House could now very well find themselves being held responsible for sending that same bill straight to President Trump's desk. Because let's be honest, extreme conservatives aren't going to rest until they have a bill on the way to the White House that would spike premiums and out-of-pocket costs, gut protections for pre-existing conditions, end Medicaid as we know it, defund Planned Parenthood, and kick tens of millions of people off their coverage. A bill that would, in other words, shatter the promises of more responsible Republicans who I know are deeply concerned about ways these outcomes would impact the people that they serve. So, Madam President, to put it simply, in conference is no excuse to kick people off coverage, spike premiums by 20% for everyone, and give a massive tax break to the wealthy, especially because it will simply be an opportunity to hand the keys over to the House Freedom Caucus. Madam President, I want to remind any Senate Republican who doesn't want to have Trump care on their hands, who truly does want to make our health care system work better for patients and families, there is a better path. As Senator McCain said so powerfully earlier this week, we shouldn't let the, quote, bombastic loudmouths drive our work. We should get back to regular order. And, Madam President, we still can. I am saying it to every Senate Republican every chance I get. Drop this partisan sham floor process. Drop it. Start over with an open, transparent process in which both sides and patients and families across the country have a voice. I know that as big as our differences are, that many of my Republican colleagues would prefer that bipartisan voice and route. They've said as much, and their votes to reject the partisan Trump care and full repeal bills this week made it even clearer. So let's have hearings like Chairman Alexander has proposed to do in our Health Committee. Let's have a public debate. Let's focus on policies that lower costs, that expand coverage, and improve quality. Democrats are ready. We are at the table. And I hope that Senate Republicans who are ready to work on real solutions will join us. But first, for that to happen, Senate Republicans need to step away from this sham process we are on today. Say no, vote no, and return us to a process we're all involved in. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Madam President, in the fall of 2015, when I first spoke here on the Senate floor, I gave Nebraskans and every member of this body my word that I would speak up when a Republican president exceeded his or her powers. At that moment, the Democratic president had taken to himself powers that the Constitution had not given him. My opposition was not that President Obama was a Democrat, but rather that our brilliant Constitution intentionally separates executive and legislative powers. I gave my promise then because, despite the lazy partisan rhetoric of this city, not everything is actually a blood feud between Republicans and Democrats. That's because American politics, at our best, are acutely aware of the difference between justice and strength. That's because when our body is working well here in the Senate, we take seriously our history, our duties, and our unique place in the Constitution's architecture of separate powers, both vertically and horizontally. In 2014, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Obama administration had made unconstitutional appointments when it declared this body to be in recess, when the U.S. Senate was not, in fact, in recess, and it functionally claimed power. That is, the administration functionally claimed power that belonged to the Senate under our Constitution. So today, I've come to the floor to keep my promise and to offer a word of humble advice to the President. If you're thinking of making a recess appointment to push out the Attorney General, forget about it. The presidency isn't a bull, and this country isn't a china shop. Mr. President, you're a public servant in a system of limited government with a duty to uphold and to defend and to teach to our kids the Constitution system of checks and balances. And this is the world's greatest experiment in self-government. It works only if all of us, presidents, senators, Republicans, Democrats, independents, and judges, if we all keep our faith to the American institutions and to the rule of law. Our oath is not to popularity, it's not to polls, it's not to political parties. Our oath is to the Constitution and to the rule of law. Our duty is to the American people, the men and women who elected us, the men and women who came before us, and especially the men and women who will come after us in this greatest of experiments in self-government. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the remarks to follow would appear at a separate place in the record.
Without objection.
Madam President, on a separate note, with respect to the health care debate that we are having in this body, while I obviously look forward to taking seriously and considering any and all amendments offered by my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, the basic trajectory of where we are in health care has not changed. We should all be disappointed by where we are. Here's what I mean. It is very likely that in the coming decade, basic math is going to force Americans and those who will serve them in this and other institutions of government are going to be forced to choose between two paths. This isn't that hard to see. We are ultimately going to choose between single-payer, socialized medicine, something that I think is terrible policy, but is intellectually coherent, or we are going to actively build the innovative, disruptive system of consumer-based health insurance that actually goes with consumers and patients and Americans and taxpayers across job and geographic change. We're ultimately going to make a choice. Sadly, this has been a missed opportunity. We're not making the big choice now. We're making a choice between a couple of small options. We have forks in front of us that are, I think, dissatisfying to almost everyone. I have one constituent at home, who also happens to be my wife, who when she checks in on the processes of Washington, she regularly says, "Both of your political parties are so gross." She's dissatisfied, like so many of the constituents, I think, that call us and come to our offices, with the fact that we're not debating the real stuff around here. We're making a choice between two small, pretty crappy options, when really the big choice that's in front of us, when we have health entitlements which dwarf everything else on the federal budget, the two choices before us aren't really that hard to see.
We're ultimately going to migrate toward a European-style single-payer system where government will be more effective at controlling costs, but it will do it by crowding out lots and lots of the private sector. We're either going to have single-payer health care, or eventually we're going to create a system where you have portable, affordable insurance. We have none of those things today. We have no portability today. You can't take...
Hello everyone, Tommy and Ron here. We are saying hello from the new News Now set. Ron Hoon, this is a big day.
It sure is. I mean, it's almost like on an hourly basis, Samia, the headlines keep getting one-upped coming out of D.C. And we've been streaming. If you're just joining us right now, we've actually been streaming from the floor of the Senate probably the GOP's last best hope, this quote skinny repeal of Obamacare. That vote is about an hour away. But at the same time, you've got some serious questions being raised this morning as to whether or not the leaker in the White House is the chief of staff himself, Reince Priebus. So that's basically the gauntlet has been thrown down. This is like a Roman drama from the days of Caesar, practically. So you've got Anthony Scaramucci saying, look, Reince Priebus can explain himself if he's not the leaker. So you got those two big stories going on.
Right.
You got skinny repeal, and then on top of all of that, you have Jeff Sessions. And the conservative pushback sounds like it's actually really beginning in force today.
There is so much news coming out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
It's so crazy, Ron.
I know. It's almost like pick your headline, which one do you want? Because all three of them, by the end of the day, we will have an answer on skinny repeal. It is entirely possible that Reince Priebus, by the end of the day, is out as chief of staff, or the President Trump comes to his defense. And that story kind of fades away.
Well, I mean, again, let's look at this administration so far. We are 6 months in now, and it seems like there have been a lot of shakeups. Ron, I want to tap into your brain because you are a history buff. Historically speaking, do you recall there being this many shakeups this early on in previous administrations?
Okay, so this is that's actually a great question because
everyone needs to test things out. You know, everyone's talking about, oh wow, there's so many changes within the first 6 months, but I really think whenever any new venture starts, people do make tweaks and changes here and there. So is this typical of a new administration, or are you noticing that things are a little different with Trump?
It is not typical. And I think the reason it's not typical is because so often in Trump's mantra of drain the swamp is, here is a guy who the quote I saw the other day, which I thought was perfect, was, when it comes to the presidency, either the president, the man can mold himself to the office, or the office can mold itself to the man.
And it's definitely the latter in this case.
And that doesn't happen very often.
Right, but with President Trump...
It is. Right. And we have almost never seen it. Now, I would actually answer your question that you would have to go back to the early days, believe it or not, of the Jimmy Carter administration.
Okay.
Totally opposite on the political spectrum. But here's a guy who had really no D.C. type experience. He was a popular governor in Georgia, but he said, I'm going to come in as the ultimate outsider, and I really don't care at all how business was done up until now. We'd been through Watergate, Nixon resigned, we'd been through Ford, who gave the pardon. People were fed up with D.C. They wanted to see big change. And so Jimmy Carter brought that attitude in, but boy, that led to a lot of growing pains in the first few months. So I think you could draw some comparison.
And then now looking back at Jimmy Carter's presidency, I think the general consensus, a lot of people like him as a person. Yes. But a lot of people also don't view that favorably as far as his presidency went.
Yeah. Well, you've got to have some... you got to have some victories.
Right.
I mean, that really is going to be what ultimately molds public opinion. And if I was a betting man and I went to Vegas right now and they had odds on whether anything's going to get done on Obamacare, repeal and replace, I would say no. And so actually from a practical standpoint...
You're not being a pessimist, you're being a realist, Ron, right?
Correct, because I am not a pessimistic guy. But they need to actually start to focus on the tax cuts. I do think that's one thing that they can get done. But Samia, there's a big story there as well, which is Steve Bannon who was totally against Scaramucci coming in from New York to start to run things.
Seems like most people within the administration weren't too keen on that.
They didn't like this guy coming in who was going to kick up a lot of dust. But, I mean, there's a big story out there that Bannon wants a massive tax increase on the wealthiest Americans, which kind of cuts against general Republican principles.
Right.
So there's that story,
But Trump
too.
is also, I mean, Trump really campaigned on the fact that he wasn't your typical Republican either.
Correct. Yes. I mean, there were some areas where, if I remember correctly, I think he met with Al Gore at Trump Tower, and Gore came out of that meeting thinking, this is an environmental president, and he's going to get things done, but that hasn't.
Well, and there was a lot of chatter about that as far as how symbolic that was, considering that Al Gore was Bill Clinton's vice president.
That's right.
The fact that there were some tensions between the Gores and the Clintons after that. So, I don't know, it is whatever you want to read into it.
And the president did have the option right from day one to put some Democrats in his cabinet and do a political enemies thing like Abraham Lincoln did, right? The whole book team of rivals is Lincoln brings in all of his, all the people who were against him, and you know, after President Trump was elected, I actually said that a number of times that I think the smartest thing President Trump can do was to create a bipartisan cabinet. That cabinet ended up being quite partisan. Yes. Not so bipartisan, but I think that one of the ways to bring America together would be to get both sides working together again, kind of like what Senator McCain talked about in his Senate speech the other day. Yes, correct. We were live every morning in our 4 a.m. hour on Phoenix local TV on Fox 10. We're live with one of our top reporters in D.C. And I was talking to Caroline Shively today, and that was my very question, is why isn't that happening? I mean, the Senate likes to feel important, right? If there's one thing we know about the United States Senate, right? They like to feel important. Why not start the process over again, like McCain said, do it the open way with committee hearings and debate it and see if you can't argue it through and actually get some Democrats to work with Republicans and come up with something that both sides would like.
That would be nice.
That is a speech that I think is going to be one that people remember for a long time about John McCain, because that's as impassioned as he doesn't usually get too worked up.
Right. It was a very hot topic issue, and all eyes were on McCain because it was his return following his cancer diagnosis. So, it was almost especially important to listen to him, not only because of the diagnosis, but because the topic on hand was healthcare specifically.
And I think when he took that podium, no, I don't know that anybody had been given an advance copy of that speech.
Right.
He probably worked on it the last couple of days in Arizona. You probably saw on social media that he tweeted out just the day before he flew back to D.C. that he was up doing some hiking up in Oak Creek Canyon.
I did see that, yeah.
What a great picture.
It was a great picture.
So he's he did decide to go ahead and call out the Senate, say, come on, we're not getting the job done because we're so polarized. And that is what you hear from people all over the country is why can't these guys work together to actually get anything done? It's a shame that it's sort of become this way. Maybe ultimately people will start to head that direction. We'll have to see.
Yeah. And sorry guys, for those of you who've just seen me look off camera, I'm just testing out our new set over here, and I was trying to I was playing up video of McCain.
Oh.
Since we were talking about McCain, I wanted to show pictures of McCain in the screen. So,
nice,
I was playing around with that, showing viewers the different things that I can do here. Not only the new set, I mean, the set itself kind of looks very similar to our old set, as far as the graphics and the television monitor is concerned, but the ability to do more with the technology I have in front of me, that's what's so interesting. Like, I have these box-in-box opportunities, and it's the little things, Ron. It's the little things.
Well, actually, at some point here in the coming days, you should show everybody the little tour, because this is fantastic. What Samia is now being asked to do is almost like look at that, right there. I was going to say.
Say hello to that camera.
It's like when you walk into a cockpit. Not that you really walk in, but you peer your head in. She's got all of these.
Well, they can see some of the buttons. They can see at least the ones over here.
Yeah. Oh, there's some of this over here, but you can't even see the big board.
Hold on, let me show that. I know they still can't see it.
The big board is.
But we can do a lot of things here, guys. And there was another camera I feel like I should show everyone.
I think Andrew is going to show everybody what we're talking about here.
Oh, we're gonna.
We got one of our top guys.
Wow, you guys are just gonna.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! See?
Oh, they can see
Look
my
at this
wires
whole
now.
thing
Oh,
over
now they
here.
can see my cell phone. Now they know that things aren't as tidy as it can be.
Oh, it's okay. We don't care
It's
about
fine.
tidiness. This is a
It's
newsroom.
fine. It's fine.
The least tidy, the better.
I'm gonna switch cameras now. Boom.
Well,
Say
side
hello to that
shot.
camera.
How do you like my ear?
Now it's like. I'm just kidding.
Nice. Yeah, this is almost like a selfie cam.
I can photobomb Ron.
Yeah, you can photobomb, but you're not going to get in front of me. Not on this angle. Well, anyway, your set is cool, and I love the fact that you're able to literally take people live all over the country to know what's going on.
It is, and it's a great set. It's a great setup. We really enjoy bringing all the viewers our top stories here on News Now. Like we talked about earlier, the Senate debate continues on the Senate floor.
Yeah.
And they will just continue to talk about health care because this is what is at the forefront of the conversation right now.
I don't think skinny repeal is even going to pass, but it looks like maybe it'll be a little bit closer.
Well,
At
Ron,
least you can be on record as saying, well, I voted against the mandates, because that's the single most unpopular part of all of Obamacare is the fact, right, is the individual mandate where you're forced to buy something. So anyway.
right.
Cool.
People don't like being forced to do anything, and I think that's where the problem lies.
Correct. Not the American way. Anyway, thanks for inviting me to join you up here, Samia, and I look forward to hanging out with you again.
All right. Well, Ron, thanks for hanging out. Let's go ahead and check in once again with the Senate floor, guys.
Okay.
Is now in its third day of voting on major health care legislation, and we still have no idea exactly what the Republican leadership wants, what bill they're going to put on the floor. Republican leadership tosses out options, bills that would affect the lives of millions of Americans and 1/6 of our economy. Not even Republicans know what proposal is coming next. And the American public certainly doesn't know what's coming. And they're very, very interested because they have health care and they want to know if it's going to be taken away from them. It's like the Republicans are playing health care roulette. The leader spins the roulette wheel. The ball lands arbitrarily on some version of the ACA repeal, and the leader quickly calls a quick vote on that random version of ACA repeal. Soon we're going to vote on a cynical amendment from the Republicans offering Medicare for all. My understanding, the senator offering this isn't even going to support his own amendment. If you were in a state legislature, you'd be prohibited from offering an amendment like that. They oppose this Medicare for All amendment. They oppose Medicare for All. So why are they seeking a vote? To distract from their own dangerous bills and reckless process. It's a desperate ploy, and everyone sees through it. I support health care for all. It should be a right in this nation. But this is a phony and insincere amendment, and all the while the president stands to the side, not caring one whit what the bill looks like or how many people will be hurt in the rush to get a bill out the Senate door. On Tuesday, we voted on the leadership's Better Care Reconciliation Act 2.0. That would cut 22 million Americans off health care. It also has been rejected overwhelmingly by Americans. Yesterday, we voted on straight ACA repeal, not replacement. That bill would throw 32 million Americans off health care. That idea is no more popular than the other bills. Today, maybe we will vote on a last-ditch version that would repeal parts of Obamacare, the so-called skinny repeal option. That bill is no better. It would mean 16 million Americans get thrown off health care. And the other really important part of this, it would raise premiums 20%. So we've heard, like our friend from Nebraska come down here on the floor, talk about their concern about health care and concern about the cost of premiums. They ought to know that this proposal is going to raise premiums 20%. This bill is the Republicans' last hope. It takes away the individual mandate to get health insurance and the employer mandate to provide health insurance to employees. Like the other schemes the Republicans have tried, it would hike premiums for the elderly and for the sick. Blue Cross Blue Shield is opposed to this proposal. It says there, and I quote what they say, they have said, strong incentives for people to obtain health insurance and keep it year-round. That's what they are looking for. That's what it is in current law, and we have the Republicans wanting to take that out. There must be Affordable Care Act cost-sharing provisions for consumers. Otherwise, there will be, and this is the Blue Cross Blue Shield again, steep premium increases and diminished choices that would make coverage unaffordable and inaccessible, end quote. Like the other schemes, this won't ensure more Americans will have health care. It means many fewer will. It doesn't decrease health care costs, it increases health care costs. Even worse, there have been no committee hearings, no public input on this, or any of the other versions of ACA repeal the Republican roulette ball has landed on. My office has received, just to give you a sample of the public feeling on this issue, which is, I'm seeing it across New Mexico. My office has received 14,500 calls, emails, letters rejecting the Republican plans, an unprecedented number from the small state of New Mexico. I agree with Senator McCain. We must go back to the regular order. We must stop this gamesmanship. We need to work together on a solution to improve the Affordable Care Act by bringing down costs, making it easier for small businesses to provide health care, and especially for making prescription drugs more affordable, by not denying New Mexico families and millions more access to quality health care. The Republicans are playing with people's lives, making sure severely disabled children have health care through Medicaid is not a game. Neither is kicking elderly grandparents out of their Medicaid-funded nursing homes or enabling women to get breast and cervical cancer screenings from Planned Parenthood. It's hard to keep up with the Republican versions, 2.0, 3.0, 4.5, 5.0, of the Affordable Care Act repeal. But every bill is consistent that it cuts care for millions of Americans. The Republicans keep proposing so-called health care bills that are not actual health care bills. The real health care bill would protect gains made, cover more people, and make health insurance more affordable. But the Republican bills do none of these things. Their bills reverse the gains, cover millions fewer people, and make health insurance less affordable, especially for those most vulnerable. The American people want everyone to have affordable health care. That must be our goal. Republicans and Democrats should be working hard right now to get us to that national goal. I've shared the stories of New Mexicans who have lives that have been changed and even saved because of the Affordable Care Act. New Mexicans like Mike from Placitas. Mike had an aggressive cancer, but was diagnosed early thanks to the Affordable Care Act, and doctors saved his life. And Alexis from Albuquerque, who had a stroke and brain surgeries when she was 28. She had affordable health insurance under the ACA, and those subsidies helped her keep health insurance and get health care coverage. And Elena, who was able to offer a life-saving mastectomy because of Medicaid expansion. These are real people who are now jeopardized by the Republicans' bills and Republican proposals. And there are thousands more across New Mexico and millions across the country who are crying out for the Republican majority to change this reckless and dangerous scheme. I yield the floor. Mr. President, my colleague from New Mexico, Senator Heinrich, is here, who has been a real champion in terms of fighting for working families and for their health care. Yield to Senator Heinrich.
Mr. President, I would ask for unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
For over 7 years, Republicans in Washington have cheered shortcomings in our health care system and blamed the Affordable Care Act for every problem under the premise that they would do so much better if just put in charge. Repealing the law made for great bumper stickers, great campaign promises. But the trouble is that their opposition to the ACA has always been more about politics than it ever was about actual policy, or for that matter, plans to do better for the American people. The shockingly rushed and secretive effort on display this week in the Senate is only further evidence that President Trump and Republicans in Congress don't have any real solutions to improve our nation's health care system. After months of negotiations behind closed doors, Senate Republicans released their secret Trump Care bill. Its contents proved too harmful for passage, even among themselves. Now stuck without a path forward, their latest idea is to pass a small backroom deal before sundown today, which no one has seen yet, to then go to conference with the Tea Party and the Freedom Caucus in the House of Representatives. While we still don't know what we'll be voting on, we know that the so-called skinny repeal bill would mean higher premiums and millions of Americans losing their health care coverage, not to mention deep cuts that would dismantle the Medicaid program as it currently exists and throw millions of Americans off their health care coverage and put our entire health care system into chaos, all to give a massive tax break to the wealthiest among us. That is just awful policy any way you look at it. Since January, I have heard from literally thousands of New Mexicans who have told me how important their health care coverage is to them and to their families. What answers do President Trump and Republicans here in Congress have for the grandmother in Santa Fe who wonders where she'll go when her nursing home closes because of Medicaid cuts? Or the woman in Albuquerque who wrote to me about how scared she is about losing access to mental health care for her depression and anxiety? What are they going to tell the single mother in Rio Rancho who relies on Medicaid to cover her children's medical costs, or the young man in Espanola who needs treatment to get clean from opioid addiction? These New Mexicans and millions of other Americans will be harmed if this bill becomes law. Look, I'm not outraged about all of this because I'm a Democrat or because of what I think of President Trump. I'm outraged about this bill because of what it will do to my constituents in New Mexico. And I will do everything I can to oppose this appalling legislation and this appalling process, and to fight to keep quality health care accessible and affordable for New Mexicans. If we can just halt this mad rush, we could all work, Republicans and Democrats, to get to the things that we agree need fixing in our system. And there is much work to be done there, no doubt about it. As Senator McCain told us all yesterday, we've been spinning our wheels on too many important issues because we keep trying to find a way to win without help from across the aisle. There is a better way forward. We can come together and work on the things that we know need to be fixed in the ACA. People's lives hang in the balance, and there are real bipartisan solutions if we can get back to regular order. I want to thank my colleague from New Mexico for his incredible leadership in this debate and say how hard we are going to work to make sure that we keep fighting for our constituents in New Mexico on this health care legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, I'm aware that the time is at an end, and I wonder whether I could ask consent for 7 additional minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank my colleagues from New Mexico, my neighbors, for being here, and I also want to thank the presiding officer for your statement. As usual, you're pointing the Senate in a direction that we should be headed. Whether people in my state support the Affordable Care Act or whether they don't, they're dissatisfied with the way our health care system works. And the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare or whatever you want to call it, that's just part of our health care system. We have Medicare, we have Medicaid, we have hospitals, we have doctors, we have nurses, and it all adds up in America in the 21st century to a system that is really hard on people and makes it very hard for them to predict their future. And it creates situations where they have to make choices that no other people in the industrialized world have to make about raising their family, about staying in a job, as the presiding officer was talking about, that they might not want to stay in for fear they would lose their health insurance. I thought you made an excellent point. I thought the presiding officer made an excellent point when he said that you don't lose your car insurance when you leave your place of business for another job. Why should you lose your health insurance? Why should you? Why should you have to put up with things in this country that nobody else in the industrialized world has to put up with? And it may be that the debate that we're going to have is as binary as the presiding officer was saying. Maybe it's a debate about single payer versus what he described as more consumer-based. Maybe there's something in between. America has a way of trying to figure those kinds of things out, or at least we have historically. My other colleague from Oregon earlier quoted the famous line when somebody yelled out to Ben Franklin, "What kind of government are you creating, a monarchy or a republic?" That was the question. And his answer, as the senator from Oregon said, was a republic if you can keep it. If you can keep it. Because the founders had extraordinary vision, and they were creating something that had never existed before in the history of humankind. Never existed. You could make an argument, a couple of small principalities or places in Switzerland, and there would be some argument about ancient Rome. But really, this exercise in self-government sprung from their imagination and their desire as human beings to govern themselves, to slough off the monarchy that ruled them and ruled others in Europe. But what Ben Franklin said was so important and so wise, because he didn't say a republic. He said a republic if you can keep it. They were creating, when they wrote the Constitution, a mechanism for the American people to resolve their disputes. They were not creating a republic where they believed that everyone would agree with each other. They had vast disagreements. They had disagreements far greater than the ones we have. They had geographic disagreements. They had disagreements about big states and little states. They had disagreements about slavery. But they were able to come together and create a mechanism to resolve our differences. They didn't believe, as some people seem to on talk radio every day, that if you don't agree with the other person, that you must be a communist or you must be some right-winger. That's not what they believed. They believed there was a public purpose, that there was public virtue that underlay the work that they were trying to do, and that we would only be able to persist in this republic if we kept it. If we kept it. That's how self-government works. It's not a king telling you what to do. It's not the generation of the founders telling you what to do. It's doing what you need to do. And as the presiding officer said, for the sake of people who did their jobs before us, but more important, as he said, for the people that are coming after us. And seen from this perspective, this process is a disgrace. This is why we have a 9% approval rating in the United States Senate. What's been referred to in past generations as the greatest deliberative body in the world. Those words are spoken mockingly today. And the people I represent and the people the presiding officer represents are paying a price for this. Somebody asked me back, it's been a long time since I've been in the majority, but there was I'm sad to say, but it's true, but there was a time when I would preside, like the presiding officer is doing today. And a reporter asked me once, what do you think about when you're up there? Because as John McCain said the other day, we aren't doing anything here. He's right, we're not. So the reporter said, what are you thinking about? You know what I told him? I said, what I think about is, what is China doing right now? While Democrats and Republicans here have their fight that has nothing to do with the people that we represent. Well, we know what China's doing right now. While we don't even have the decency to maintain the assets and infrastructure, the roads and bridges that our parents and grandparents had the decency to build for us, starting on this floor, they're building trains not just in China, but all over Asia, to bind them together in an economic union to come after the United States. What's China doing? And what I deeply regret about this debate is the end product, whether we pass this bill or whether we don't, is not going to improve health care for the people I represent. And again, my starting point is, there are people that like the Affordable Care Act, there are people that don't like the Affordable Care Act, but everybody is deeply dissatisfied, as they should be, with the way our health care system works. And what we should do is abandon this process and instead go to committee. My Chairman Alexander, he's a Republican, perfectly capable of running a bipartisan process that could lead us to a place where we actually are making things better for people who live on the eastern plains of Colorado, or in the Front Range of Colorado, or on the west slope of Colorado, who may be Republicans and Democrats, but for whom health care is not political. It's about their family and about their future. And that's what we should be keeping in mind instead of just the next election around here. Everybody has lamented that. And I'll finish. I know I'm coming out of time, Mr. Chairman, but I remember when the majority leader was not the majority leader. He came to this floor. He's a smart person. He's a smart person. And he came here and he said, quote, major legislation is now routinely drafted not in committee, but in the majority leader's conference room, and then dropped on the floor with little or no opportunity for members to participate in the amendment process, virtually guaranteeing a fight. That's what he said. That is what he said, and I am telling you, to those of you that I was in town hall meetings with 7 years ago, when people were saying, read the bill, and the Tea Party was at the height, saying, bringing pocket constitutions to my meeting, telling me be faithful to that process. I say we should be saying that right now. Be faithful to that constitutional process. He knew that the process wasn't working as it should. And what he said was, quote, when Democrats couldn't convince any of us, that is Republicans, that Obamacare was worth supporting as written, they decided to do it on their own and pass it on a party line vote. He's continued, it may very well have been the case that on Obamacare, the will of the country was not to pass the bill at all. That's what I would have concluded, he said, if Republicans couldn't get a single Democrat vote for legislation of this magnitude. I'd have thought maybe this isn't a great idea. So I say to the Republicans and Democrats that are here today, maybe it isn't a great idea, because they can't even get the Republican votes. They haven't gotten one Democratic vote. They haven't gotten the Republican votes to repeal and replace, even though they've run on this for 8 years. They had to bring the vice president here to cast the deciding vote because we were tired. What a shame for the Senate not to do its work and to rely on the executive branch to come here and supply that vote. And every single person in this body knows the President of the United States has no idea or interest what's in this legislation. Every single person here knows that. So why are we doing it? We're doing it, I guess, to fulfill a campaign promise to repeal Obamacare. And I can understand why there's pressure for people to do that, because they've said that over and over again, even though I disagree with their characterization of the bill, I disagree with the facts that they presented. I understand that impulse, but I don't understand the impulse of writing a bill in secret, not having, listen to this, folks, not having a single committee hearing. Not one committee hearing in the Senate. Talk about read the bill. How about have a bill that's written down on paper so we can read it? Where are my brethren in the Tea Party that wanted to read the other bill? There was a bill then. There had been a bill for a year and a half. There's no bill. There's no bill. Because what they're trying to do is figure out what they can eke out across the line here. They're calling it skinny repeal. I don't even know how that satisfies the laugh test when it comes to the campaign promises that were made around here, but that's not my issue. But we should just stop. We're at 9%. This bill, I think, Mr. President, the last time I checked it, we had a 15% approval rating or a 20% approval rating. Don't pass that. We've wasted 6 months, not of our time, but of the American people's time. I've got people all over the state of Colorado that would love to come here and testify at a committee hearing about how health care is intersecting their lives, how it's making their life difficult, or how they're benefiting from certain things. And I'd love them to have the chance to come here and testify. But we haven't set up that process. We should. We should stop this. The American people would be relieved if we would stop this partisanship, get together and work on the committee as we should do, and pass something on the floor. What's forgotten about the Affordable Care Act is that even though it didn't have Republican votes, and it should have, it had almost 200 Republican amendments adopted as part of the process. And I agree with what the majority leader said then. You know, if the process is lousy, the outcome of the bill is likely to be lousy. And, important point he made, it's unlikely to reflect the will of the American people. And when it doesn't, what it's going to mean is we're just going to continue to seesaw from one election to the next election. And we're not going to get a result. I am willing to settle for 80% of what I want, or 70% of what I want. I am. I don't think that's an unvirtuous position to have. All these people here all the time talking about the principle they're standing on. When you scratch at that and look for the content of the idea underneath that principle, there's very seldom anything there. They're often repeating something they heard last night on Fox or MSNBC. But it wouldn't be recognizable to the founders as a principle. And for them, a fundamental principle is that you had to unleash the imagination of people with different sets of experiences, different sets of opinions, different geographic places in order to do the right thing for this country. And that's what we should do today. And I realize the indulgence of the presiding officer. I thank him for his kindness. And with that, I yield the floor.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
so that was a really passionate session there by Senator Bennett right there.
He was really bringing it on that Senate floor and really putting, I think, the Republicans really in a corner like, look, you really have not a lot of places to go on this.
He did not hold back at all. I mean, he went in. I think my favorite part of that, I don't know if I want to call it a speech, but I don't want to call it a performance either, but
maybe a monologue.
Yeah, sure. Was when he said, "There's a reason we have a 9% approval rating." He was just like, you know what? I'm going to call it out like it is. We need to figure things out because, you know, Democrats, Republicans, everyone in America, they're concerned as to why the Senate, Congress in general, isn't getting a lot of things done.
No, and think about it. If the Republicans can't get anything passed for this health care, it's going to be a huge, huge loss. And after that, they're going to have to go on tax reform. But
right. I mean, Trump campaigned a lot on repealing and replacing Obamacare, and maybe the middle ground is keeping the good parts of Obamacare, tweaking the areas where people are having some issues. I mean, again, people are saying, you know, that term skinny Obamacare, Obamacare light, whatever you want to call it. But then, you know, some Republicans, a lot of people very far to the right, aren't happy with that because they want nothing to do with the Obamacare plan or the Obamacare legacy. So it's tricky because healthcare is a hot topic. It's a very delicate issue. You may be someone who voted Republican, who may love President Trump, but really benefits from the Affordable Care Act, which also is known as Obamacare.
Yes, and think about this. For the last 7 years, Republicans have been telling their people in their states, we're going to repeal this, we're going to replace this, and it looks like at this moment it's going to be a tough challenge.
And it's really interesting. I heard, I can't remember which Republican senator said it, but it's interesting as they've started the process to repeal and replace Obamacare, if anything, it's created more support for Obamacare.
Yes.
So it has been a really interesting thing to watch, and obviously all eyes are on Capitol Hill. But here on News Now, all eyes are not only on Capitol Hill, but also on the White House. So we actually have this quick look inside the press briefing room. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the official press secretary now. She'll be taking on Sean Spicer's duties full-time there at the White House. Sean Spicer still will be there for a bit to help with the whole transition period, but looks like Sarah Huckabee Sanders will be doing these daily briefings from now on.
And Tommy, what did you think? She almost had a different approach of how she did yesterday's press briefing. She came out, she read a letter from a little 9-year-old. Whose
nickname was Pickle.
Yeah, Pickle. I think that was trending for a while there yesterday, too.
Pickle?
Yeah, Pickle was trending.
Pickle the 9-year-old.
Yeah, so I think it was a different approach, and that's probably has a lot to do with Scaramucci.
Right. Well, possibly. I mean, it's interesting. I know she did bring up the fact that she herself is a mother.
Yes.
And I also had read an article, I think it was advice to Sarah Huckabee Sanders from Dana Perino. And she had talked about, you know, that insight that you would have just being a mother and being a woman and being able to share that perspective. It is interesting to hear from someone like Dana Perino, who also served as the press secretary.
George W.
Right. So we'll see what's in store during today's press briefing. What do you think everyone's going to ask about today? Obviously healthcare.
Obviously healthcare. I think they're still going to be hitting hard on the tweet from the transgender decision.
Oh, right. Yesterday's big headline.
I think that'll still come up.
Right. And viewers who missed the news yesterday, President Trump basically tweeting that transgender people would no longer be allowed to serve in the military. Caitlyn Jenner trending for quite a while after that because Caitlyn Jenner is very publicly a Republican. And, yeah, it was a very interesting situation indeed. Let's go ahead and take a live look at the White House press briefing room. We are waiting for that to start.
Senator from Alaska.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I wanted to weigh in on a debate that
that took place on the floor a couple hours ago, actually when I was presiding in the chair between the majority leader and the minority leader on what we're going to be doing here in the next couple days on the Senate floor. So right now, we're having a health care debate. We're finally having a health care debate. Many members, both sides of the aisle, Mr. President, I saw your speech a few hours ago talking about the importance of health care for our country, the importance of, from our perspective, repealing, replacing, repairing a health care system that's not working, certainly not working the way in which it was promised to Americans. I won't repeat all the promises made by the former president and many senators, but we know those haven't come to pass. As a matter of fact, a number of us, I certainly believe that my state, the state of Alaska, the Affordable Care Act, so-called Affordable Care Act, has done a lot more damage than good. Just a few statistics in Alaska. Premiums in the individual market went up over 200% since the enactment of the Affordable Care Act. 200%. Alaskans in that market, individual Alaskans, for one health insurance plan, for one individual, pay almost $1,100 a month in premiums for health care. That's not affordable. So we're debating it. It's important. It's an open amendment process. We're going to be probably debating all night, and that's what we should be doing. The world's greatest deliberative body debating a very important topic. But health care is not the only issue that the Senate is focused on, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, a number of us on the Armed Services Committee over the last several weeks have been working on and debating and bringing amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act, the yearly act that authorizes funding and training and equipment and policy for our military and the young men and women who serve in our military. It's one of the most important things we do here in the Senate, by far. So we've been doing that as well as health care, which is also extremely important.
All right, everyone. So we are going to take you back now to the White House press briefing when we had some technical difficulties, so we were just sorting that out. We do now have a live look at the press briefing room. We are waiting Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Yeah, so we did lose the shot, but now we have the head-on shot now of
out of this, Mike.
Really good. You could do before 11, after 11.
Right. Well, technically on the schedule today was 10:45. So what's the over/under on that?
Yeah, I go 11:05. Would you go before or after?
I want to hear a little bit
All right. Yeah. We're doing We are continuing to wait right here for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. You can see members of the media are there and waiting. So a lot to be talked about. What are they going to be? Big theme of the day, and really you got to think about healthcare is probably going to be the major one, since senators only have about 8 hours left of debate, and possibly tomorrow we can get a vote on some sort of this health care. We don't know which kind of package it's going to be after all the different amendments that they are considering and then taking out. And there's a lot of back game going on as well. It's not all being done there on the Senate floor, believe that, folks. So we're continuing to wait here. White House live press briefing.
I know, this is a highly, you know what's interesting about the press briefing, especially with this administration, is that every single day feels like a highly anticipated, much-awaited press briefing. I don't remember there being anywhere near as much hype during the Obama administration with Josh Earnest.
You're right. Each press briefing seems like it's its own little event.
Oh yeah, no question. I mean, it's interesting because we see all the press briefings aired in full on all the major cable networks on a daily basis. I remember during the Obama administration, it was only during the hot topic events where you'd see Press Secretary Josh Earnest on all the screens on all the big networks. I mean, I will give Josh Earnest credit from a streaming perspective. He always spoke for an hour and a half a day.
He really did.
So he really did give us a lot of content here on News Now.
We call him 90-minute Josh. I mean, he really, yeah, definitely. And you know what I think as well? Really set the must-watch TV aspect of these briefings with this administration was Sean Spicer's first one. It happened on that Saturday. It happened on the day after the inauguration, where he did that impromptu and pretty much, you know, did his whole.
You were working that day, right?
I was working that day, and when he did that, everyone was pretty much taken aback because he's talking about, you know, Trump had the biggest numbers. Period. And when he used that word period, I think that a lot of people said, okay, this is Sean Spicer, everyone.
This is setting the tone for the next 4 years,
yes.
or well, it ended up being the next 6 months.
Yeah. So, you know, with politics, though, people come and go all the time. You just don't know how long you're going to, you know, be at the podium, really.
Right. Not everyone's a career politician in D.C.
No. Especially, I think, with a very fast-moving administration, you just don't... you don't know how long your term is going to be, really. I mean, think about this. I think a lot of this press briefing is going to be, as well, the future of Jeff Sessions.
Right. This is a very hot topic, also a very touchy topic, especially for traditional Republicans out there, because a lot of people not too happy with President Trump's treatment of Jeff Sessions in recent days, even you know, in a recent article, in a recent interview with President Trump, you know, he was asked about the fact that, you know, Jeff Sessions was the first, you know, big political player to go ahead and back him up, and Trump was like, well, was it really an endorsement, or did you see that it was bringing 40,000 people out in his home state of Alabama?
Yes.
So it is very interesting. From my perspective, I'm just wondering, what is Jeff Sessions thinking when he's sitting at home?
I know, and not only are they the tweets that are directed at him, but also anytime President Trump is getting, he throws a little dig, throws a little jab at Sessions.
He doesn't hold back.
No, I think one of the good things, I guess, being part of that administration is you always know where you stand. You always do.
You know, most of us in the workplace, you wait for your annual review, and then you kind of finally find out, like, oh, so that's what you think of me.
Yeah, you get the hourly review on Twitter. And it's usually the morning blast that he'll do, right? It seems
he
like... He
always tweets very early in the morning, like 6 a.m. East Coast time usually. And maybe even 5 a.m. sometimes.
And really, they're a flood of at least 5 in a row.
Oh yeah, it's never just one and done. Just one tweet, step away. No.
It was interesting though when we talk about Sessions. I read an article that they were wondering, is President Trump ruining his conservative base by blasting Sessions?
That's what I was saying. I read similar articles where it suggested that traditional conservatives were really upset with Trump's approach regarding Sessions because people love Sessions.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very hardline regarding immigration, and people, I guess, are just taken aback and surprised because if Sessions isn't safe, who is?
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Ivanka's safe.
Ivanka, and not even. What do you think, Jared? Is Jared safe just because it's the
only
son-in-law?
Only Ivanka is safe.
Yeah, Ivanka, you're gonna.
Jared's last name isn't Trump.
No, that's true. So. That is true, and well, he really went to bat for Don Jr. though.
No, absolutely. I mean, Trump, values his family.
Yeah.
He really prioritizes
Oh,
them
it looks
and
like
looks out for them.
let's go to the Senate floor here. We just did lose that again. They've been having some problems there.
That is.
So we have another senator there on the floor. We'll take you there now, where they're still doing healthcare debate.
It's now estimated that North Korea is going to have an intercontinental ballistic nuclear missile, likely by next year, that can range not only my great state of Alaska, but the rest of the continental United States. These are serious national security threats. And one of the provisions in the NDAA that had bipartisan support was to significantly enhance our country's missile defense. Is that important, given the North Korean threats that are at our doorstep? You think the American people care about that? It is important. It's important, as are the hundreds of other bipartisan provisions in the NDAA that will enhance our national security, authorize funding for our military forces, increase the numbers in our military end strength, and again, very bipartisan. Mr. President, you and I have the honor of serving on the Armed Services Committee. It's a great committee. It's very bipartisan. We get a lot of work done, led again by a great U.S. Senator, John McCain. It's an honor to serve there. I believe right now the Senate is trying to pass a unanimous consent agreement that as soon as we're done with health care, that we will then take up this critically important bill. As the chairman wants, as he's requested, and as our military needs. And we should do that. This is not a hard decision by Democrats or Republicans. So I hope we can do that. I want to encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, whatever your plans are in the next couple days, we'll get through this health care debate, very important for the country, and then let's get through the NDAA debate and pass that bill as well. But what we shouldn't be doing is playing politics with our military or somehow tying.
Hello, everyone. So we were just listening into some Senate floor activity. As we mentioned, we were having some technical difficulties, so we wanted to take you back to the Senate floor while we got our White House press briefing camera shot back up. This is an interesting angle. We don't actually get to see this too often. We're actually seeing the press. They're waiting patiently for the press secretary to arrive.
There you go. And yeah, usually we don't get this shot because usually that head-on camera is working, but we're getting the wild card shot.
There's so many different camera angles. So you have that one camera angle where you're looking at the door as they walk in, then there's the main head-on shot, and then there's this shot. So there are like three different standard cameras that are set up there.
It scares me that we're getting this one right now because that means the other camera that they even use is probably not functional.
Right. Well, you know, at the end of the day, when it comes to these press briefings, all we really need is some high-quality audio, Mike, right?
Yeah, definitely.
As long as we're getting the high-quality audio, that's what matters. And we got this view back. You know what we're going to do right now? We are going to continue watching this. And coming up any minute, Sarah Sanders will be live.
There we go. We're continuing to be right here on the stream as well, so we appreciate everybody. Also on Fox 10 Phoenix right now is, we're testing everything out, getting it ready for big launch date. So a lot of moving parts today.
Lots of moving parts, Mike.
No, even better. It came out looking much better. No, so I gotta watch this. It smells good. No, you tell me.
All right, everyone. While we wait for Sarah Sanders to begin, I do want to go ahead and show you guys this video of Lindsey Graham from earlier today. He was interviewed. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I think Don Jr. thought the meeting was okay. I'm not saying he intentionally violated the law, and I really believe he thought it was something that all campaigns should do. Did it go any further? The reason this won't end anytime soon is because how can you say with 100% certainty, given all the players here, there was never any more contacts? The likelihood that the Russians just quit after one meeting, once the Trump campaign expressed a desire to be helped, is pretty hard to believe, but that may be the facts. The point I'm trying to make, it has to go further because on its face, that needs to be looked at. The GPS, Fusion GPS situation. The guy's not coming. If we have to subpoena the people at Fusion GPS, we need to subpoena them because Mr. Browder has now accused them of being working for the Russians. And at the end of the day, if that's true, the Democratic Party is working with somebody who was working with the Russians, whether they knew it or not.
Senator, do you think the administration has gotten the message from congressional Republicans to lay off Jeff Sessions?
I think it's not a message to the president as much as it is to Jeff and the country. You know, the president has the right to fire anybody in his cabinet. As a human being, I think he should show some respect for Jeff Sessions as a person. Jeff Sessions was the most loyal supporter of Donald Trump. He's a rock-solid conservative. But the reason I like him so much is I often disagree with him, but I've never believed that he was a man who lacks integrity or sense of fair play. This effort to basically marginalize and humiliate the Attorney General is not going over well in the Senate. I don't think it's going over well in the conservative world. If you believe Jeff Sessions should be fired, use the power you have and accept the consequences. I hope it stops. I'm 100% behind Jeff Sessions. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee sent a pretty chilling tweet yesterday. There will be no confirmation hearing for a new Attorney General in 2017. If Jeff Sessions is fired, there will be holy hell to pay. Any effort to go after Mueller could be the beginning of the end of the Trump presidency, unless Mueller did something wrong. Right now, I have no reason to believe that Mueller is compromised. If you got reason to believe he is compromised and shouldn't be serving as special counsel, let me know. I'm working on legislation that I will introduce next week with Republicans and some Democrats. I think you get all the Democrats. I hope I get a good number of Republicans that will say the following. A special counsel cannot be fired when they were impaneled to investigate the president or his team unless you have judicial review of the firing. Not just for Trump, but for any future president. We need a check and balance here. That was sort of the process in the 90s. So I'm going to try to come up with statutory language that would say, in the case of Bob Mueller and future special counsels, if the Attorney General fires that person who's been impaneled to investigate the president or their team, then judges will have to look and see if whether or not the reasons stated meet the statutory definitions.
You said that you just said the Attorney General there will be no confirmation hearings for replacement of Jeff Sessions.
That's what Chairman Grassley said. So he's the chairman. I think most of us agree with that. But it's really about Mueller. The idea that the president would fire Mueller or have somebody fire Mueller because he doesn't like Mueller or Mueller's doing something he doesn't like can't be, then we become Russia. So the red line should never be drawn. The president's not in the business of drawing red lines when it comes to the law. The law is above any presidential red line. So what will happen, I think, is that the president will come down, I hope. I look forward to working with him on a way forward in Afghanistan, on finding a way to cut taxes, infrastructure, maybe do something on health care. This is not just a diversion. This is unnerving. It's unfair to Jeff Sessions. He's a good man who deserves better. And some of the suggestions the president is making go way beyond what's acceptable in a rule of law nation. So I hope the president will get good counsel and advice and focus on what he got elected to do, which is change the culture in Washington. This is not draining the swamp. What he's interjecting is turning democracy upside down, not taking political stale bodies and replacing them with new ideas, but taking 200-year concepts that we're a nation of law and men, laws, not men, and trying to turn it upside down.
Why don't you think Republican leaders have gotten behind, joined you in these concerns?
I think everybody's expressed it in their own way. The president hasn't done anything yet but tweet, but tweets can be damaging. A tweet from the President of the United States has a big echo chamber. I hope the President will take counsel and advice from people around him that to treat Jeff Sessions better or fire him, one of the two. I hope the President will understand that he's not in the business of drawing red lines when it comes to investigations. No President can do that. If Mr. Mueller's doing something wrong, he's got a conflict of interest, I'll be glad to look into that. The special counsel can't run wild either, but I see no evidence that he's doing this. This is really important to me. I like the President. I want to help him. But one of the things I want to do with my time in Senate is to reinforce institutions that are bigger than me and bigger than party and make us unique. Everything you heard in there by Mr. Browder about how things are in Russia and other countries, I never want that to come here. Thanks.
Hey, what's it going to take to pass health care, Senator?
All right, so we are still playing that waiting game right now for the White House press briefing. It was scheduled for about 20 minutes ago.
It was, and you and I earlier were talking of making bets as to when Sarah Huckabee Sanders would appear. She was scheduled for 10:45. I gave her the benefit of that. What did I say? 10:57, 10:58, and you were like 11:05.
11:05.
Well,
that's
it's 11:06.
Right, yeah, and 11:06. So we're both over. We lost that one.
If this were The Price is Right, and we were trying to bid on an item to make it up to the
there
stage, we would both have lost.
Well, tune in tomorrow and see what we do tomorrow. So there's always going to be some sort of.
Oh, actually, no. I take that back. Because on The Price is Right, it's just whoever's the closest without going over.
Yeah.
So 11:05, you actually win in The Price is Right game between you and I.
Yeah, sure. but if we're playing that cliffhanger game,
then
we all lose.
We all lose because it's really about just.
Yeah, because you go off the edge. But I like that we could bring in the game show aspect of it. That's always nice.
We're just here to entertain you viewers at home and inform you. Most importantly, inform you with a little side dose of entertainment.
Yeah, because sometimes political stuff could just be so heavy.
So heavy.
So heavy.
And it's been heavy in recent days. So we just heard from Lindsey Graham, and he was talking about what you and I were talking about just moments ago. The fate of Jeff Sessions, the current Attorney General, the former senator. And you know what's going to suck? I'm going to say it just frankly like this. If you get fired from the position of Attorney General, you just can't go back to being senator.
No.
Someone else is already senator now, so you're basically unemployed.
Yeah, but I think he'd be okay, though. Still.
I mean, I'm sure he would, but it would be kind of like, wow, I gave up this, powerful position for this other powerful position, and now here I am. I'm no longer in any government office.
He'd go right in the private sector and really
there'd
make
be
that
someone
paycheck.
lined up to hire him, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I think anybody in that.
I wonder what the viewers at home think.
Yeah, well, let us know what you think as
yeah,
well.
Viewers at home, if you know, what do you think Jeff Sessions should do next, assuming he's no longer going to be the Attorney General? Leave those comments. We'd like to incorporate your thoughts into our stream
is he
as well.
Updating his LinkedIn at this moment?
I don't know if Jeff Sessions has a LinkedIn.
Yeah.
That's actually interesting that you bring that up, because in former workplaces of mine, it's interesting to see which coworkers have LinkedIn and which ones don't.
Oh, okay.
And typically it really is a reflection on their age and how long they've been somewhere. If you've been at a workplace for 25, 30 years and you're not really planning to leave, you're not really creating a LinkedIn.
No.
On the flip side, though, my mom has been employed at the same place for, I want to say, almost 30 years.
So that's nice longevity.
And she definitely has a LinkedIn page, guys.
There you go.
It's really cute, because I know she's not going to be using it to get her next job. She's close to retirement now, but I think
did you push her to do it?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
And what's funny is that I didn't even know that she had LinkedIn. She was just talking about how she's not on Facebook or this whatever. She's like, but I'm on that link thing.
Oh.
She called it Linked, and I thought it was really
go.
cute. And so when she requested me as a friend, I had to add her. I was like, oh, Mom, I'll give you a recommendation.
Well, she would probably really like the Vegas Ferris wheel, because it is called, it's right by the link. So.
Oh my, our resident Vegas expert
Yeah,
here.
a little, yeah, definitely. So, still continuing to wait here for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Also, there's a State Department briefing that could be happening, but that could be coming up in the next 20 minutes or so, too. So, if one comes to the other, we might just have to flip a coin at that moment.
I know.
Yeah.
There were reports of shootings and kind of mayhem down in downtown here. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Bye.
And in case you guys forgot what our outfits look like, since Mike made that reference to our color coordination, I thought it was only fitting that we show you guys that we're matching. But you know what? We are not only matching with each other in the background, but we're also matching with the White House press briefing room and that reporter right there on the screen, Kristen Welker. She's matching with us as well.
There you go. Yes. So there we go. So folks, thanks for chiming in there and pointing that out to us. Continuing to wait here, and you know, there's so many different aspects now, because before we were just streaming. Now we're practicing this out for the TV aspect too.
Right. So News Now is going to television. It's interesting. So this digital project we've been working on for the last 2.5 years. We're now taking it and keeping it on the internet, of course, but also launching it on TV here in the greater Phoenix area. Most of Arizona actually will be able to watch it. And so you guys are kind of watching us as we work with the new set and test out all the new buttons and, you know, try out the new graphics. So we do appreciate all of our loyal internet viewers, though, that understand and bear with us if there are technical glitches. We love you. We appreciate you. We thank you for always chatting with us and tweeting us, all that good stuff. We haven't forgotten you. I know you're used to me chatting with you guys a bit more. It's just there's a lot of buttons I have to push. So I promise in like a week or so I'll be back. Things will be back to normal, and we'll be chatting with you in the chat room just a bit more.
Definitely. And we are back here for you on the Fox 10 Extra
Stream.
Yes,
That's
Extra
right.
Stream. I had to remind that one. There we go. So right now there is a senator that's on the floor right now talking still about healthcare. That debate, they got about 7 more hours of debate, and they're thinking that final vote could come Friday. So we're still waiting for this press briefing. But
Should we listen in?
Let's listen in while we're waiting here.
And the bill has been endorsed by hundreds and hundreds of labor groups, medical groups, political groups, civic organizations. Let me be clear. I believe socialized medicine would be a disaster for the American people. Last November, the American people voted to make America great again, not to make America like England again. But I believe that Montanans, I believe the American people deserve to see us debate different ideas right here on the Senate floor. This is referred to as the greatest deliberative body in the world. Well, let's deliberate, including the leading idea coming from the other side of the aisle.
Would my colleague
Why I've offered this amendment.
For a question?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I did not catch all of your remarks, but I think you have said that this is a vote on a bill that was introduced in the House. How many co-sponsors are on this bill? Is this a legitimate?
Yeah, for those who are watching and observing, it's H.R. 676. There are 115 Democratic co-sponsors on that bill as we speak.
So this is a legitimate bill that is up for, well, not up for consideration now in the House. Is this the Conyers bill?
It's the Conyers bill. I didn't write this amendment, this bill I'm introducing we cut and pasted the precise text and are bringing it over here and offering it today.
Is there at least a preamble to this bill, or just an opening, a couple of paragraphs or something that
Mr. Chairman, in preparing this, in reading this bill, for those who want to see the heart and soul, the vision of the Democrats, it can be found in this first paragraph of the bill. In fact, and I read it, it says, the bill establishes the Medicare for All program to provide all individuals residing in the United States free health care. And it goes on to say, a couple paragraphs later, health insurers may not sell health insurance that duplicates the benefits provided under this bill. If that's not a complete takeover of the health care system from the government, then you tell me what is.
And that's in the bill.
It's in the opening paragraphs on the bill. It's the preamble for it.
Well, I think we have a choice here. I think we have a very honest choice. There's been a lot of talk about single payer. There was a lot of talk about it early on in the debate about
All righty here. So we just found out that we are in the 2-minute warning right now for the White House press briefing.
That's right. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is just moments away. We will be hearing from the Deputy Press Secretary momentarily.
And a lot of different scenarios. You know, definitely going to be healthcare, sessions, military, transgender, a lot of things.
A lot of things, Mike. The question is, what will be the first question? And what will Sarah Huckabee Sanders come out with first? What areas is she going to address? Because, you know, the press secretary, before taking questions, they always make a statement.
Yeah.
And they kind of choose the topics that they want to address before they're forced to
Yeah.
discuss the topics that everyone else wants to address.
Because it seems like they always go, all the questions go off topic from whatever that statement is.
Rarely do the topics follow up from the initial statement.
Yeah, that statement would really have to be somewhere totally a wild card statement where they'd be like, oh, yeah, we kind of want to know a little bit more about this.
Like, oh, tell us more,
Yeah,
Sarah.
yeah.
Very interesting.
Who knows, maybe another letter could be right. If you missed it yesterday, he came out and did a letter from a little 9-year-old, Fiscal.
Yeah, his nickname is Fiscal. And if you guys missed it, actually, Sarah Huckabee Sanders actually tweeted it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So you can actually see the letter from Pickle, including in little Pickle's handwriting,
Yeah.
which I thought was really endearing, a 9-year-old, because there are those little misspellings and things like that
Sure.
that make it feel truly, you know, the essence of what a 9-year-old would write.
Yes, yes. So let's see how true this little 2-minute warning is, though, too, because, you know.
About 2.5 minutes ago,
Yeah.
we were given a 2-minute warning, so.
Yeah. Well, you just never know sometimes.
That was not accurate, Mike.
No. I always want to know what's happening, like, behind the scenes, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Beyond that little blue door there. That's what I would like to know. Like, are they doing their final preps?
Are they
All
whispering?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. You need to watch HBO's Veep, because it is fictional,
Okay.
but it gives you some insight into how things work, and you kind of see those moments before the press secretary goes out and all those things. If you're someone that's into politics, or if you're someone who's into following the administration, I know for someone like me who does this job on a daily basis, I love watching Veep.
I have one more recommendation then. Showtime, The Circus. Have you seen this documentary?
Oh, I've been meaning to. McCain's in it.
It's really addicting because
Well, that's
it's
real
always
life.
like-
That's
yeah,
a documentary.
It's a documentary, but it's always the week, week before.
Right.
So it's nice that you kind of.
It's current almost.
Yeah, it's almost current. So that's kind of.
That is
a nice
very
little
insightful.
aspect.
So basically, we're recommending to our viewers 2 opportunities or options on premium television.
Yeah. Well,
You can't really get Showtime or HBO for free.
No, what I do though now is I get it through Amazon. So I have the Amazon Prime, which you get the certain types of
So
videos
you can watch
and stuff.
The Circus through that.
Yeah, you can watch it through, but you do have to pay like a nominal fee a month.
Nominal fees. That's where they get you, Mike.
Yeah.
That is where they get you.
That is such a corporate PR. That's a PR.
I
like,
know. When are the senators going to start fighting against nominal fees?
Yeah. So.
Whose interest do they have?
Yeah, really. We do have that continuing to wait here, everyone, here on the Fox 10 Extra as well as all our friends on fox10phoenix.com.
That's right. We have all our regular viewers, fox10phoenix.com, our YouTube viewers, our viewers on Fox 10 Extra. We appreciate everyone tuning in from right here in Arizona and all across the country and the world.
Yeah, and the great thing about it is even when Extra will go off the air at noon, you can still pick it up right, like you almost didn't even miss anything, right on fox10phoenix.com.
Or if you're on the go, just download the app and you can just watch us everywhere you go. And some of you are like, well, if I'm driving, how am I going to know about the news? Well, if you're, fortunate enough to have a newer car that has Bluetooth, you can connect your phone to Bluetooth and at least listen to our audio as you're driving.
That's a great hack.
Oh, yeah. I've done it before when you're covering major events as I'm leaving work.
Oh, nice.
I'll connect our YouTube stream to my car, so I'll still be able to listen to the breaking news.
Okay, I like that.
I'm always tuned in. I hope our general manager is hearing that. I'm working even when I'm not working, guys.
Hey, there it is. That's a nice little plug. I see where you're going with that. That's start with the hack, and then you want to...
Just get some credit, right?
Yeah,
I'm always working, never sleeping.
There you go. And, and usually when there is a breaking news alert, even if you're not on those apps or anything like that, if you have our, if you subscribe to our Facebook, if you like our Facebook, Fox 10 Phoenix.
Oh, right. A lot of the breaking news comes there as well.
We'll usually send it through there as well, so you could hear our voices.
I am partial to fox10phoenix.com and YouTube, though, because then they get to see this commentary that happens between live events and breaking news.
That's true.
That's where they really get a sense of who we are, Mike.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, it's safe to say, folks, that 2-minute warning is coming on.
So so far it's been a 6-minute warning?
Yeah.
6.5, 7-minute warning almost.
That'll be interesting. Hopefully by the end of Fox Extra, that we'll be able to see Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe, like you said, we might be getting that State Department briefing even before the White House briefing began. State Department with Heather Nauert. Who knows?
Yeah. It's always interesting. I want to know, what are they doing behind the scenes here? And, well, we know what's on the Senate floor right now.
I feel like we need to show them, because I know
Senator
they're...
Bernie Sanders,
a lot of people
live right now. He looks passionate again.
I know. He is always a passionate speaker. Let's listen in.
8 million Americans to have no health insurance, which forces us to pay the
started. And remember the acting director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Rob Hur, the principal deputy attorney general, to talk with you about what the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice are doing to eradicate criminal organizations like MS-13. Mr. Hur will speak to the Justice Department's work first, and then Mr. Homan will discuss the ICE component, and Tom will stay and answer your questions. As always, I'd like to put out a friendly reminder for you guys to stay on topic, and after that I'll come back up to take your questions. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sarah. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Hur. About 5 weeks ago, I was sworn in as the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General at the Department of Justice. In that role, I serve as the Principal Advisor to the Deputy Attorney General. I appreciate the chance to talk to you about the Justice Department's aggressive efforts to achieve this administration's goal of dismantling the transnational gang La Mara Salvatrucha, also known as MS-13. As you all know, the President is traveling to Long Island tomorrow to talk about our fight to eradicate the violent threat of MS-13. And as we speak, the Attorney General is in El Salvador, where he will spend the next 2 days addressing the root of this problem, the San Salvadorian prisons that house the leaders of this dangerous gang. While there, the Attorney General will meet with members of the Justice Department's Transnational Anti-Gang Task Force on the ground in El Salvador, and the Attorneys General from the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to discuss joint efforts to disrupt and take down MS-13. Earlier in my career, I served as a federal prosecutor in Maryland, where I personally prosecuted a number of MS-13 racketeering cases. These included capital cases in which the defendants' crimes were so violent and so heinous that the government saw fit to pursue the death penalty. Through these prosecutions, I learned firsthand from the victims, their grieving and heartbroken families, and other members of terrorized communities just what a scourge this group of thugs really is. This gang's chilling motto is Mata, Viola, Controla, which means kill, rape, and control. They seek to live up to this motto through truly shocking acts of violence designed to instill fear. Vicious machete attacks, execution-style gunshots, gang rape, and human trafficking. They use whatever they can get their hands on: guns, knives, machetes, baseball bats, tire irons, or their fists and feet, not just to inflict violence. They use violence to shock, to send a message, and to control territory here in the U.S. and in Central America. The Attorney General has answered the President's call, and we at the Justice Department are moving forward aggressively against MS-13. Specifically, pursuant to the President's direction and executive orders, the Attorney General has directed the Department's law enforcement agencies, ATF, DEA, FBI, and the Marshals Service, as well as federal prosecutors across the country, to prioritize the prosecution of gang members, specifically MS-13. The Attorney General has issued charging guidance regarding violent crime and criminal immigration enforcement, both of which directly target MS-13 members and their associates. In addition, the Department of Justice has requested funding for 300 more federal prosecutors to focus specifically on violent crime and criminal immigration enforcement. We've also prioritized multi-agency and cross-border collaboration in order to attack MS-13 from all angles. The Justice Department and the Department of Homeland Security are coordinating our anti-gang efforts to ensure that we bring both criminal and immigration laws to bear in the fight against transnational gangs. We continue our critical partnerships with state and local law enforcement around the country, whose brave men and women are truly on the front lines in the fight against MS-13. And we work, of course, hand in glove with our law enforcement partners in the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. They are helping us take the fight to MS-13 on its home turf. It speaks volumes that the Attorney General himself has traveled to the nerve center of MS-13 and is standing in solidarity with our partners in Central America. Indeed, earlier today, just hours ago, El Salvadorian prosecutors announced that they have filed charges against and arrested over the past 36 hours hundreds of members of MS-13 in El Salvador. Many of the defendants are members of MS-13's Peajes Locos Salvatruchos clique, who are centered in the La Paz department of El Salvador. Earlier this year, members of this MS-13 clique committed several high-profile murders in El Salvador. The shooter in these murders fled to the United States and is now in ICE custody pending immigration proceedings. This prosecution showcases just how closely we are working with our partners in El Salvador to combat MS-13. Specifically, U.S. law enforcement agents with ICE, who are on the ground in El Salvador, are coordinating with their counterparts here in the U.S. to ensure that the shooter is removed from the United States as quickly as possible to face charges in El Salvador. This investigation is being handled by Salvadorian gang prosecutors, who are trained and mentored by embedded DOJ prosecutors in El Salvador, and Salvadorian police officers, who were trained and mentored by the FBI and advisors from the State Department. At the request of Salvadorian prosecutors, the Justice Department has also arranged to have an essential witness to the murders transported to El Salvador for court proceedings. United States law enforcement and federal prosecutors recently targeted leaders and members of the same Peajos clique operating here in Maryland, charging 16 defendants with racketeering offenses involving murder and attempted murder, the last of whom was sentenced this year to life imprisonment. These are very significant blows to MS-13 and are made possible by our close cross-border coordination. We've also revitalized the institutional hearing program, which brings immigration judges to Bureau of Prisons facilities to adjudicate the immigration status of federal criminal alien inmates while they're incarcerated. This results in much quicker deportation after these criminals serve out their prison sentences here in the United States. Finally, we are also holding sanctuary cities accountable for their lawless conduct. The Attorney General will not allow sanctuary cities to become sanctuaries for criminals. Earlier this week, the Attorney General announced new grant conditions. Cities and states may only receive burn-jag grants if they comply with federal law, allow federal immigration officials access to detention facilities, and provide 48 hours notice before they release an illegal alien wanted by federal authorities. Taking on MS-13 is a top priority of this administration and this Justice Department. We will not tire, and we will not fail. I'm humbled to once again be in a position to work to reduce and ultimately decimate this gang to make our communities safe for all Americans. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Holman. I'm the Acting Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE. Targeting, arresting, and removing members of violent street gangs such as MS-13 sends a clear message to criminal enterprises around the world. You are not welcome in the United States, and you will find no harbor here. President Trump made it a priority to get these criminals off our streets and, when possible, out of our country. And that's exactly what the men and women of ICE are going to do every single day to help keep America safe. ICE's Homeland Security Investigation, known as HSI, National Gang Unit, leads our efforts along with our deportation officers to identify and arrest gang members while working to dismantle the organizational structure that supports them. Gang members are involved in a broad range of criminal activity, including murder, extortion, narcotics trafficking, weapons trafficking, human smuggling, and other crimes with a nexus to border security. Since the beginning of January of this year, ICE's Homeland Security Investigation has already arrested 3,311 gang members across the country in a number of targeted operations. I'll speak just about two. Project New Dawn, a recent gang surge led by ICE HSI, netted 1,378 gang arrests. Operation Matador, up in New York State, since May 9th, has netted over 100 gang members and affiliates, vast majority of MS-13 members. Make no mistake, organized violent transnational gangs threaten the safety of our communities, not just in major metropolitan areas, but in our suburbs like Suffolk County in New York, where I'll be joining the President tomorrow to discuss this very issue. Let me share just a couple examples that demonstrate the violence of these criminals. Recently, 2 MS-13 members who were juveniles arrested as part of Operation Matador have been implicated in the quadruple homicide of 4 young adults in New York. An additional MS-13 arrest admitted to being complicit in homicides of 2 juvenile females. Multiple other Operation Matador MS-13 arrests have led to admissions of narcotics trafficking, weapons smuggling, and intelligence and other unsolved crimes in the region. The proliferation of MS-13 remains an ongoing challenge for law enforcement everywhere. Our efforts to eradicate gangs such as this are much more effective in areas where our partnership with local law enforcement is the strongest. As I said the last time I was here, I cannot stress enough, our operations are more effective when there are strong local partnerships supporting them. Sanctuary city policies only make it more difficult, if not impossible, for ICE to remove known gang members and other criminal aliens who are removed from this country without the opportunity to commit additional crimes. As I said when I was here at the podium a month ago, cooperation is critical. It is often state and local law enforcement, not ICE, that first come into contact with transnational gang members. Together, through partnership, we can keep our streets safe. Together, our gang is bigger than theirs. In addition to making our communities safer, the intelligence gathered from operations targeting MS-13 helps our agents and investigators continue their efforts to fully dismantle these global criminal enterprises, from the command and control structure in El Salvador to the street members walking our communities and everybody in between. In closing, I'll say this: the progress we're making would not be possible without the brave and dedicated men and women of ICE. These are professionals, American patriots, who leave the safety of their homes and their families every day to help keep us safe, to keep people safe they'll never meet. And I am honored and proud to represent them here today. With that, I'll take questions. Sir.
Thank you. In Montgomery County, there has been MS-13 activity, and when they have prosecuted MS-13 there, they have said that the members of MS-13, some of them are citizens, and to get help from the immigrant community where they're plaguing, the plague is on the immigrant community, that they have not been successful because they're afraid of being taken out of the country, that you're going to deport them. So for those in the immigrant community who are being taken advantage of, are you going to offer any type of support for those who are not involved in MS-13 who come forward to assist law enforcement? Because local law enforcement says that's the largest problem they have in getting people to come forward. They think they're going to be deported.
Well, you all can help with that message, right? I mean, the mismessaging that ICE is out there doing neighborhood raids and roadblocks and and things that we were being accused of doing. We got to get the message straight. ICE prioritizes our arrests based on criminal threats, national security, those who violate immigration laws. However, if they're a victim or witness, we're not looking for victims or witnesses. I believe that these, especially MS-13, they victimize the very communities in which they live. So if the immigrant community is being victimized, they don't want them in the community either. They should be safe to go to law enforcement, report the crime. Again, we do not target victims of crime. Matter of fact, there's actually benefits to victims of crimes through the immigration process. So they should feel safe to go and report criminal activity, and we're going to target the most violent criminals, not the witness, not the victims, to remove them. And we need their help. We need the community's help, but most importantly, we need local law enforcement's help, especially county jails that will have an MS-13 booked in that county jail, but if that county jail is located in Sanctuary City, they get released back to the streets. That's what we need to change. We need cooperation from local law enforcement.
But you're saying, point blank, you're not going to take advantage of the immigrant communities who are victims, right?
Taking advantage of the immigrant community. Look, we're going to
victims. They're not going to be deported.
We need the immigrant community to assist us in identifying the most heinous criminals, and that's MS-13. It's the most violent gang out there. So again, I'll say this again: if there's a victim of crime and they come forward, we're not looking to arrest a victim of crime. We're looking to arrest the bad guy, right? Now let me make this clear. Now, am I saying there's a population of illegal aliens are off the table? I'm not saying that. But victims of crime have certain protections, and they need to take full advantage of those protections. Ma'am?
Thank you. Do you have a count for how many people are actually a part of the MS-13 in cities across the country? And what has the reaction been from sanctuary cities to the new policy that was announced earlier this week by the Attorney General? And if you could speak broadly about, obviously the President's been very critical of the Attorney General recently. He is overseeing everything that you're talking about. Has that criticism in any way impacted your ability, federal law enforcement's ability to do their jobs?
That's a lot of questions. I can tell you that thousands of MS-13 members in the country, and that number changes every day depending on who we deport and who sneaks in the country. As far as sanctuary cities, I don't know how they feel about the recent legislation, the recent action taken by DOJ, but I'll say it once again. Sanctuary cities are criminals' biggest friend. If you're an alien smuggler, and you're smuggling people in this country for a living, that's one sales pitch. We can get you to a sanctuary city where that city will help shield you from immigration. So, you know, I've said it every time I speak. I say it, sanctuary cities need to help us keep the community safe. Sanctuary cities not only endanger public safety, they endanger my law enforcement officers, because when we can't get a criminal alien, violent alien out of a county jail, it means one of our officers have to go knock on a door, which anybody in law enforcement knows that's one of the most dangerous things to do. So rather than arresting a violent criminal in the safety, security, and privacy of a county jail, we got to go knock on the door. We got to arrest them in the community. So the community's put at risk, our officers are put at risk, and the alien himself is put at risk. We got to start thinking about public safety and the men and women of ICE, and the men and women of the Border Patrol, who we've lost many over the last few years at the hands of violent criminal aliens. We got to join forces with these cities. These cities have to come to us. They have to work with us to keep our communities safe. Sir?
The Attorney General, anything on the Attorney General?
What was the question, Attorney General?
The fact that the President's been criticizing him recently, has that in any way impacted your ability, federal law enforcement's ability to do their job?
ICE is going to do our job. We're going to continue to enforce the law. The Attorney General is a strong supporter of immigration enforcement. So isn't the President. And I'll end it there, but I can tell you, nothing's going to change the way we do our business. The men and women are ICE professionals. We're going to keep enforcing law within the orders of the executive order. Sir?
The previous administration also told the country to prioritize criminal gangs. Are you telling the country now that it didn't? And if you're not, what is different about your approach as compared to the previous administration's approach with MS-13 and those gangs like it?
Well, I can tell you that the prior administration prioritize criminals, not security threats. But the difference is, for those that criminal aliens get booked in a county jail, on the prior administration, they needed a conviction before we can put a detainer on and ask for them to come in our custody. That's not necessary anymore. If you've been arrested for a serious crime and you're in a county jail, we're going to drop a detainer. We're going to take the person into custody.
What does that mean, dropping a detainer?
That means we're asking the local jurisdiction to hang on to them until we can get there to take custody of them when they're done with you.
Has that proven effective?
Yes, I think we got more jurisdictions coming to the table now. Even, the story is, we got sanctuary cities here and there, but more jurisdictions, more law enforcement come to the table now. The 287G agreements, we already doubled those agreements on this administration. I expect to triple those agreements by the end of the year. Most law enforcement agrees with what I'm saying up here. The street cops, they want to work with us, and they want to identify these threats to the community and get them out of their communities. These people are not welcome in the communities, and local law enforcement are teaming up with us. The operation I spoke about here in New York City, we work with Nassau County, Suffolk County, NYPD. All these jurisdictions want to get the criminal element out of their neighborhoods. The immigrant communities themselves, they don't want these people in their communities. We all should be on the same page here. But again, New York City, one of those places where we can't get into Rikers Island and put our hands on people that are here illegally and the criminal aliens. When it comes to gang members walk out of county jails and sanctuary cities every day across this country. That's what we need to change. Man.
How are suspected gang members being identified for ICE enforcement? Is it just through local law enforcement? Are there databases that you're using? Like, how do you know how to find these gang members?
Local law enforcement, they're usually ones that, they have the most intelligence on gang members. As far as what we look for to find gang members, I'd rather not discuss that, because I certainly don't want to share that information with the gang members who may be watching and say, okay, well, we'll just do this a little bit different. There is a myriad of factors we look. It's just not, we don't arrest people for the way they look. I'm going to make that clear, because I've seen media accounts about people with tattoos and clothing. That is one of many, many factors we look at. So it's really quite law enforcement sensitive how we identify, target, and locate gang members. So I can tell you that the men and women of ICE are well trained. Other federal agencies, whether it's the Bureau or whether it's the Suffolk County, Nassau County, Nassau County, they do this for a living. They're professionals. They look at a lot of factors, including database checks. But I'd rather not share the factors we all consider to look at that, because I really don't want to share that with the criminal element who may be watching this program.
Thank you. You said that victims of crimes who are immigrants will not be targeted. In February, your agency detained a woman in El Paso, Texas, who was seeking a protective order against a domestic abuser. Can you say now that your agency will not be doing that again? And if it's been done in the past, why should we believe you that it won't be done in the future?
Okay, with that case you're talking about, you obviously don't know all the facts that I do. That is not the way. There's much more of that story than you're presenting here today. I can tell you that was a solid arrest, and it's under litigation. I can't give you all the information I have. That was a good arrest. That was a public safety arrest, and I can't say any more because it's in litigation.
Take one last question, guys.
You focused, and the president's going to focus tomorrow on the most violent gangs, MS-13, and suggesting that that's what ICE is focused on. I'm reading a story here from just last month that said the biggest number that ICE arrests are up of illegal immigrants, and the sharpest spike is seen for non-criminals. I think that the other side of the issue would say that ICE and this administration really is going after non-criminals and just using these moments to sort of suggest otherwise. What do you think about that?
It's ridiculous. I mean, when under prior administration, non-criminals were not a priority. So when you go from 0 to 100, of course you can see the biggest rise in that. The executive orders are clear. Anybody reads the executive orders, no population's off the table. So non-criminals, yeah, those that have got a court order from a judge that refused to leave, we're looking for them. Those who enter the country illegally, I've said it 100 times, that is a crime to enter this country illegally. And when they get their due process at great government, at great taxpayer expense, billions of dollars are spent on border security, immigration court, detention. So when they get their due process and a federal judge orders them removed, that order needs to mean something, or the whole system has no integrity. Nowhere else in law enforcement has anybody asked a law enforcement agency to ignore a judge's order from a bench. They've had a due process. Our job is to enforce those orders, and that's what we do. And for the people that say that we concentrate too much on those that are not criminal, beyond them committing a crime, entering the country illegally, they've not committed yet another crime. You should ignore them. They've been here. Let them go. That message drives what happened in San Antonio. That message drives what happened in Victoria, Texas, that I investigated back in 2003. If we send the message that if you get into the country, you get by the Border Patrol and don't get arrested by local law enforcement for another crime, no one's looking for you, that is a magnet, that is a pull factor. We got to stop that messaging. We got to tell people it's not okay to violate the laws of this country. You can't want to be a part of this country and not respect its laws. You can't have it both ways. So until we get that message clear, that there is no safe haven here, and if you're in sanctuary cities, that's where we'll send additional resources, look for you at your home, at place of employment. We're going to enforce the law. We got to stop sending the message that people that don't commit yet another crime should be forgotten. Don't enforce the law.
If I could, on a previous question, that said you need the cooperation of local communities. We hear that a lot from law enforcement, and including American immigrants, families that are maybe have mixed situations. The President, Trump, the other day called it in a speech in Ohio, twice referred to criminal gang members as animals. I think there are some who would say, well, that's sort of another attempt to paint broader swaths of immigrants as criminal and violent. He wasn't that specific about who he's talking about necessarily, and I'm wondering if you think that kind of rhetoric is appropriate, or whether that could, potentially set back some of your efforts in trying to convince community members to work with your department.
As a career law enforcement officer, I can tell you that criminal aliens are a threat not only to public safety, but to national security. We got to enforce the laws. The men and women at ICE are doing it in a professional manner. And I shared with you the last time I was here why it's so important to let the folks know in Central America and Mexico, let those that want to come to the United States to find themselves in a sanctuary city, why it's so important to send a message they should not make that dangerous trek. In my years of 33 years of doing this job, these are criminal organizations that transport these people into the country. The same organizations, the same illicit pathways that smuggle drugs, smuggle weapons, and smuggle people that want to do harm to this country. And by continuing to ignore that segment of the illegal population, we are bankrolling these criminal organizations. As I said earlier, sanctuary cities, that's the alien smuggler's best friend. That's their advertisement. We'll get you to a sanctuary city. And I'm telling you, what I've seen in my career, I've seen people that were killed could not pay their smuggling fee. I've seen, we talked to women that have been raped, children's been molested, people have been killed. I shared with a media yesterday in Phoenix, Arizona, during the hostage crisis several years ago, people couldn't pay their fees. The fees would double once they got it. They couldn't pay the fees. We rescued one man who was duct taped from head to toe. His whole face and head were duct taped, and had a hole poked in the mouth with a straw so he could breathe for 2 days. When I was in Victoria, Texas, I did stand in back of a tractor trailer in 19-day aliens with a 5-year-old that suffered. What do you think that 5-year-old went through the last 30 minutes of his life? What do you think his father went through the last 30 minutes of his life, looking down at his child, knowing he couldn't help him because they're locked him back to the tractor trailer? I'm not calling anybody animal. I'm saying there's those who break the law and those who don't break the law. You got to respect the laws of this country. There's millions of people that are members of society that enter this country the right way, and that's what we need to push. We need to push. Enter this. There's a legal way and an illegal way. We got to be pushing the legal message out there and stop sending this message that if you don't commit yet another crime beyond the crime you committed when you came to this country, that it's okay to be here. It's not okay to be here illegally. It's not okay to violate the laws of this country. We're going to enforce law. That is why, with everything you're reading right now and all these horrific events, that's why we need more. We need the 10,000 officers that President Trump has promised, so we can go after these gangs even harder in the criminal alien population. We need the border wall. Border wall is one more tool in the toolbox that might prevent some of the things from happening. That is why what President Trump is asking us to do, that is what he's proposing for border security makes sense to the law enforcement community. Not just Tom Homan at ICE, but the 20,000 men and women that work at ICE, the 20,000 Border Patrol agents that wear the uniform and step on the front line every day. We need this help. We need these executive orders to make sense of what we do every day.
Thanks so much, Tom. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Tom, Rob. Just like the dedicated men and women of ICE and DOJ who are unquestionably producing results every day in these fights against vicious cartels, Senate Republicans now have an opportunity this evening to deliver on one of our biggest promises to the American people. On the Hill, the Senate is gearing up for a series of votes on the Republican plans to finally repeal and replace Obamacare and replace it with the Freedom Health Care Bill. Congressional Republicans have been telling the American people that given the chance, they would save them from this increasing damage of this disastrous law. After 7 years of skyrocketing premiums and dwindling health care options, now is their chance to act. The President looks forward to seeing the Senate fulfill that promise later tonight when they finally repeal Obamacare and end the nightmares it has caused for American families and businesses. I hate to start the Q&A off on a low note, but I wanted to get ahead of some of the personnel-related questions and just let you guys know ahead of time that no, I cannot confirm whether or not Sean Spicer will be on Dancing with the Stars upon leaving the White House. And with that, I will take your questions. Jonathan.
Sarah, does the president have confidence in his chief of staff?
Look, I think I've addressed this question when it comes to staffing and personnel many times, that if the president doesn't, then he'll make that decision. We all serve at the pleasure of the president, and if he gets to a place where that isn't the case, he'll let you know.
So you can't say right now if the president has full confidence in Chief of Staff Reince Priebus?
I think I just answered that. Look, I think what we have, this is a White House that has a lot of different perspectives because the president hires the very best people. They're not always going to agree. There are going to be a lot of different ideas. Unlike previous administrations, this isn't groupthink. We all come and have a chance to voice those ideas, voice those perspectives, and have a lot of healthy competition. And with that competition, you usually get the best results. The president likes that type of competition and encourages it. The people that are here because they love the president, they love this country, and they want to see the best things happen. And sometimes you're going to have different ideas come to the table. That's all we're talking about.
Public humiliation of both the Attorney General and now the Chief of Staff, left to kind of wonder about their own fate, their own status within this administration.
I don't know that the president's spoken about that, particularly on Attorney General Sessions. Look, he's been clear that he was disappointed with his decision to recuse himself, but at the same time, as I've said, look, Attorney General Sessions knows better than anybody that the president and his campaign had nothing to do with Russia, and his decision to recuse himself was disappointing to the president. At the same time, the president wants him to do his job, do it properly. He wants him to be tough on the intelligence leaks, and he wants him to move forward.
Lindsey Graham says there will be holy hell to pay if Attorney General Sessions is fired. What does the president say to that?
You know, I haven't asked him about Lindsey Graham's comments. Matthew?
Thanks, Sarah. The Pentagon has announced that the president's statements via Twitter did not change the transgender policy in the military, and that the White House actually has to issue a policy directive to the Secretary of Defense to make that change happen. So 2 questions. Does the president plan to do so? And if so, how will that affect transgender troops that are currently serving?
As I said yesterday, the White House will work with the Department of Defense and all of the relevant parties to make sure that we fully implement this policy moving forward and do so in a lawful manner.
Well, what is the policy, and was the president aware that he can't make policy changes via statements on Twitter? Because the Pentagon is saying...
I think he was making the announcement of the policy change.
So the policy hasn't yet been formulated?
Well, like I said, they are going to have to work out the details on how that all moves forward to lawfully implement that policy change from this point.
Sarah, thank you. Moving on to health care, you talked about how Senate Republicans have the chance tonight to really undo Obamacare, but it seems like the thing that's most likely to get through is the skinny repeal. And that would just kind of, that would maybe get rid of the mandate and some other things, but it's not the massive overhaul that had been promised. So would the White House support just a skinny repeal, that being signed into law?
We certainly support progress moving forward, and that's what we're seeing taking place in the Senate right now. And I think that that's the place where we've been since we started this, is we're looking for moving the ball forward down the field, repealing and replacing it with a better healthcare system, and this is one step within that process.
But does the White House believe that a skinny repeal on its own would be enough to address the issues of premiums, you know, rising premiums and deductibles and things like that? Like, would the president sign just a skinny repeal?
Well, we've got to see what they get to tonight. We haven't seen a final piece of legislation. We're continuing to work with the Senate to make sure we get the best health care we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah, I want to ask 2 questions, one about the president's management style and one about immigration enforcement. So on the president's management style, is the president aware that occasionally, like days like yesterday when he had a big jobs announcement he wanted to roll out, that his seemingly impulsive decisions to make an announcement on transgender troops steps on his own message? Is the president aware of that dynamic, and is he interested in changing it at all?
I think the president's aware that he can walk and chew gum at the same time. This is a White House that takes on a lot of different things every day, not just one, and we're going to continue to do that moving forward.
On immigration, I have a question
Sorry,
on immigration enforcement. So this week when the president spoke in Ohio, he spoke about MS-13 and he gave a litany of the violence that they're capable of. And then he said, our guys are rougher than their guys. What did the president mean by that?
I think the president means that our guys are going to do whatever it takes to protect Americans, protect American lives, protect our borders.
Is that a license for the use of more force when it comes to making arrests against MS-13?
Look, the president wants people to do their jobs, not go beyond the scope of what they should do, but he wants to protect our country. He wants to protect American people, and he's asked the law enforcement agencies to step up and help to be part of that process, as I think we would all expect for them to.
Does he want law enforcement agencies to change the rules of the use of force when it comes to making the arrests against MS-13?
I'm not aware of any specific changes.
Hey, Sarah. Anthony Scaramucci was on CNN today talking about Reince Priebus. He said, quote, if he wants to prove he's not a leaker, let him do it. I can't imagine that you would speak on Anthony's behalf, but if you would, does he think that Reince Priebus is a leaker, or does the White House, does the president think that Reince is leaking?
I'm not going to comment on Anthony's suggestion. I'll let him answer for himself. I think I made pretty clear where the president is, and I don't have anything to add beyond that.
I have a tax question too, please. Does the president believe that tax overhaul should increase the budget deficit, or should it be revenue neutral?
Look, we're continuing to make announcements on the details of the tax reform plan. As I'm sure you all saw, there was a joint statement that came out earlier today, and we're making a lot of progress on this front. As we get closer to lining out the final details, we'll certainly be putting those out in front of all of you. The big pieces are simplification and helping take off the relief for the middle class. Those are big places that we're really focused, and we're going to continue to do that. As you saw from the statement, the border adjustment tax was taken off the table, and that's another big step forward in the process. Peter?
Sarah, can I ask you quickly about Anthony Scaramucci, a little bit of housekeeping?
Only if you do it quickly.
Fine. Has he taken an oath of office?
I'm sorry?
Has Anthony Scaramucci taken an oath of office?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have his security clearances gone through yet?
As always, we do not discuss security clearances.
Is he an official member of the White House staff now? Initially, it was announced that it would be in mid-August.
He is working at the White House, but on your other questions, I can't answer that.
Let me follow up then on December. If you would.
We're going to go with one question Thursday because we're kind of tight on time. As you guys know, the president's got to open precedent.
I was following the front row. Let me ask you about the Boy Scouts then, if I can, very quickly.
I'm going to actually go to John. Sorry, Peter.
Thank you, Sarah. I do have to ask you about the health care bill. Many who are in the Freedom Caucus say that they would oppose the skinny repeal that was referred to earlier, that if a measure came out with just ending the mandates and ending the tax on medical devices, that would, and not addressing anything else, they vote against it. Is the president aware of this, and is he making any calls for specific parts of the repeal effort?
Look, the administration's been working hand in hand on pushing repeal and replace of Obamacare. We actually like the term freedom bill a lot better because we think it addresses what this bill actually is. It removes a lot of those mandates that allow people to have the type of freedom, have states have the freedom that they want. And that was one of the big priorities for this administration. We're, happy about that progress, and we're going to wait and see where this bill ends up later this evening. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Is the president, just to follow up on what John Gizzi just asked you, I don't think you got to that particular part of the question.
Sorry.
Is the president picking up the phone? Is he calling those 7 or 8 Republican senators, making the case for them that this may be their last best hope for repealing and replacing Obamacare? And if he is, what's his message to those particular senators?
The same one he's been making all along. Let's get the job done. Let's replace a terrible health care system with a better one. And he's going to be engaged, and I'll keep you posted on any specifics and people that he talks to. Peter?
All of those Republican senators here at the White House last week, Sarah.
Sorry, guys, we're real tight on time. I'm really going to try to keep you to one question. Let's be polite to your colleagues. Go ahead, Peter.
Anthony Scaramucci said this morning that the president might veto the Russia sanctions bill, even though Senator Corker is now
withdrawn his objection, and the same version that we've already seen from the House is going to be up for the Senate vote. Is that in fact possible? Will he veto a bill that passed with just 3 negative votes in the House and 2 negative votes in the Senate?
As I said yesterday, the President and the administration support sanctions against Russia, Iran, and North Korea. We continue to support strong sanctions against those 3 countries, and we're going to wait and see what that final legislation looks like and make a decision at that point. As soon as we have a final piece of legislation, we'll let you know.
In terms of working with the DOD on this new policy, how long is it going to be before we find out what the details are?
I don't have a specific timeline, but I believe they're going to start moving on it quickly, but we'll keep you posted as those details come out. Again, I don't have a specific timeline on what that looks like, but I know that they're ready to start moving and work on that implementation. Major?
Thanks. Several Senate Republicans have sent signals to this White House. 1, don't make a recess appointment because we're not going to allow it. 2, there's not going to be a confirmation hearing if there's a new Attorney General nominated. There is a signal being sent, don't do what we fear you might be contemplating. Can you, for the betterment of the Senate Republicans who are working with this White House on a lot of issues, put to rest once and for all the status of the Attorney General? He's not going to be fired. There's not going to be a need for a recess appointment, and this issue can be laid to rest for the country and for Senate Republicans who appear, based on their public statements, to be anxious about this prospect.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure how many times you have to lay an issue to rest. I've tried many times.
No, but when you don't say the President has confidence and the President says time will tell, as he said earlier this week, I'm only telling you what Senate Republicans who are in a position to have to deal with this are saying.
Yeah, and I've answered your question, and yesterday you probably saw a statement come out from here that was more fake news from the Washington Post on the fact that we were considering a recess appointment. I think that sums that up pretty clearly. Kevin.
Thanks, Sarah. This is a little, maybe just a little bit off topic, but I want to run it by you anyway. Is the President aware of the story?
It's probably good if we mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, why not, right? Is the President aware of the story of the IT staff, or the Congressional IT staffer who most recently worked for Florida Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Imran Awan, who was recently arrested attempting to leave the country, although he said he was not trying to flee the country. Is the President aware of that particular circumstance, and is he satisfied with the pace of the investigation?
I haven't had a conversation with him specifically about that, but I do think it is something we should fully look into, and there should be a thorough investigation on that. Kristen.
Since we only have one question, I'm going to ask you about the Boy Scouts.
You got to make it count.
Chief wrote this to family members who were at the President's events earlier this week. I want to extend my sincere apologies to those in our scouting family who were offended by the political rhetoric that was inserted into the Jamboree. That was never our intent. We sincerely regret that politics were inserted into the scouting program. Does the President owe the Boy Scouts an apology?
I was at that event, and I saw nothing but roughly 40 to 45,000 Boy Scouts cheering the President on throughout his remarks, and I think they were pretty excited that he was there and happy to hear him speak to them. Zeke?
Why is that the Boy Scouts have acknowledged that there is a problem? A lot of parents have expressed frustration in the wake of those comments and felt the need to actually write a letter about it. So does the President owe them an apology?
Again, I was at that event and heard nothing but a lot of cheering and probably one of the most energetic crowds I've seen in front of the President. And so I don't have anything to add. I haven't seen the statement from the Boy Scouts, so I can't comment any further than what I saw firsthand, and that was a lot of individuals, roughly 40 to 45,000 as reported, cheering the President on. Zeke.
I have two for you real quick, if you don't
You
mind.
have one. Remember, there's a rule today.
I'll be quick. First, on Anthony Scaramucci on CNN this morning, he said he had a conversation with Attorney General Jeff Sessions about these supposed leaks. That would appear to violate DOJ guidelines, so I was hoping you could provide some clarity on that front. And secondly, out of Alaska today, the local paper there is reporting that Senator Murkowski received a phone call from Secretary of Interior Zinke threatening the people of, essentially threatening the services and federal dollars that were spent and the administration's posture towards the people of Alaska if she voted a certain way on the health care bill. I was hoping you could confirm that and discuss whether that sort of conversation, if it happened, would be appropriate.
I'll answer both of your questions with one answer so that it keeps it somewhat fair, since you kind of broke the rules. But I'm not going to speak about conversations between cabinet members and other individuals that I wasn't a part of and haven't had a chance to talk to either individual about. Francesca?
Thank you, Sarah. You suggested that the president continues to have confidence in Reince Priebus based on the fact that he's still in the position, and he's a friend of Anthony Scaramucci, who's coming into the administration. At this point, based on what we've seen quite publicly playing out, though, does he think they at least need to sit down and talk, as House Speaker Paul Ryan said, and get whatever this is out of their system so that they can start off on the right foot here?
I don't know if he has an opinion on what they should do between the two of them. I think the president, as always, enjoys healthy competition and conversation, and he sees that as such. I've got to wrap up here because the president is getting ready to do an event, which I know you all probably want to attend. And I want to leave you with just one last thing before I close out on an important development. You guys love to talk about Russia, and there's been nonstop coverage. And the one day that there might have been a question on Russia, there wasn't. Often we have a lot of media with Russia first, and but today there was public testimony that further discredited the phony dossier that's been the source of so much of the fake news and conspiracy theories, and we learned that the firm that produced it was also being paid by the Russians. This is yet the latest piece of evidence that vindicates what the president has said, that this is a witch hunt and a hoax. And it's a shame that the president and the country have had to go through this charade continually, and hopefully this will help us move forward in that process. And with that, thank you guys so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
What is the definition of healthy competition? Are they going for that same job?
All right, everybody, we are going to be taking you to the White House, where President Trump is set to honor the first responders that came to the rescue of the congressman that was shot a couple of months ago. So we'll have that for you coming up next on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
employees down up there. They don't even move the pool.
They don't?
I don't think so. I don't know.
They need to.
Only time I've done is the PGA.
Yeah, they need to stay on campus. What are the mooches? What are the mooches? Like Alex is over here. Who is your talker? What up, easy money?
All right, everybody, while we do wait for the president to have his ceremony, we're going to go out to the State Department that just started to be back in progress.
Sector. I've worked in the private sector. I have never once been asked to fill out a survey at any job that I have had where my company has asked, you know, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about your position? Where do you think we could cut the fat? And so what the State Department did is really incredible. I mean, you've never heard of a government agency, I'm willing to bet, that has actually asked its employees how it feels about their mission, how it feels about their job, and where there might be waste or where there might be positive areas. So, you know, first I want to start out by saying, you know, this is a really incredible feat that we undertook and that our employees were involved with. You ask about the Global Criminal Justice Office, and that office will remain, the functions of that office will remain here at the State Department. They continue to operate and handle issues related to
Please be seated. To members of Congress, our distinguished guests, members of the law enforcement community from all across the United States, on behalf of the First Family, welcome to the White House. And welcome to American Heroes Week here in our nation's capital. 1 month ago today, America woke to shocking news that a gunman had opened fire on a baseball diamond just south of our nation's capital. But in the wake of that horrific attack, our nation was deeply inspired by the heroism of America's first responders, and we celebrate that today. Today, President Trump will pay a debt of gratitude to the men and women who inspired the nation that day and all they represent. This week, good news. The nation rejoiced with word that Congressman Steve Scalise was released from the hospital. And Steve, I know you're watching, so let me say we're inspired and relieved by your recovery. It's an answer to prayer. And we're especially honored to be joined today by your remarkable and courageous wife, Jennifer. Jennifer, I know I speak for the President when I say that you and the kids will remain in our prayers until Steve is back to work. Jennifer also wanted me to recognize two medical professionals who cared for Congressman Scalise from the very moment he arrived at the hospital and tended to the others who were wounded that day. Trauma surgeon Jack Sava and Dr. Robert Golden of MedStar Washington Hospital Center saved lives, and we're honored by your presence today. But finally, here on American Heroes Week, we gather in particular to honor 5 truly remarkable Americans who, without regard to their personal safety, rushed into harm's way and prevented an even greater national tragedy. Join me in welcoming 5 American heroes here to the East Room at the White House. Officer Kevin Jobe of the Alexandria Police. Officer Alexander Jensen of the Alexandria Police. Officer Nicole Battaglia of the Alexandria Police. Officer David Bailey of the United States Capitol Police. And Officer Crystal Greiner of the United States Capitol Police. As you will hear more in a moment, these 5 officers exemplify the best of law enforcement in this country, and they honor us by their presence today. Before we welcome the President, would you just join me in showing one more round of applause to 5 remarkable Americans and all the men and women in law enforcement that they represent here at the White House today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Please sit down. Thank you. And thank you to Vice President for doing a fantastic job and for the introduction. We welcome you all, members of Congress and distinguished guests. We are gathered here today for a very, very special occasion as we pay tribute to real heroes whose courageous actions under fire saved so many lives in Alexandria, Virginia, just 6 weeks ago. On the morning of June 14th, several members of Congress began their day on the baseball diamond, practicing for one of this town's greatest traditions, the annual charity Congressional baseball game. It was just another beautiful morning until the unthinkable happened. The familiar sounds of baseball were suddenly interrupted by loud, vicious gunfire. Matt Micah, Zachary Barth, and beloved Congressman and my friend Steve Scalise were each shot during an attack. Others were injured trying to evade the incoming bullets, of which there were many. Fortunately, from the moment that gunman began to shoot, he was met by return fire. Capitol Police Special Agents David Bailey and Crystal Griner raced through the bullets, and that's exactly what they did. They raced through the bullets and immediately engaged the gunman. Minutes later, members of the Alexandria Police Department arrived on the scene. Officers Nicole Battaglia, Kevin Job, and Alex Jensen joined the fight. Special Agent Griner was shot in the leg, visitor in the hospital. She was hurt very badly. And shrapnel injured Special Agent Bailey as bullets swirled all around him. Despite their injuries, both officers heroically continued to face down the gunman until they brought him down. And he had rifles. They had handguns. It's a big difference. These officers saved the lives of every innocent person on the field that day. Many of them friends of Mike and myself. They are American heroes, and we salute them. That is so beautiful. Thank you. We also salute the members of Congress who acted with such bravery in the face of danger, shielding each other and caring for the injured. We honor today the emergency dispatchers who directed the first responders to the scene within seconds. They really acted quickly. I especially want to recognize all of the personnel from the Alexandria Fire Department and the U.S. Park Police Aviation Unit for providing life support in a crisis where every second mattered. Thank you for what you did that day and for what you do every single day. Thank you very much. We also express our deep appreciation for the paramedics, doctors, nurses, and surgeons from MedStar Washington Hospital and George Washington University Hospital for saving the lives of the wounded. Joining us today is Congressman Scalise's medical team. Dr. Jack Safa, where's Jack? Dr. Seva. Stand up, Jack. Come on. That's beautiful. MedStar's Director of Trauma Surgery, and Dr. Robert Golden, the Director of Orthopedic Trauma. Doctor, congratulations. They were a lot more worried that night at the hospital, weren't they? Great job. You have the gratitude of the entire nation. Thank you for caring for the victims and for your dear friend, Steve, and he is our dear friend. Steve is a fighter. We've known that for a long time. This week, he was discharged from the hospital and is now beginning weeks of intensive rehabilitation at an inpatient facility. He will recover. We are praying for him. We're pulling for him. And we are sending his family our support and our love. Steve's great wife, who I've gotten to know, Jennifer, is here with us today. And we applaud the strength and courage that she has shown throughout this incredible ordeal. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. Other Americans responded to this tragedy in ways that remind us how much stronger we are when we're united. When the Congressional baseball game was played just one day later, nearly 25,000 people turned out, by far a record. They raised more than $1.5 million for charity, also by far a record. The citizens of Steve's home parish organized a blood drive in his name, and Vice President Pence donated his blood at the Congressional blood drive. Thank you, Mike. Just recently, House Republicans and Democrats introduced a bill to provide support to Capitol police officers who are injured on duty. People have been looking at this for a long time, but Jennifer, you can tell Steve that he pulled it off, okay? That's better than being a whip. I hope it gets to my desk soon. I will sign it immediately, okay? The assault on June 14th reminded us that evil exists in this world, but it also reminded us that heroes walk in our midst, that love triumphs over tragedy, and that our resolve is stronger than ever. We praise America's law enforcement, and I've been praising them for a long time. They are unbelievable people. For being tough, for doing the tough jobs, the dangerous jobs, and sometimes thankless jobs with tremendous integrity, devotion, and courage. So I just want to thank law enforcement generally. Thank you. I can only tell you from the campaign, the people love you, they respect you, and they admire you. So I know you go through a lot, but they have great admiration, so just remember that, please. Today, I'm deeply honored to present our nation's highest award for a public safety officer, the Medal of Valor to Special Agent Crystal Griner, Special Agent David Bailey, and Alexandria Police Department officers Nicole Battaglia, Kevin Job, and Alex Jensen. The Medal of Valor is reserved for those who go above and beyond the call of duty, as each of these men and women did that on that fateful day, and they did it with great courage, and they did it with instinct. When our human instincts tell us to run, there's danger. Our police and first responders run straight at it, standing in the breach, protecting the innocent and keeping our loved ones safe. Now I would like the military aide to read the citation as these great American heroes step forward to receive the Medal of Valor.
Special Agent Crystal Griner. Medal of Valor presented to Special Agent Crystal Griner, U.S. Capitol Police, District of Columbia, for bravery and composure while engaged in an active shooter incident. Despite being shot, Special Agent Griner placed herself in mortal danger to save the lives of members of Congress, attending family members, and congressional staff during a charity softball practice at Eugene Simpson Memorial Park in Alexandria, Virginia. Special Agent David Bailey. Medal of Valor presented to Special Agent David Bailey, U.S. Capitol Police, District of Columbia, for taking brave and decisive action to subdue an active shooter. Special Agent Bailey was shot during the exchange of gunfire, but continued to advance the shooter without benefit of cover until the active shooter was subdued, saving the lives of members of Congress, attending family members, and congressional staff. Officer Nicole Battaglia. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Nicole Battaglia, Alexandria Police Department, Virginia, for demonstrating extraordinary courage in saving the lives of 2 U.S. Capitol Police officers, members of Congress, their families, and congressional staff. Officer Battaglia engaged the assailant, exchanging gunfire at close range and ultimately neutralizing him. Officer Alexander Jensen. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Alex Jensen, Alexandria Police Department, Virginia. For swift and valiant action in responding to an active shooter, Officer Jensen put himself in harm's way during the active shooter incident, moving without cover and drawing fire from the assailant until the assailant was subdued and the safety of the members of Congress, their families, and congressional staff was ensured. Officer Kevin Job. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Kevin Job, Alexandria Police Department, Virginia, for placing himself in grave danger to protect 2 U.S. Capitol Police officers, members of Congress, their families, and congressional staff. Officer Job engaged in an active shooter, neutralizing a volatile gunman, and preventing further injuries to innocent bystanders in the park.
Very brave people, great people. Congratulations to all of you. We are forever in your debt. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our truly amazing law enforcement. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats until the President has departed the East Room.
All right, so there you have it, President Trump honoring those heroes at the White House, receiving the Medal of Valor for their outstanding work in saving the lives of many on that diamond on that morning.
categories of spending, be it defense or non-defense discretionary spending. The budgetary problem we have is mandatory spending. This is not breaking news. This is nothing that's controversial. Anybody who's taken an honest look at the numbers can come to no other conclusion. The discretionary portion of the budget, which used to be the lion's share of the budget, has been relatively flat, actually has even declined in recent years. The mandatory spending has been going through the roof. Of course, there are multiple problems with this, not the least of which is at this kind of growth in mandatory spending, first thing it does is squeezes out all other categories of spending. We're already living through that as the discretionary spending, including on our nation's defense, have been declining because you can't do so much of both. But in time, you could zero out all the discretionary spending and there still won't be enough for all the mandatory spending that is coming our way if we stay on the path that we're on. So where is all this mandatory spending coming from? Well, the next chart shows that pretty clearly. The bulk of mandatory spending, especially in recent years, is from Medicaid. And the reason I say that is Social Security is a big program, but Social Security has a dedicated revenue stream. It's the payroll tax. Historically, it used to cover all of it. For a while there, covered more than the ongoing payments for Social Security. And while that fluctuated when we suspended the payroll tax, by and large, the payroll tax pays most of the Social Security costs that we have day to day. Medicare also has a revenue stream that is dedicated from payroll taxes, but it doesn't cover nearly as large a percentage of the Medicare cost as Social Security. So you see the green line generally is higher than the blue line. But the line that's higher than all by far is the Medicaid line, because there is no dedicated revenue stream to Medicaid, and the net expense, therefore, is by far the biggest of all our entitlement programs. Medicaid has been growing at a really shocking rate for years. In 1980, Medicaid spending was only 2.4% of our budget, 0.5% of our economy. By 95, it was almost 6% of our budget. And today, it's 10% of our whole budget, 17% of all health care spending. So this is happening because Medicaid is growing much faster than our economy is growing. And the fact is, no federal program can grow faster than the economy indefinitely, because the economy has to fund the entire federal government. Hopefully, funding the government is only a portion of what our economy is doing. The main purpose of our economy is to provide a livelihood for the people who create it. But Medicaid, as you can see, is growing at a staggering rate compared to our economy as measured by GDP. This picture, this right here, summarizes, really, for me, the very definition of an unsustainable federal program. Because as it continues to grow at a rate that's much greater than our economy, it necessarily is consuming an ever greater percentage, an ever greater portion of our economy and our federal budget.
All right, everyone. Looks like they have taken away that feed from the Senate floor, so what we're going to do instead is take you live to the House floor.
Today, this legislation we're considering continues that critical work. Mr. Chairman, this four-bill package is carefully crafted to fund our critical military priorities, reinforce our nuclear deterrent, support veterans, and make our borders more secure, and strengthen protection for our constituents and for members. Once again, I want to thank Chairwoman Kay Granger, Chairman Mike Simpson, Charlie Dent, Kevin Yoner, all chairmen, and their ranking counterparts, and our remarkable staff for bringing us to the finish line this afternoon, earlier than we thought. I also want to thank the rest of the members of the Appropriations Committee and staff for their extraordinary efforts over the past several months. It was full speed ahead, and they performed in a remarkable way. I'd like to note the work of our clerk, Nancy Fox, and her team, Jim Kulikowski, Carol Murphy, Shannon O'Keefe, Stephen Sepp, Maureen Halloran, Jennifer Hing, Martha Demlo Hernandez, Tammy Hughes, Rachel Kaler, David Roth, and my personal office, Katie Hazlett. and those who work with Ms. Lowy, and this may be the short list, Shalanda Young, Chris Bigelow, Adam Berg, also Becky Legere, who's been here, and may I say, I didn't mean to leave out Chairman Carter, Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, for the work that he's done. My colleagues, each and every one of these bills deserves to be sent to the President's desk. And I look forward to completing our work on all 12 appropriations bills as when we return from the recess, or perhaps even before then. I urge the support of the bill, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 115-261.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I wish we were considering bills under regular order, but I hope that in the weeks ahead we can work together to raise the budget caps and enact bipartisan bills we can all support. I want to thank Chairman Frelinghuysen, my friend, and Kay Granger, the chair, and of course Pete Fiskowski for your hard work on this bill. However, this is not the regular way to proceed. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, which would waste $1.6 billion on Trump's border wall, use fraudulent defense numbers, guts critical investments in clean energy, includes poison pill riders, and leaves the remaining spending bills with no path forward. So as we conclude, I want to thank again all the members, all my hardworking staff on both sides of the aisle, but on this bill, I urge a no vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Anything I should have said in addition?
Gentleman from Indiana seek recognition.
I do. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the request for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by Mr. DeSantis of Florida to the end that the chair put the question de novo.
The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 115-261, offered by Mr. DeSantis of Florida.
Is there objection to the request? Without objection, the request for a recorded vote is withdrawn. The chair will put the question de novo. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Florida. In favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report 115-261. Clause 6 of Rule 18. Proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 115-261, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 10 by Mr. Suozzi of New York. Amendment number 12 by Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 38 by Mr. Nadler of New York. Amendment number 43 by Mr. Cartwright of Pennsylvania. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the time for any electronic votes after the first vote in the series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 10, printed in Part B of House Report 115-261 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 10, printed in Part B of House Report Number 115-261, offered by Mr. Swazi of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
All right, everyone. We are now going live back to the Senate floor to see what activity is happening there.
Obamacare came along and created a new category of eligibility. Under President Obama, for the first time, under Obamacare, a new category was created, and that is adult, working-age, able-bodied people with no dependents would now be eligible for Medicaid if their income was below 138% of the poverty line. And the federal government would pay all of the cost initially, and then after a short period of time, it would go to 90%, and then the federal government would pay 90% in perpetuity. Well, there's a few problems with this design. The most fundamental and obvious is the federal government couldn't afford this. We were not on a sustainable path before, and now we've created this whole new liability that can only make it worse and bring a fiscal crisis closer to the present. And the second thing is, when states have no skin in the game, we find out that they behave as though they have no skin in the game. When states have to contribute only 10% of the cost, think about it. Every dollar a state spends in this category gets matched with 9 federal dollars, 9 free dollars. That's a huge incentive to spend a lot, and guess what? That's exactly what they've done. Medicaid spending in this category has ended up being over 50% more than what was expecting. So what did the Senate propose in our legislation? We proposed not that we would disallow this coverage, not that we would eliminate this category of eligibility, not that we would throw a single person off Medicaid. We've said, in fact, we'll codify the expansion. We'll make it permanent. No one loses eligibility. No one gets thrown off. But what we would do is gradually, over 7 years, we'll ask states to pay their fair share for this new category, this expansion category, the able-bodied adults with no dependents. We'll ask the states to pay the same amount for these folks that they pay for the traditional 4 categories of eligibility. That's the first category. The second reform that we proposed is what I alluded to earlier, the Bill Clinton Democratic Senate proposal of establishing per-beneficiary caps. And that was in our legislation. On those caps, though, what the underlying Senate bill did was allow the spending to grow very rapidly on those caps. Only in the 8th year did we ask that the growth rate slow down slightly so that we would have a reasonable chance that the growth in the program would be about the same as the economy. So that's what we proposed. That was what was in the bill. That's what we've been hearing about all these draconian cuts. So let's get into the discussion about these cuts. We have another chart here that illustrates some of this, because this has been a favorite theme for some of my colleagues on the other side to talk about all these cuts. Well, if you look at CBO's score, now again, this is the Senate BCRA, the legislation that We didn't get enough votes this week to pass this, but I hope we'll revisit this. The largest of the so-called cuts in Medicaid spending comes from CBO's assumption that if you repeal the individual mandate, right, the statute that says you must buy insurance, you must have insurance, if we repeal that, millions of people on Medicaid, millions of people who get free health insurance will decide, oh, I don't want free health insurance anymore. If I'm not being forced to buy it, I'm not going to take free health care. Why would I do that? Okay, I don't know about you, but that's a little counterintuitive to me. And to my friend from Oregon who was attacking the so-called skinny bill, 100% of the so-called Medicaid cuts in that bill come from exactly this source. The assumption that if people are not forced by the government to have insurance, they won't want Medicaid. You can decide how much credibility you want to put in that assumption. It strikes me as ridiculous. But that's the truth. That's the reality of the so-called CBO cuts in Medicaid. In the BCRA, that was only the lion's share of the so-called cuts. Another category of so-called cuts to Medicaid in the CBO analysis of the BCRA is their assumptions about expansion. They decide that under current law, if nothing else happens, a whole lot of states will choose to become Medicaid expansion states. They haven't made that choice yet. They can't point to which ones. It's a political decision in the various states. They don't know who's going to be leading those states. They have no idea about how that would happen, but yet they predict that states that have chosen thus far not to be Medicaid expansion states would adopt the expansion under current law. But if we pass the law that was proposed earlier, those states will not make that decision. And furthermore, some states that have expanded will rescind the decision to expand. Any honest person, including the folks at the CBO, have to acknowledge this is entirely speculative. It's entirely speculative. They can't name a single state that will expand under the current law, but hasn't yet. They can't name a single state that would rescind its expansion, having already done so. They're just speculating that that could happen. That, my friends, is the lion's share of the CBO's headline numbers about all these cuts in Medicaid. And despite that, we go to chart 5. Despite that, even if you accept the CBO's unbelievable assumptions that people only participate in Medicaid if they're forced to, and that these mysterious states will expand and others won't. Even if you accepted all of them, these are the draconian cuts. Each and every year, under the BCRA, federal spending on Medicaid grows. It grows every year. Every single year. So it's only in Washington can spending increase every year, and it's a draconian cut. No, the truth of the matter is, what we do under that legislation is we slow down the rate of growth. We slow the rate at which the program grows to a rate that is sustainable, so that this program is viable, so that we are diminishing the certainty of a fiscal crisis. That's what we do. Now, if somebody's got a better idea for how we put Medicaid on a sustainable path, I'm all ears. I'd love to hear it. And we did. In the 90s, our Democratic colleagues proposed exactly what we're proposing now. That was a very constructive idea. Unfortunately, there wasn't a consensus to do it, and that's a shame. But I would urge my Democratic colleagues to go back to their notes, go back to the discussion, go back to the arguments they were making together with President Bill Clinton on the floor of this Senate and around the country about Medicaid, because we're making those arguments now. You'd think we might be able to find some common ground. Mr. President, fact is Medicaid is a very, very important program. The most vulnerable Americans depend on Medicaid to a very significant degree. The fact is, in its current form, it is unsustainable. Our Democratic colleagues in the past have used to recognize this. They used to acknowledge this, and they used to want to do something about it. I urge them to return to that attitude so that we can work together and get something done. The sooner we act on this, the sooner we can have gradual sensible, thoughtful reforms that make the program sustainable and allow our states to plan for these change and allow for a transition. If we wait too long, the fiscal crisis that will hit us will force sudden and draconian changes. Mr. President, we're not going to vote on this provision today. This was embedded in the BCRA. That is behind us this week. But it is my hope that we will pass a version of Obamacare repeal that will enable us to go to conference, that will be able to begin to repair the enormous damage to the individual markets that Obamacare has done, that we'll be able to stabilize them, that we'll be able to move in the direction of consumers actually having control of their own health care once again, and that we will put Medicaid on a sustainable path because the time is overdue. I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
How much time remains on our side?
The senator has 3 minutes remaining.
I'm going to be very brief. Just to respond to my friend from Pennsylvania, number one, none of what he has discussed has come up in the Senate Finance Committee. What I can tell you about past debates is our side was always interested in reform-minded ideas, for example, bringing the private sector into the delivery system of Medicaid. That's number one. Number two, we still have not seen the skinny bill. I said earlier, who knows what happened at the Republican Senate lunch between one course and another. We would like to see the skinny bill. And I think once again, we have heard from the other side that they disagree with the umpire. They disagree with the non-partial CBO, and I think that's unfortunate. With that, Mr. President, I yield.
The senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
I ask for consent to speak for 17 minutes.
Without objection.
And it's my understanding that if the managers need time to break into my speech, I'll be glad to accommodate that. I rise today to inject a dose of badly needed reality into this very important debate. Health care is a profoundly personal issue that matters to every single American. In fact, every single senator in this body ought to agree on this point. Health care hits home for each and every constituent we represent from our home states. From standard wellness checks to life-saving cancer treatments, each of us wants the best, most effective, and affordable medical care for the people we love and for ourselves. As policymakers, it's our job to solve problems. And it goes without saying that we're facing a big problem right now. Access to affordable health care is simply out of touch for millions of Americans. And that's despite the promises made over and over again. Remember that Obamacare was rammed through on a last-ditch Christmas Eve party line vote. Look at what that got us. Health insurance markets are collapsing around the country. Since 2013, the average premium increase on the individual market has jumped 105%. Remember when President Obama promised affordable health care for all? He promised we could keep our doctor, promised that Americans, they could keep their health care plan, and he promised all Americans that their premiums would go down by $2,500. Now, we all know Obamacare did not uphold these promises. Instead, we got higher taxes, costly penalties, double-digit premium increases, and unaffordable co-pays, job and wage-crushing employer mandates, and thickets of federal regulations. And now, Obamacare is collapsing. No one on the other side of the aisle has made an attempt to legislate remedies to the law despite its grave condition. At this very moment, 72,000 Iowans in my home state are gripped with uncertainty. 2 insurance carriers have dropped out of the exchanges, leaving only one to offer individual plans starting in January. The policies offered by that insurance company will go up over 40% next year on huge increases, on top of huge increases this year, making it still unaffordable. Obamacare is unsustainable, unaffordable, and unacceptable. This brings me then to the reality check that I mentioned when I started. As I listen to some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I'm frankly astounded that they can deliver their talking points with a straight face. They would like the American people to believe that Republicans are dead set on ripping health care away from children, the elderly, and the disabled. Despite their red-hot rhetoric, we have neither horns nor tails, but we are dead set on working out the devilish details to get to yes. Democrats' hyperbole and fear-mongering are standing in the way of getting the job done for the American people. Fear is easy to achieve. Legislating in good faith is hard work. Obamacare defenders would rather disparage than engage. They would rather obstruct a path forward than to construct a path forward. They're standing in the way of solving problems, and in the process, they're scaring the living daylights out of hardworking Americans who aren't able to stretch their paychecks to afford health insurance for their families. If there is one job the defenders of the big government have mastered, it's the role of Chicken Little. They squawk, cluck, and crow at every opportunity to grow the size, scope, and reach of government into our daily lives. To their way of thinking, Obamacare was a step towards single payer. They will say and do whatever it takes to secure sweeping, universal government control of the health care system, no matter how much it costs the taxpaying public, the toll it takes on the U.S. economy, or the loss of personal freedom. Their message is dead wrong. Our reform efforts are not making the sky fall. The Democrat rhetoric reminds me of a similar situation. The debate 20-some years ago was to reform welfare by reining in runaway federal spending and increasing the independence of individuals. Just like now, that debate was full of dire predictions. Some of my colleagues will recall the late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, New York, chairman, then Senate Finance Committee. He strongly opposed efforts to reform the welfare system. He predicted that the bipartisan proposals would result in an apocalypse and said, quote, "If in 10 years' time we find children sleeping on grates, picked up in the morning frozen, and ask why are they here scavenging, awful to themselves, awful to one another, well, will anyone remember how it began? It will have begun on the House floor this spring and the Senate chamber this autumn." That's the end of the quote 20 years ago from Senator Moynihan. The facts will show that welfare reform was, in fact, not, quote, legislative child abuse, unquote, as the former senator of Massachusetts, Ted Kennedy, predicted. Quite to the contrary, two decades since historic bipartisan welfare reform was enacted, reality shatters this doomsday prophecy of 20 years ago. The reality is that African American children living in poverty has fallen to its lowest level in history. The problem still exists and deserves our attention, of course, but 1.5 million fewer children are in poverty today. 3 4/10 million more families are independent from assistance. At the time of welfare reform, the Chicken Littles forecasted homelessness, poverty, and despair. Senator Moynihan also said that requiring welfare recipients to work and limiting the length of time that they could collect benefits added up to, quote, the most brutal act of social policy since Reconstruction. Those involved will take this disgrace to their graves, end of quote. With all due respect to the memories of my former colleagues, their rhetoric simply does not square with reality. The 1996 welfare reform law lifted millions out of generational poverty, replacing lifelong impoverishment and lifestyles of dependency with livelihoods restored with hope and opportunity. These facts separate Democrat rhetoric from reality. In the absence of a credible reason to continue with Obamacare's failure, the only defense tactic left to the Democrats is fear. In a similar vein to her predecessor from New York, former Senator and Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton said, quote, if Republicans pass this bill, they're the death party, end of quote. In another similar vein, to her predecessor, another senator from Massachusetts said, quote, I've read the Republican health care bill. This is blood money. They're paying for tax cuts with American lives. They are not alone in their obstructionism. The minority leader has said that Republican-led efforts to reform Obamacare are, quote, heartless. It is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It brings shame on the body of the Senate, end of quote. Another Democrat chimed in that the Senate bill is, quote unquote, downright diabolical and would be, additional quote, one of the blackest marks on our national history. Still, another Democrat said his constituents are, quote, scared for their children. They're scared for their spouses. They're scared for their aging parents and scared for their own health and well-being, end of quote. Another one chimed in, quote, our emergency rooms would be overwhelmed. They would be unable to deal with the scope of that kind of humanitarian need. Not surprisingly, that was end of quote. Not surprisingly, the law's champion-in-chief, President Obama, has fueled the fear factor, saying that Americans' efforts to reform the health care law would put pregnant mothers, addicts, children with disabilities, and poor adults in harm's way. Such overheated rhetoric shows Democrats have abandoned rhyme, reason, and reality. Too often the arguments from the other side are based on what a Medicare was supposed to do, not what it actually did, which fell far short of projections from the experts. Defenders of Obamacare are relying on a phantom rather than the reality of the law. Democrats are refusing to work with us towards a better solution that truly works. After years of neglecting consequential problems with a partisan passed law now on the books, they say they have a better deal. Let me tell you, thousands of Iowa families and small business owners have contacted me with their personal stories of hardships. To them, Obamacare has been nothing but a raw deal rather than a better deal. What good is having insurance, they say, if it's too expensive to use? After more than 7 years of Obamacare, the chickens have come home to roost. And in less than 10 years, look what happened when government gets in the way of the free market and consumer choice. Well, it's obvious. Higher premiums, bigger co-pays, fewer choices, less freedom. Health insurance that costs too much to use is just not working for hardworking American families. I'll end my speech today with an appeal for an Iowan from Avoca, Iowa. She has contacted me many times about the hardships her family has experienced since Obamacare was enacted. She pays more than $25,000 a year to insure her family in the individual market. If that sounds like chicken feed to some of the Obamacare defenders, I urge you with all sincerity to get your heads out of the clouds and join us to fix this flawed law. Republicans and Democrats can work together for the greater good of the country. It is said, when there is a will, there's a way. Many of us recognize that Obamacare isn't working as promised. Half of us voted this week to move ahead to fix this problem. The other half is blocking any effort put forward to reform the broken law. They're digging in their heels and pulling out all stops of any solution and doing it and stopping it dead in its tracks. Again, it reminds me of those who fought tooth and nail to stop welfare reform 20 years ago. I've quoted those people from 20 years ago. At the time, they predicted the most dire consequences would befall our most vulnerable citizens. Thank goodness the pessimists back then did not prevail in their obstruction against welfare reform. While welfare reform has not been perfect, it has restored hope and opportunity to millions of Americans. We can't afford to let the pessimists and obstructionists prevail today against health care reform, and they seem to be acting like the very same people that opposed welfare reform 20 years ago. The American people deserve high-quality, affordable health care. Obamacare has not lived up to its promises. So, it's time elected leaders lived up to our promise that we made to the American people. Let's worry less about who wins and worry more about who will lose when Congress fails to restore the collapsing federal law. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the time until 5 p.m. be equally divided between the managers or their designees, and that at 5 p.m. the Senate vote in relation to the Strange Amendment number 389. Further, that following disposition of the Strange Amendment, the Senate proceed to the consideration of H.R. 3364, which was received from the House, that there be 20 minutes of debate equally divided between the leaders or the designees, that following the use or yielding back of that time, the bill be read a third time and the Senate vote on passage of H.R. 3364. Finally, that following disposition of H.R. 3364, the Senate resume consideration of H.R. 1628.
Is there objection? Without objection.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at a live feed coming in from the Senate floor.
Obamacare health care law. We've heard from our colleagues across the aisle question our motives and our actions. Congress literally has millions upon millions of reasons to replace and repeal this law. Hardworking American families who are begging us to provide them with some relief. These are families that are forced to purchase high-deductible coverage insurance and are facing thousands of dollars of out-of-pocket costs before their coverage even begins. For them, the status quo of doing nothing is not an option. For Senate Republicans, rescuing the American people from this law is our only option. What the defenders of this law don't seem to grasp or are unwilling to admit is that Obamacare is not affordable insurance and has been a crisis-inducing failure. This is why Republicans are working to fix the damage. Insurance markets are collapsing, premiums are soaring, and health care choices are disappearing. Americans expect the Congress and the President to address the problem. With Obamacare getting worse by the day, the time to act is now. Just look at my home state of Wyoming, which is down to one insurer in the individual market, both on and off the exchange. This should be treated as the national scandal it is. Some on the other side of the aisle like to focus on how many people are insured under the law. But let's look at how many are not insured. Almost 28 million Americans remain without insurance under Obamacare because they cannot afford insurance or no longer have access to it due to Obamacare's collapsing markets in their state or county. But coverage numbers can be misleading because even with insurance, many hardworking families still cannot afford the care due to surging deductibles. Insurance with sky-high deductibles is coverage in name only. When it comes to Medicaid coverage, what most news stories won't tell you is that the newly insured only gained coverage through a flawed Medicaid program that's providing inferior quality and threatening to bankrupt states across the nation. Democrat leader Nancy Pelosi famously said, quote, "Congress would have to pass the bill to find out what's in it," end quote. Well, Americans soon discovered that President Obama and congressional Democrats focused almost exclusively on coverage numbers boosted by government mandates handed down from Washington. Instead of true health care reforms that might have actually provided better care, provided affordable care, Obama's alleged coverage numbers are only on paper. Coverage was their sacred cow, worshipped above all others, because for President Obama, for Nancy Pelosi, and for Harry Reid, coverage equaled health care. Large coverage numbers touted by the Obama administration and congressional Democrats has proven to have the health care utility of a pet rock. You remember the pet rock? Millions of people purchased a rock. It was very nicely packaged in a box. They'd bring it home and open it up and find a rock. Pet or not, it served no purpose other than its name, a pet rock. This is essentially how Obamacare has worked, except people were forced to purchase this marketing gimmick. Americans have purchased insurance through Obamacare exchanges with the promise of accessible coverage. What they actually received, however, is coverage in name only. It serves no health care purpose and it doesn't work, merely packaging a pet rock, if you will, and millions of Americans soon found out. The high cost of insurance plans they forced people to buy made it nearly impossible for them to pay for the coverage they signed up for. Or if they could afford coverage, they realized the care they were paying for came with sky-high deductibles. Congressional Democrats and President Obama focused almost exclusively on the numbers of people now enrolled in Obamacare and relentlessly highlighted this information, which showed that this law was used mainly for public relations purposes at a large cost, as opposed to an actual policy accomplishment. Instead, the reality is that Americans who were able to get insurance were often plagued with inadequate coverage, joined with enormous out-of-pocket costs. Senators from across the country this week have been sharing stories about families in their states that have had to forego medical care, not because they don't have insurance, but because it was simply too expensive to go to the doctor under the Obamacare health plan. For years, Republicans have pledged to repeal this disastrous law, and this week, we're working to address the broken promises of Obamacare to help ensure better care for each and every American. We are doing this by working to stabilize collapsing insurance markets that have left millions of Americans with no options, which will help improve the affordability of health insurance and therefore health care. Our goals are to preserve access to care for Americans with pre-existing conditions and to safeguard Medicaid for those who need it most by giving states more flexibility while ensuring those who rely on this program won't have the rug pulled out from under them. Most importantly, Republicans hope to free the American people from onerous Obamacare mandates that require them to purchase insurance they don't want or can't afford. The President and Republicans in Congress last fall promised to rescue the millions of American families suffering under Obamacare, which is what this bill will do. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President?
The senator from Missouri.
Can I inquire the remaining Republican time?
3 minutes.
Majority time is 3 minutes?
Yes.
I'd better, I think Senator Strange is coming. I'll take my time later.
Okay, everyone, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed from the Senate floor. They're continuing the debate. They're continuing the debates to repeal and replace Obamacare. We know that there are about 6 hours of debate remaining. So far, all Senate Republican versions of the health care bill voted on have failed. Earlier today, they voted on a single-payer system that also failed. Some of the efforts included repeal and replace, repeal in 2 years, and what was voted on earlier today, a single-payer system. All of these efforts have been defeated. According to Senator Chuck Schumer, the minority leader, no more Democratic amendments would be made until the Republicans showed them the final bill. I know one of the complaints by Democrats is that this bill was sort of devised in private with very little or non-existent input from the other side of the aisle. We know that Senator McCain talked about this on the Senate floor just a few days ago, how both sides of the aisle, both the right and the left, the Republicans and the Democrats, need to come together to agree on a health care bill that will make most people happy. And as I mentioned, we do have some video from earlier of Senator Schumer on the Senate floor while we wait for the next person to speak live on the Senate floor. Why don't we go ahead and listen in on some of the debate from earlier today?
said. The Congressional Office, the Budget Office, nonpartisan, headed by a Republican who Senator McConnell and Leader and Speaker Ryan agreed to appoint. The Congressional Budget Office said skinny repeal would cause 16 million Americans to lose insurance, and millions of Americans would pay 20% more for their premiums starting next year. Premiums would go up 20%. CBO said. The Congressional Budget Office, nonpartisan, headed by a Republican who Senator McConnell and Leader and Speaker Ryan agreed to appoint. The Congressional Budget Office said skinny repeal would cause 16 million Americans to lose insurance, and millions of Americans would pay 20% more for their premiums starting next year. Premiums would go up 20%, not 3 years from now, but in January, according to CBO. Let me repeat that. Skinny repeal means 16 million fewer Americans with insurance, and premiums up 20% next year and stay there. It's not that they go down later, like in one of these CBO estimates of one of the other Republican bills. They stay there, higher every year, people paying more and more. The premiums will go up immediately, as early as January 1st, as I mentioned. Not 3 years forward, but January 1st.
All right, everyone, we're going to head out of this and go live now in full to what's happening on the Senate floor now.
So I would yield time to the senator from Alabama.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
I'd like permission to speak up to 2 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today in support of an amendment that will relieve millions of Americans of a moral conflict. For too many, access to health care coverage comes only with the restriction of deeply held personal convictions about the sanctity of human life. The amendment before us offers the opportunity to end the flow of taxpayer dollars to abortion procedures once and for all. It allows Hyde protections to be extended to all funds appropriated through the healthcare legislation we are considering today. Let me provide some context. Premium tax credits implemented under Obamacare currently provide over $8.7 billion in annual subsidies for nearly 1,000 different insurance plans that cover elective abortion on the state exchanges. This provision stands in violation of the fundamental principles of the Hyde Amendment and the long-held understanding that the United States government has no role in funding abortions. In recent weeks, the Senate has debated countless nuances of health care policy, and we've taken several crucial votes on efforts to rescue the American people from a failed social experiment, bringing us to this moment. Under our current procedural circumstances, in order to ensure that both the spirit and the letter of the Hyde Amendment's provision against taxpayer-funded abortion is upheld, we need a new solution. My amendment would establish a matching arrangement between stability funds and premium tax credits, delivering an arrangement that complies with the Byrd Rule. Starting in 2019, the value of premium tax credits that continue to subsidize elective abortions would drop to 10%, with the remaining 90% being made available as Hyde-protected monthly payments to insurers to benefit the same people who relied on those tax credits. Let me be clear, Mr. President. This amendment does not reduce the amount of tax credit dollars available to low-income Americans. It does not result in their losing coverage. It certainly does not create or expand an entitlement program. Mr. President, when hardworking Americans pay their taxes, they do so with the understanding that the rights granted to them by the Constitution are not checked at the door. For the people of my state, the right to life is foremost among these, codified by the Hyde Amendment and ingrained in the conscience of a majority of Americans. The amendment before us allows for a clear conscience. It allows for a concise, conservative solution to a problem that has dogged this chamber for the 44 years since Roe v. Wade changed the landscape of American society. On behalf of the unborn and the conscious rights of millions of Americans, I am proud to offer this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to join me in this effort. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
All right, everyone. So again, we are continuing to monitor the debate on the Senate floor. While we wait, let's go back to that clip from earlier of Schumer on the Senate floor. Let's listen in on this.
Break that promise, and the American people would see it in just 5 months. Yesterday, a bipartisan group of governors sent a letter urging us away from skinny repeal, warning that it would, quote, these are the governors, bipartisan, it would accelerate health plans, leaving the individual market, increase premiums, and result in fewer Americans having coverage. Governor Sandoval and Kasich, Republican governors, and a few other Republican governors were on that letter. Now, the argument from the Republican leadership is for Republicans to vote for this bill because they made a campaign promise to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. But I asked my Republican friends, did you promise the American people that you would raise premiums on everyone? I didn't hear that in the promises. That's what skinny repeal does. Did you promise the American people that you would take health care away from tens of millions? I didn't hear that. That's what skinny bill does. Nope. Republicans not only promised to repeal the Affordable Care Act, they promised to replace it with something better. I don't know why somehow the first promise is more important than the second. The skinny plan manages to anger everyone. Conservatives who know it's a surrender and know it doesn't come close to the full repeal they promised, and moderates who know it will be terrible for their constituents. Is this the one plan that finally unites the Republican Senate? A plan that angers everyone, conservatives, moderates, and perhaps most of all, the American people? I can't believe that, and I hope it wouldn't. Now, if Republicans pass such a devastating plan, either one or two things could happen. The House could simply take up the skinny bill repeal, making all those terrible possibilities a reality. Premiums would go up in January. Insurance markets would collapse. In fact, if the House passed this skinny bill, our entire health care system could well implode. Everyone who voted for it, regardless of motivation, will regret it. Or they could take it to conference. Well, that's a pathway for full repeal. In conference, the Freedom Caucus will demand full repeal or something close to it, with all the associated cuts to Medicaid and tax breaks for the wealthy that so many here in the Senate have labored to undo. So this thing is turning into a game of hot potato, Mr. President. The House passes a bill they don't like, they have to hurry it up, they had to do it twice, and passes the hot potato to the Senate. Senator McConnell's juggling that hot potato. Can't get repeal and replace. So he comes up with this plan, which no one likes, but they say, okay, we can send the hot potato back to the House. How many more months is this going to go on? How many more months when we could be sitting down in a bipartisan way, as my good friend from Arizona has recommended, and work together in the committee process? This morning I saw Lamar Alexander, the head of the Health.
All right, everyone, let's go back now to the full screen of the Senate floor.
I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget resolutions for purposes of amendment number 389, and if adopted, for the provisions of the adopted amendment included in any subsequent amendment to H.R. 1628 and any amendment between houses or conference report thereon, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a position second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt.
Vote yes.
Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Strange, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Mrs. Murray, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Cassidy, Cornyn, Daines, Enzi, Isaacson, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Rounds, and Strange. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Durbin, Murray, Schatz, and Warner. Mr. Graham, aye.
Then I'm upstairs.
Mr. Kane, no.
I'll be up with the president.
Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Schumer, no. I wonder. Mr. Cotton, aye. Tell him that. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Tester, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Roberts? Aye. Mr. Hatch? Aye. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Cochran? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. McCain? Aye. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Heller? Aye. Mr. Booker? No. Mrs. Ernst? Aye. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Bennett? No. Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Leahy? No. Mr. Sass? Aye.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this feed from the Senate floor because I do want to take you to this other feed. Well, you can see the Senate floor here. We can also see that Senate press conference that's set up. We are waiting for some Republican senators to come out and speak out, including Senator McCain. He'll also be speaking at this event. Actually, going to take it in full now, and we are awaiting Senator McCain and others to discuss Obamacare, the repeal and the skinny repeal option that's going to start any moment now.
I mean, maybe if Liza didn't include the part where he said global. I say this all
He's back. He's back. So, the third amigo. Here's the state of play. All three of us support the idea of continuing the process to get a good outcome for the American people when it comes to replacing Obamacare. To find a product that's better for the American people. I have a bunch of ideas. Everybody has ideas. We've been asked by our leadership for days now to vote on the least common denominator, the skinny bill, because the pitch is if you vote for this skinny bill, then we can go to conference, then we can get my bill scored, we can get Ted Cruz's bill scored, we can get other people's bills scored that has promise of, maybe bringing us together, but they're not ready to be, they're not scored yet. That makes eminent sense to me with one condition: we actually go to conference. There's increasing concern on my part and others that what the House will do is take whatever we pass, the so-called skinny bill, not take it to conference, go directly to the House floor, vote on it, and that goes to the president's desk with the argument this is better than doing nothing. Here's my response. The skinny bill as policy is a disaster. The skinny bill as a replacement for Obamacare is a fraud. The skinny bill is a vehicle to get in conference to find a replacement. It is not a replacement in of itself. The policy is terrible because you eliminate the individual employer mandate, which we all want eliminated, but we actually have an overall solution to the problem of Obamacare. So you're going to have increased premiums, and most of Obamacare stays in place if the skinny bill becomes law. Not only do we not replace Obamacare, we politically own the collapse of health care. I'd rather get out of the way and let it collapse than have a half-ass approach where it is now our problem. So we're not going to do that with our vote. What we will do is move the process along. Our Freedom Caucus friends, who I disagree with a lot, but sometimes I agree with them. Here's what Mark Meadows said. We would send a skinny bill to the president. The question, the answer is no. So it becomes the vehicle for conference. Mark Meadows agreed the skinny repeal would be dead on arrival in the House, but he understands it's just a vehicle for a conference. Here's the problem. The whip in the House is suggesting to some that whatever we send becomes the final product. There will be no conference, and I am not going to vote for the skinny bill if I'm not assured by the House there will be a conference where my idea and other ideas can be taken up so we can actually replace Obamacare. I'm not going to vote for a bill that is terrible policy and horrible politics just because we have to get something done. So all three of us want to move the process along. We were encouraged by our leadership to be team players. They're coming up with a skinny bill that changes by the moment, but none of us believe it actually replaces Obamacare. Neither does the Freedom Caucus. And I need assurances from the Speaker of the House and his team that if I vote for the skinny bill, it will not become the final product. It will be the vehicle to have a conference between the House and Senate where we can consider a true replacement. If I don't get those assurances,
I'm a no because I'm not going to vote for a pig in a poke, and I'm not going to tell people back in South Carolina that this product actually replaces Obamacare, because it does not. It is a fraud. And with that, I'll turn over to my great friend, John McCain.
I have nothing to add. As I stated earlier this week, I'm not supportive of the legislation as it stands today. I am in close consultation with Arizona Governor Doug Ducey regarding the so-called skinny repeal and its potential impact on the state of Arizona. My position on this proposal would be largely guided by Governor Ducey's analysis of how it would impact the people of our state. My friends, this is legislation that directly affects the lives of the people in my state. I trust my governor. I trust his people. And he is looking carefully at this. He is looking carefully at the skinny bill repeal, but he's also looking at steps that need to be taken in addition to it. So I am convinced that we can move forward, but we have to have an assurance that it will go to a normal conference. Right now, that is not the case, and we do not have the assurance that is the case. I believe that one of the major problems with Obamacare was that it was rammed through Congress by Democrats without a single Republican vote. I believe we shouldn't make that same mistake again. And if necessary, this is, you are now about to hear from an antique phone that very few Americans, there's very few Americans anywhere in the world. I believe there's a person in Togo who also has this phone. Look, we can't make the same mistake that we inflicted in 2009. We've got to have some bipartisanship. All of you saw my speech, which I will be glad to provide you with a recording of in case you missed it, in case you have insomnia. But the point is, we've got to have Republicans and Democrats sit down together and come up with a bill that gets a majority in both houses. Otherwise, we're going to see this continuous gridlock. And I don't want to go on, but when we passed Obamacare in 2009, it split us. It split us dramatically, and it split us for years. It's time we sat down together and came up with a piece of legislation that addresses this issue. And don't think this issue is just out there sitting by itself. In my state, we are down to one health care provider in every county. That co-pays are going up by hundreds of thousands. You're late. You see, the freshmen show no respect for their elders. Finally, I'd just like to say, again, in my state, Obamacare is a failure. It needs to be fixed. We have fixes, but it's got to be done in the normal process. And what I'm afraid of course, is that this thing dies this week and then it sits out there over the August recess or whatever it is. It's time we sat down together and came up with solutions that the American people overall would support. I guarantee you, in my state, the status quo is not satisfactory. And that's one of the major reasons why I've been in constant contact with the governor of the state of Arizona, who bears large responsibility. Now, as is keeping with our seniority, we will allow the two additional senators 30 seconds each.
Thanks much, John. All right. Well, first of all, John, it was great seeing you come back, and I've told you a number of times, it's just an honor being able to serve with you. Listen, I'm happy to join Lindsey and John and Senator Cassidy. Just asking a very simple request. Give us an assurance, give us a guarantee that whatever we pass out of the Senate is going to go to conference so we can work on, for example, the great ideas that these two gentlemen have been working hard with our governors, something that I think can really get a great deal of support. The fact of the matter is the status quo is unacceptable. Obamacare markets are collapsing. Let me just tell you a little story. A woman that I spoke to for the first time on Tuesday Sherry and Vern Colby from River Falls, Wisconsin, contacted our office, and I called her up, and she conveyed her story to me. Has some pre-existing conditions. In 2014, they signed up for Obamacare. I won't go through all the troubles they had signing up. Paid their premiums, sent in their check stubs to make sure they qualified for the subsidies. Did their taxes in March of 2015. Got the bad news that they made too much money and had to pay $15,000 back to the IRS. Now, the IRS isn't real kind about being real forgiving about it. So in order to pay that $15,000 back, because, again, they made too much money, they first pretty well depleted their 401k. Then they had to sell their home that they intend to live in for the rest of their life so they wouldn't lose their home. I mean, think about that. Now, Sherry and Vern are the forgotten men and women, the same folks that Bill Clinton was talking about, the ones that are busting it. Vern works 60 or 70 hours a week driving milk trucks. Sherry works 30 hours a week as a florist. They're busting it. They're working those hours. They've seen their premiums double or more. Their coverage cut in half. They depleted their 401. They lost their house. That's why the status quo is not acceptable. And I'm sorry, the skinny bill of the Senate doesn't even come close to honoring our promise of repealing Obamacare, those market reforms that have increased their premiums, and nothing we're doing, virtually nothing we're doing in any of these bills and the proposals are addressing the challenges, the problems, the damage done to people like Sherry and Vern. And so all we're asking, leadership, and this is a very simple request, just give us the assurance that whatever we pass tonight will go to conference. And so the good ideas of people like Senator Lindsey Graham and Senator Cassidy here can get scored, can have a chance to be argued, and hopefully can replace Obamacare with something that actually works for folks like Sherry and Vern. And with that, I'm happy to introduce Senator Cassidy, who's doing some great work coming up with an alternative.
And I just want to look at the potential of what would happen should it go to conference. Again, Senator Graham, now Senator Heller, and I have been working on a provision which, frankly, will take a little bit longer to be scored. Process, as you know, requires that to occur, and then can be overlaid upon the bill that would be passed tonight. And in that, we hope to take all the dollars that would go to a state and deliver it to the state. The state would have to use it on health care, but then allow that state to come up with a solution particular for their state. What happens in Alaska with less than one person per square mile is very different than what happens in Washington, D.C., over 100,000 people per square mile, which is different than South Carolina, Louisiana, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Those states should decide what's best for those states. We can do that through this process if indeed we pass the bill tonight, and then it goes to conference committee, and then we can overlay this. We think this is the way to fulfill the promise President Trump made to the American people to actually repeal, and that's our commitment. We hope this process allows it.
Senator Graham, when you said that you have when you said that you have increasing concerns that you will pass this bill and that it will not go to conference, did something happen to make you feel that way? Because we know that, what is it that happened?
Mark Meadows, who has become a good friend, he's from North Carolina. He's a really good conservative. He's in the Freedom Caucus. He's been suggesting that nobody in the Freedom Caucus sees this as a viable replacement. I don't think Governor Ducey is going to say that the skinny bill fixes Arizona's problem. I know it won't fix Sherry's problem. We're just trying to create a vehicle so we can take our bill, which hasn't been scored, that Governor Ducey likes, and see if we can come up with a block grant approach. 4 states get 40% of the Obamacare dollars. We're trying to level that out. So Mark called me and said that he was concerned that there's a move in the House to take whatever we pass in the Senate and pass it, not go to conference. We have been trying to communicate to the Speaker. We've asked our leader point blank, and he says the Speaker, prefers to go to the conference, intends to go to the conference. I want to know, are you going to go to the conference? I want to know that because I am not going to vote for a piece of legislation that I believe is not a replacement, that politically would be the dumbest thing in history to throw this out there, collapse the individual market, and own the problem at a time when Obamacare is collapsing. So I think Senator McCain is dead right. If you listen to Governor Ducey, John's going to have a pretty good decision to make. The governor's going to look at our new approach overlaid, and he's going to tell John that works for Arizona. I can tell you right now, the skinny bill doesn't work for any state. It's never meant to be the final outcome. It's meant to be part of a process to get a better outcome. My bill hasn't been scored. Our bill hasn't been scored. Ted Cruz's bill hasn't been scored. So we're buying time to get there. But that requires the House to actually go to conference. And if they don't go to conference, then I am not going to vote.
So Senator Graham, are any three of you worried about, is there a concern if you three block the replacement attempt tonight, that you will then have to be accountable to voters who really want Obamacare replaced?
I do this with joy in my heart. I'm going to go back to South Carolina and say that the skinny bill does not replace Obamacare. The skinny bill leaves most of the Obamacare infrastructure in place. It's a disaster for premiums in South Carolina. It was never sold to be the final product. That I was told that if I vote for the skinny bill, I get a chance to put in play my block grant approach. So I'm not the bad guy here. I'm actually a team player. I'm trying to honor the request by our leadership to keep the process alive. And as we get to near the goal line here, this will surprise people in South Carolina. You need to trust but verify in Washington.
How do you verify?
Senator Graham. By the way, let me just confirm what Lindsay said. This has been sold to us as the vehicle to get to conference, so we can have the time. Because CBO hasn't been able to score things. We had 22 senators sign a letter that I asked the CBO to score the full repeal of Obamacare back in March. Never got the score. We've been told this is the vehicle to give us the time to get those scores so we can take a look at these other alternatives. And so, again, all we're looking for is a pretty simple guarantee. We're not trying to tank anything here. We're trying to do positively. We'll vote yes as long as we get that guarantee. He wants to ask a question.
Do you believe the skinny bill is an adequate replacement for Obamacare and would it fit?
It absolutely would not, Senator Graham.
Senator Graham. Senator Graham. Senator Graham. Senator McCain. My question is for you, actually. Senator McCain, what do you say to people who, you gave this big speech about returning to regular order. You say you want to work with Democrats.
Yes.
What do you say to people who say, then you should vote no and send this thing back to a committee? And
right now, as I mentioned earlier, I am voting no, unless I see that there is a path to a conference that will come out with a result that will address the challenges. The status quo in my state is unsatisfactory. That's why I'm working with the governor of my state, who has proposed 3 different amendments, which I will be putting up for votes as we go through. And if it satisfies the governor, then I would be satisfied. Right now, my governor is not satisfied. Okay?
One last question from South Carolina.
Has the parliamentarian said that your amendment with Bill Cassidy would be conferenceable?
I am 99% sure that we'll get a memo from the parliamentarian saying that the Graham, Cassidy, Heller, maybe Johnson bill will be conferenceable, and that block has been checked, and I really wasn't too much worried about anything above that until I got a call from Mark Meadows. And I got a call from Mark Meadows, who believes, like Ron does and I do, that the skinny bill is not a replacement, that Obamacare is collapsing and the skinny bill won't prevent it from collapsing, and in many ways makes everything worse. So that part of it, I think we're good to go. I just need an assurance. And what's an insurance? Who asked that? Okay, and here's what an insurance would.
What is the guarantee? Is
Okay.
it a blood oath? Is it?
We don't have it. It's like pornography. You'll know it when you see it. We gotta go. Go ahead. Now, come on. Go ahead. Say whatever you want.
Well, you also asked, why are we a little concerned? Walking up here, somebody's asked me that the House is going into martial law. I didn't even know that was possible. I guess that would give us a little bit of a concern. I do, in the remaining moments, I'm happy to give you all this chart. I keep talking about information we need. This shows you the disaster that is Obamacare in terms of effective premiums. This was the premium trend prior to Obamacare. This is what we're talking about now. This is why Sherry and Vern can't afford insurance. This is the kind of information we need to make better information, to have a better process, to actually have a replacement that will work for Sherry and Vern.
And we'll end on this. We'll end on this. As to the skinny bill being a replacement for Obamacare, actually helping Americans like Sherry, people in my state. That's about as accurate as when President Obama told you, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor.
Thanks much.
Just one follow-up.
If anybody wants a chart, it's up here on the podium. We'll send it out. We'll send it out to everybody too. No, I'm good.
I want a chart.
Again, I call your phone, you don't pick up. Is it on vibrate? No. Is it on, I don't want to talk to you? You want me to call? Is it on, I don't want to talk to Brian? I swear, I was playing solitaire. I was playing Just tell them we're already hooked up. Somebody does me for oh, look, they're here. Well, he is running, so
All right, everyone, so that's the end of that press conference. You watched as some very prominent and influential Republican senators came out to speak on the topic of health care. Obviously, also in attendance, Arizona's very own Senator John McCain there. He made his way back to Washington, D.C. this week following last week's cancer diagnosis. He did indicate that he would be in town this week, but that he would be returning to Arizona soon to continue his treatment. We are now going to cut away from this feed, since that press conference has wrapped up, and take you back now to the Senate floor as they continue the discussion on health care.
From Maryland.
President, I yield myself 3 minutes. Mr. President, first I want to thank Senator Corker. I want to thank Senator Crapo and Senator Brown. I want to thank Senator Schumer and McConnell for their help in getting us to this moment. This is an important moment for our country, and I'm very proud of what we were able to accomplish.
Order, Mr. President. Members will come to order.
The legislation we are about to vote on will give the United States the strongest possible hand to stand up against the aggression of Russia. Russia attacked us and our democratic institutions. Russia invaded the sovereignty of other countries, including Ukraine and Georgia. Russia is participating in war crimes in Syria. And this legislation will give the United States the strongest possible hand in taking action against Russia. Mandatory sanctions are included in this legislation in regards to the energy sector, the financial sector, intelligence and defense sector, not only with primary sanctions but with secondary sanctions. This legislation provides for a democracy fund working with Europe to protect ourselves against Russia's attacks. This legislation provides a review process so the president on his own cannot eliminate sanctions. He must come to Congress, as President Obama had to in regards to the Iran sanctions. The president would have to come to Congress in regards to sanction relief against Russia. This is a tough bill to stand up to what Russia has done and requires mandatory action. There's so many people to thank in regards to this. We also, of course, have the Iran sanctions. I must tell you, I want to thank Senator Menendez on our side, particularly on the Iran sanction issues. We are taking action against Iran for their non-nuclear violations, their support of terrorism, their ballistic missile violations, their support of the arms embargo, human rights violations. But we do here is totally consistent with the JCPOA. And those two sections, Mr. President, the bills are very consistent to what passed this chamber 98-2. We maintained the integrity of the Iran and Russia provisions consistent with what was done in our committees. And in regards to North Korea, I know we all want to take action against North Korea. The provisions that are added by the House are those are consistent with what we think are appropriate for North Korea. Mr. President, this is an important moment for our country. I really do want to thank all involved, but I know Senator Corker and Senator Brown and Senator Crapo would agree with me. I really want to thank our dedicated staff. We could not have done this without our staff. They worked 24/7 for about the last 7 weeks to get this done. And as a result of their action, the United States is going to be in a better position dealing with Russia when this legislation is enacted. And I'm proud to be part of that. I reserve my time.
Mr. President, I thank the ranking member for his outstanding efforts, along with many others. But what I'd like to do now is yield to Senator McCain, and I will speak last if that is appropriate.
Senator from Arizona.
I can do it before or after.
Why don't you let Senator McCain go ahead and speak?
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President.
Senator.
I thank the Democratic leader for his courtesy as always. In just the last 3 years under Vladimir Putin, Russia has invaded Ukraine, annexed Crimea, threatened NATO allies, and intervened militarily in Syria, leaving a trail of death, destruction, and broken promises in his wake. And of course, last year, Russia attacked the foundations of American democracy with a cyber and information campaign to interfere in America's 2016 election. I am proud of the two individuals who just spoke, the Senator from Maryland and the Senator from Tennessee. Both of them have worked in a bipartisan fashion and gotten legislation to this floor. Although it's long overdue, it is here, and I believe we will see an overwhelming vote. And I thank them for their bipartisanship. The last 8 months, what price has Russia paid for attacking American democracy? Very little. This legislation would begin to change it. The legislation would impose mandatory sanctions or transactions with the Russian defense or intelligence sectors, including the FSB and the GRU, the Russian military intelligence agency that was primarily responsible for Russia's attack on our election. I believe my colleagues know what's in this. It would codify existing sanctions on Russia by placing into law 6 executive orders signed by President Obama in response to both Russian interference in the 2016 elections and its illegal actions in Ukraine, and it would take new steps to tighten those sanctions. The legislation would target the Russian energy sector, which is controlled by Vladimir Putin's cronies, with sanctions on investment in Russian petroleum and natural gas development, as well as Russian energy pipelines. My friends, the United States of America needs to send a strong message to Vladimir Putin and any other aggressor that we will not tolerate attacks on our democracy. That's what this bill is all about. We must take our own side in this fight, not as Republicans, not as Democrats, but as Americans. It's time to respond to Russia's attack on American democracy with strength, with resolve, with common purpose, and with action. I'm proud to have played a small role, but I'm most proud of the bipartisanship that you are seeing manifested today on both sides of the aisle. We need a little more of it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I want to thank the distinguished senator from Arizona for his dedication to our national security, for his tremendous involvement in this legislation, and that all that he does on behalf of all of us to make sure that our nation is secure. Thank you so much for those comments and for your deep involvement in this piece of legislation. Do you want to take leader time before we turn to Senator Brown? Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
I thank the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee and the ranking member, Senator Cardin. Senator Crapo and I have begun working on this months and months ago. I appreciate that partnership. Senator McCain, I read an op-ed he wrote in USA Today about 3 weeks ago about what Putin tried to do with some level of success in Montenegro, and nobody's watched Putin and his intervention in our elections and European elections and their governments and his desire to destabilize democracy around the world. Nobody's recognized it quite as early with the kind of acute sense that Senator McCain has, and we thank him for that. I rise to urge my colleagues to join me and vote for this critical sanctions legislation. It's a product of months of bipartisan effort in this body. At a time when it's difficult to get things done in this far too partisan Senate, this effort proves it's still possible for Congress to come together and accomplish big things. The bill provides for a range of tough new sanctions against Iran and Russia and North Korea. The Ukrainian community in my state knows firsthand the dangers of decades of unchecked Russian aggression. Congress must act to punish Russia for its continued actions in Ukraine, in East Ukraine, in Crimea, in its interferences in our presidential election, and to deter future such aggression. This bill will prevent President Trump from relaxing sanctions on Russia without congressional review. We're all concerned about that. Iran's one of the world's leading state sponsors of terrorism and a continuing source of instability throughout the region. This bill was carefully written to avoid violating U.S. commitments under the Iran nuclear agreement. It applies new sanctions in response to Iran's support for terrorism, its human rights abuses, its ballistic missile program. It also incorporates sanctions on North Korea, including measures to toughen enforcement of current UN Security Council rules. North Korea's efforts to develop nuclear capabilities must be countered. We must take a stand against its horrendous human rights record, including the savage treatment of Ohio's Otto Warmbier that led to his death. These are important first steps. More can be done to address the situation in North Korea. I thank my staff, Colin McGinnis and Mark Powden and Graham Steele on this. I appreciate the work the staff on all four of these offices on banking and foreign relations, and I ask my colleagues to concur. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Leader time.
The Democratic leader. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And last year, we know the United States was victim of an attack by a foreign power on the very foundation of this dear democracy, the right of the people to a free and fair election. The consensus view of 17 agencies is that Mr. Putin interfered in the 2016 election. For that alone, the United States has more than just cause to sanction President Putin and intelligence apparatus he directs. But to date, Mr. Putin and his allies have not suffered serious repercussions for this stunning breach of our right as a sovereign nation not to have our elections disturbed by a foreign capital. That all changes today. Congress has drafted this sanctions bill to hold Mr. Putin accountable for his actions and to send a message to him and the rest of the world. Any further attempts to degrade our democracy will meet further sanctions and action. We will not stand by idly as this is done. There's no process more sacred in a democracy than the guarantee of free and fair elections. That fundamental right was attacked by Mr. Putin, and with this vote, let us finally officially condemn and forcefully respond to that attack on our country. And let us send this bill to the President's desk for his signature. We still don't know if President Trump will sign this legislation, but I say to my colleagues, if the Congress speaks loudly enough and strongly enough, and we send this bill with a veto-proof majority, it won't matter what President Trump decides. Now, before I yield the floor, I'd like to thank my colleagues. At the top of the list, Senators McCain and Graham, who early on had the idea to do this, and their strength against transgressions against this country are wonderful. I want to thank the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. He had to pursue this legislation through ups and downs, and he didn't relent, and here we are today because of his efforts. I want to thank his ranking member, Senator Cardin. They were a great bipartisan team. Similarly, for Chairman Crapo and Ranking Member Brown. Again, in a bipartisan way, not letting partisan politics get in the way they passed this legislation. And I'd like to thank Leader McConnell, because when he and I talked about bringing this legislation to the floor, he didn't blink, he didn't hesitate, he was forthright and said, let's do it. Now, this piece of legislation, Mr. President, proves that when this body works the way it should, when both parties talk to each other, work with each other, the committee chairman and ranking members negotiate legislation through proper procedure, we can produce good, strong, bipartisan legislation. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, in this moment of bipartisanship, the same thing could happen with health care. With that, I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield the floor.
I thank the Minority Leader for his comments and would yield a moment to Senator Crapo, who played such an outstanding role as the leader of our Banking Committee.
Thank you, Senator Corker. And I too, thank all of those who have been mentioned, the Foreign Relations leadership, Senator Corker and Senator Cardin, Senator Brown, my colleague in the Banking Committee, and all of the others who have been so involved in this issue. This is one of the examples of how we can work together in a bipartisan fashion to craft critical legislation for protecting and strengthening America. It frankly is past time for us to stand strong as a nation in response to the increasing aggression that we see in Russia around the country, around the world, whether it be in the Ukraine, in the Crimea, in Syria, in facilitating corruption globally, or in the cybersecurity attacks that we have seen that have been directed not only at us, but at our allies across the world. It's very important that we implement this legislation, and I'm glad to see the solid bipartisanship that we've been able to build on it. I hope also that we can build this bipartisanship on many, many other issues. We're going to be looking at North Korea, as has already been said, and I'm hopeful and confident that we'll stand again on this floor soon as we deal with the threats that we face from North Korea. Again, I thank all of those who have worked so closely with us on this legislation and appreciate the opportunity for us to move forward united tonight on this critical issue. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Crapo, and I yield the floor to Senator Menendez.
Mr. President, could I just for one moment in introducing Senator Menendez? First, I want to join in thanking Senator McCain and Senator Graham for their work. We started in January on this legislation, and their legislation, how we drafted it, is intact here, and I want to thank Senator McCain and Senator Graham. The leader on the Iran sanctions, going back many Congresses, has been Senator Menendez. And I just really, in introducing him, want to thank him for his leadership on the Iran and also these other bills, and we look forward to his comments.
Mr. President, let me thank the ranking member for his kind comments. Thank the chairman for his continuous engagement in this regard and leadership. I remind my colleagues that what gave us the vehicle to consider Russia and North Korea was the Countering Iran Act that I was pleased to author with the chairman and with the ranking member and other colleagues in a bipartisan approach. And when we started on Iran, there were those who only wanted to look at its intercontinental ballistic missile violations. And I and others persisted and say, wait a minute, Iran is far more in its nefarious activities beyond intercontinental ballistic missiles. And it was a collective leadership that brought us to a much broader bill that we are about to vote on today, where Iran is being pursued for the violation of its international order. We just had the Prime Minister of Lebanon here, and he was talking to us about, if you're concerned about Hezbollah, then find where the source of money, and the source of money for Hezbollah is Iran. And if you are concerned about intercontinental ballistic missiles, I would add, it's Iran. If you are concerned about the greatest exporter of terrorism, it is Iran. If you are concerned about human rights violations within Iran, it's the leadership of Iran. So this is about sending a message to Iran, that, in fact, when you violate the international order, there are consequences to it. It's about sending a message to Russia that when you violate the international order, you annex Crimea, you invade Ukraine, you indiscriminately bomb civilians in Syria, and then when you try to affect the elections of the United States of America, you have a cyber attack, from my view, on the election process, that whether or not we can debate whether or not it affected the election or not, that is not the issue. The mere fact that Russia tried to affect our elections should be upsetting from the average citizen to the President of the United States. And we have an opportunity to make it very clear to Russia and to any other nation that that won't be tolerated. And then finally to North Korea. North Korea's dangerous provocations in its path to nuclear weapons and a delivery system to be able to deliver that nuclear weapon is one of the greatest challenges we have. So we have an opportunity here to come today and say, you've got to observe the international order. We got to go back to the rules-based basis that ultimately came about after our leadership in World War II to preserve the international order that has brought us peace and prosperity. And there are only a handful of peaceful diplomacy tools you can pursue. One of them is the use of sanctions in order to try to prod countries to move in a certain direction and to observe the international order. That's our opportunity today with Iran, with Russia, with North Korea. And I hope we'll seize it unanimously, because when we do that, we send the most powerful message in the world that the United States, Democrats, Republicans, Independents stand together in terms of defending the national interest and security of the United States. I yield the floor,
Mr. President, I thank the senator from New Jersey for his outstanding leadership on Iran and his leadership both on the Russia bill but also North Korea. You have led us for years and years in sanctioning Iran and brought them to the table, and I thank you for that. For those who are here and want to vote, I'm going to yield 1 minute to Senator Gardner. I'm going to speak for about a minute and a half, and to my knowledge, we'll be ready to vote. And I thank all of you for your patience. Senator Gardner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the opportunity to talk about what this Senate did last Congress. Last Congress, we passed unanimously the North Korea Sanctions Enhancement Act. This legislation that we're about to vote on builds on the success that we started out with last year. But we have more work to do to stop the crazed Kim regime. I thank the chairman and the leader for committing to further conversations on North Korea, further action that needs to be taken, because we know that in China there are over 5,000 businesses still doing business with North Korea. China is responsible for 90% of the North Korean economy. 10 of those 5,000 businesses are responsible for 30% of the economic activity, the imports from North Korea into China. More work has to be done to stop this madman in Pyongyang, and I thank this Senate for moving forward on legislation today to build on the success we had last year, urge its passage, and we've got more work to do to put an end to this regime.
Thank you for your leadership on North Korea and many other things. Thank you for speaking. Mr. President, I will be very brief, as I normally am. This bill has taken passion, tenacity, and all of us working together and bringing out the best in this body to get to this point we are today. And I want to thank everybody who's been involved. Senator Cardin's been an outstanding ranking member. As always, we work together, just as we did today on another market, to get where we are. Senator Crapo and Brown, think about 4 committees working together to get a piece of legislation out. Incredible effort, working around the clock for days and nights. I want to thank them for their leadership. I want to thank Senator Menendez again for his involvement, in particular on Iran, but all of these issues, and certainly Senator McCain and Senator Graham for their tremendous leadership in beginning the process, especially on Russia. Thank you so much. Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell for giving us the freedom to operate under regular order, the freedom to operate in the committee process, which I know all of us long to get to on all issues that we deal with here, and all of those members who've been so involved. Our staffs have been incredible. Thank you so much for the professionalism, the knowledge, the energy, the willingness to work late hours to make this happen. The attributes of this legislation have been discussed. I think we all are ready for this moment We're all ready to speak to what Russia has done to our country and to others, speak to what Iran is doing outside of the nuclear agreement, and speak to what North Korea continues to do. One attribute that hasn't been spoken to is this. It's been my goal as chairman, working with our ranking member, that Congress continues to be more and more relevant, to garner back the powers that we've given to the executive branch for decades. And one of the most important attributes of this legislation is congressional review, where when major decisions are made, Congress is involved. Congress has a say. I hope we will build upon that, not only in foreign policy, but in other manners. I want to thank all involved. I urge a strong vote on this piece of legislation that sends a strong message to Iran, to Russia, and to North Korea. And with that, I yield the floor. All time is yielded back.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
H.R. 3364, an act to provide congressional review and to counter aggression by the governments of Iran, the Russian Federation, and North Korea, and for other purposes.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, everyone, we are actually going to cut out of the Senate floor because we have some very interesting pictures coming in from Texas. It's pretty intense out there. We have these pictures coming in, a massive tire fire there. Live pictures coming in from Dallas, our Fox station out there. This is a tire fire in Grand Prairie, which is approximately 21 minutes west of downtown Dallas. All right, the latest tweets coming in from our sister station, Fox 4 in Dallas. Massive tire fire burning today during rush hour in far west Dallas. This is near Interstate 30 and Loop 12. No injuries have been reported. So we do have an idea of where this massive tire fire is. This is West Dallas near Interstate 30 and Loop 12. I know many of you are fans of our map coverage, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up a map for you guys so you guys can get a rough idea of where in the Dallas area this fire is burning. All right, everyone, so you have the picture of the fire in the right-hand portion of your screen. I also have pulled up a map, a Google map here, so I'm going to zoom in a bit, but you guys can see this is downtown Dallas right here, and this fire is just near Interstate 30 and Loop 12, which would be right here in this area. Gonna give you guys a quick look at that. Here is that map once again. Here is downtown Dallas. This is the area where it's at, Interstate 30 and Loop 12. That is where the fire continues to burn. We're going to take you back to those pictures of the massive tire fire in Grand Prairie, just about 20 minutes from downtown Dallas. Also, just a quick update. This is what we know so far, the information coming in from Dallas Fire Rescue. The Dallas Fire Rescue, along with crews from the Grand Prairie Fire Department, are battling this tire fire. This is at the Yellow Belly Racetrack. The Yellow Belly Racetrack. No injuries have been reported. So now that we know the specific location, let's go ahead and take another look at the map in just a moment. All right, everyone, so I want to go ahead and show you guys that map once again. So this is downtown Dallas, and this is at the Yellow Belly racetrack, the Yellow Belly drag strip. You can see it is located right there on the map, not too far from Interstate 30, a major interstate, as well as Loop 12, a local thoroughfare there. This is the Yellow Belly drag strip. You can see this is the area where that fire burns. You can see a lot of green in that area, which makes sense considering all of the foliage in the area where this fire continues to burn in the Dallas area. Again, for those of you just joining us, these are live pictures coming in. You can just see how massive this fire is. The fire continues to burn. There in the Dallas area, we have very limited information right now. The information we are getting in comes from our Fox station, Fox 4 in Dallas, Texas. The latest tweet coming in from Fox 4, they just posted this 2 minutes ago. The fire burning in far west Dallas can be seen for miles. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported in connection with this fire. This is what we know so far, according to the Fox 4 News staff. Firefighters on the scene of this large tire fire near the Yellow Belly drag strip on the border of Dallas and Grand Prairie this afternoon. Now, the fire was located on West Davis Street, just west of Loop 12 and south of Interstate 30. It was producing a large, thick black smoke that could be seen for miles. And as you can see, based on the pictures on your screen, that indeed is a massive amount of thick black smoke. Thankfully, no immediate reports of any injuries. It is unclear how this fire started. Dallas Fire Rescue responded to the scene and are continuing to battle the blaze, which could take hours to subdue. There were some light delays in the area as far as traffic is concerned, as vehicles slowed down to look at the fire. Of course, as passerbys are passing this fire, they slow down, and that in turn results in some traffic there on Interstate 30 as people slow down to look at the smoke. Obviously, there in Dallas, it is now 5:12 p.m. Local time there, so it's at the height of rush hour. So obviously this fire also affecting the commuters there in the Dallas area. And for those of you just joining us, I do want to go ahead and give you guys a quick look at our map so you guys know where this is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So here is a look at our map. That marker right there denotes exactly where this fire is taking place. Here is Dallas, here is Fort Worth. This is in the far west Dallas area, just near the Grand Prairie. Again, this is south of Interstate 30 and west of Loop 12 near the Yellow Belly drag strip. And you can see it is producing a massive amount of smoke. So passersby on the Interstate 30 are slowing down so that they can actually look at the fire as it burns. As you can see, a lot of smoke there in the air. Some of you may be wondering how this is affecting traffic. So what I did is I went and created a map. If you were going from downtown Dallas to this area where this fire is taking place, you can see the areas in the red and dark red. You can see that a lot of traffic has formed. Now, keep in mind again that it is 5:15 there in Texas, so it is naturally rush hour there anyways in Dallas. But as you can see, the area around the fire resulting in even greater traffic today as people slow down at the sight of this massive amount of smoke. All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at live pictures coming in from Dallas, Texas, specifically West Dallas, right near Grand Prairie, where this massive tire fire continues to burn. There are no reports of injuries as of right now, which is the best that we can report as of right now. You know, you can see a large amount of black smoke, thick black smoke entering the air. This black smoke can be seen for miles, and this fire is not too far from a couple of highways there, a major thoroughfare, Interstate 30, as well as Loop 12 there. And considering it's rush hour, this fire is also resulting in some traffic delays in the West Dallas area as people are traveling on both Interstate 30 and Loop 12 and slowing down to get a sight of that fire. They're wondering why they're seeing such a large amount of black smoke in the air. Naturally, they're slowing down, and as each driver slows down, it does result in traffic there in the West Dallas area. Again, a massive tire fire. No reports of any injuries. We'll continue to monitor this situation courtesy of the Skyfox feed coming in from Fox 4 in Dallas. All right, everyone, we are going to cut away from this fire. We'll go back to it if we get any additional activity, but I do want to take you now to Wisconsin, where the Governor Scott Walker is speaking, as well as Foxconn executives. You may have recalled that President Trump made that big announcement yesterday. There's a big event at the White House about new jobs coming to America, specifically the Foxconn factory that will be built in Wisconsin. Right now, Governor Walker is speaking. Let's go ahead and listen in on what they're talking about. Oh, no. Looks like we're going to have the representative from Foxconn speaking now.
After Governor Speaker speech, I want to change all my draft, I want to talk, but he already talked for me, so I changed so we met, today, this afternoon I came here. I met too many local Wisconsin people. They all say, hi, welcome. I say, please next time see me change it. Welcome to home, Wisconsin. Yeah, my family, they come back tonight, this afternoon, to join the dinner. All my family, with my 2 young little girls, my daughters. So I would like to bring her to see, how beautiful we choose. Is it? This is summertime, beautiful. But I will bring them going to wintertime, okay? Well, government say you can ski, you can, So we grow up in Taiwan. We don't know if we find many snow, but we like, to see any kind, we like, see here due to we are free. This is all home, my home, Wisconsin, right? Second, I need to say, why Wisconsin? This, before I came at 3 o'clock, the media asked me, are you serious in your choice Wisconsin? I said, why not? Okay? He said, if not, government's worker, you choose Wisconsin? Well, I say, maybe answer is yes, we are not choosing Wisconsin. We choice is a leader, choice of people, choice the government worker. He not only work hard, he fly to Japan, see us. I honestly told you, 3 government flights there. And then he chose Saturday and Sunday. Normally, American people, government, nobody working with Saturday, Sunday, right? He fly to Saturday, landings, to Saturday. And we working for whole Saturday afternoon and then Sunday whole day. He leaving the flight back, you are there, join, right? It's your boss, right? She may complain, right? But you are leader, right? Even myself, I working so hard. I'm entrepreneur to working my own business. But I'm not working all. Sometimes I play golf on Sunday morning, okay? But he really working hard. And then when can you here visit? We arrange a dinner with Speaker Ryan Sunday night. So we find, leader, people, number one we try. Due to we are great leaders. Okay? He want to really try to so hard. He want to spend almost his every minute. He want to convince me. Choice Wisconsin. If this kind leaders, if this kind governments, I would say, I was invest too many countries. Over top countries. I'm over 30 to 40 factory campus in many countries, many cities. I never seen this kind of government or leader yet in this world. This is a true story, I know too many country leaders. I know too many, I know too many country presidents, They all ask me, they are talking, no action, When I come here, visit, come back, and they see we working for Rockwell Automation. Before this, I do business with 30 years ago, called Alton Brotherly, okay? And then I come back, Rockwell Automation. We go see the GE Healthcare. We see the Milwaukee Bucks Arena. This spend every hour, FNN. Didn't go outside to call, he made down to, so they know the AK technology right now better than me. They learning. They want to try to make some language with my people, with me. They know what we can do, what we should be doing, what we can do better compared to any place in the United States. This is your governor, Mr. Walker. Another reason is a little bit romantic, a little bit love story, okay? When I leaving last time, I know this trip, I was here, I think July 9th. And then July 10th, we have whole day's meetings. He retired. He want to fly, he want to drive back to Medicine. But he still hosts all the partner, local partner, to a dinner with us, right? A lot of people join the dinner, right? Yes, yeah. We had a whole big table, 20, 30 people. He should be driving back to Medicine. 1 hour? I never drive. I traveled one time. 1 hour, 1.5 hours, right? And then I want to push a little bit quick. And then dessert coming. Everybody have dessert. And then I'm first one. Get it, I love it, cheesecake with ice cream. Oh, they call Emi. Oh. But 24 people, and then after governor, no dessert. I said, why? I waiting. And the other Mark, right? Mark is here, right? He said my name. He said, Terry, don't wait. We eat. You don't eat dessert. And then, second day, we take bus, go from Milwaukee to Medicine. Someone, I forgot the name, told me the story. He not eating dessert outside. He waiting, driving, go back home. His lovely wife, every night, cooking special dessert for him. The truth? The truth? First lady, please. He told me true or not true? Please. It's so why Wisconsin? People should be trust each other. People good family, People have the, can rely each other. Due to I like here due to, more, people like friend, friendly. Like home, you go to East Coast or the West Coast. Who don't care who, right? Here, everybody is a team together. So Number one, I say, why Wisconsin? Number one is great leader, Governor Walker, and his team, leadership teams. Second, I would say, why we call Fly Eagle? American is today economic development. Concentrated in the two areas, West Coast and East Coast. Okay, I know the high-tech investment, including the internet, or one of my friends, Peter Thiel, he told me, it's 80% investment injection to, West Coast, like California, like North California, South California. Almost 2/3 in money in finance injection to the high tech in this area. But not all the software, no internet, no hardware. Very few is hardware, except Elon Musk, Tesla. We supply hundreds of parts for Tesla. The West Coast is the foundation of the high tech and the internet industry. But this is not including the hardware. We do almost their hardware, but out of this country. The East Coast is financial investment banking centers, like New York, New Jersey, all this kind. So, East Coast, West Coast, like a two wing, like eagle, right? But they are the wings of American Fly Eagle. However, an eagle cannot fly without muscle and the shoulder. The Fly Eagle, we need to strengthen the Middle West. This is the core of America, or America. Its strength is heart. This is Wisconsin. We really serious, is coming here. That means we don't like West Coast, we don't like East Coast. We like leaders, we like people here. We like whole environment. We like to your traditional, industry foundation. We think here, if the eagle will be fly to so more far, more longer, you should be strong muscle. We want to come here, working with you, become to American great again, the muscle. It's Wisconsin, right? I think people say down here too many. I don't want to talk too much, I really say, I really enjoy, became to part of you, part of your family, This morning I wake up, was in D.C. My wife said, she want to buy Wisconsin ginseng. But in the future, I like to, everybody remember, Wisconsin not only have ginseng, they're not high tech, right? We had Rockwell Automation, they have GE Healthcare, they have the Johnson Control, they have the Milwaukee Bucks, right? We work in Milwaukee Bucks. We will be, use AK to, make joint development with the, high-tech study. It's a sporter. How can become the stronger his muscle? How can through training, avoid to damage. This go to big data. So AK is not display. AK is not TV. It's technology. We can show all the muscle, all the details, and then what's wrong, what's right, and we give him suggestions. AAV, support info, Milwaukee box. So we like to work in together with the joint local partners. We are the family. We want to, next time you see the Terry show, welcome home. Right? Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, Foxconn is now officially part of the Wisconsin family. Thank you so much. All right, and now it's time for a terrific set of signing ceremonies. If you will bear with us for just a second, there'll be a little set change so we can set up for the signing ceremony, and I will turn the program over to our great Governor Scott Walker.
All right, everyone. So big news coming out yesterday. At least 3,000 jobs coming to Wisconsin with the addition of the Foxconn factory there, a major Apple supplier. There is the Wisconsin Governor, Scott Walker. He was also in attendance at the big White House announcement in the East Room yesterday, along with the representative from Wisconsin, Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Now, Foxconn will be building a massive factory in Wisconsin. Interesting article from the Washington Post that I'm reading. Again, this is according to the Washington Post. This factory in Wisconsin could cost the state $230,000 per worker. Again, Foxconn, the tech giant that supplies gadgets to Apple, Google, and Amazon, has shown willingness to make a huge investment in the state of Wisconsin in exchange for a similarly hefty commitment from the state. The Taiwanese company has agreed to build a factory that will stretch 20 million square feet. That's the size of 11 football fields. And Governor Scott Walker has offered a set of financial rewards to seal the deal. Now, on the table is up to $3 billion in state tax breaks. The state legislature could approve the economic incentive package as early as August. Now, these payouts, according to officials in Wisconsin, do come with some lofty expectations. Now, as long as Foxconn keeps hiring U.S. workers at the new flat screen manufacturing facility, Wisconsin, in turn, would cut the company $200 million to $250 million per year for up to 15 years. Now that works out to a rough cost of about $230,000 per worker. Again, those are state costs, assuming the factory goes on to generate 13,000 jobs. Now that isn't under the assumption of 3,000 jobs, but rather 13,000 jobs. If the factory generates 13,000 jobs, according to this article, it costs the state about $230,000 per worker. Let's continue to watch this live feed coming in from Wisconsin. Whoa, what an audio switch there. I apologize, guys, because I know that was a very unexpected rush of audio.
Well, in a moment, we're going to actually have two more, so don't run off. We're going to have two more signings just to show you about the partnership that is already involved. We're talking about Fiscal Valley, and that means not just about building a facility or campus, it's about this much broader experience. So in a moment, we're going to do one quick thing before that. We just signed, Chairman Doe and I and our representatives signed a memorandum of understanding that is for a $10 billion investment. 13,000 jobs and pay at least $53,000 a year plus benefits in return for the state of Wisconsin providing $3 billion worth of incentives. That's what the memorandum of understanding was, and we're obviously thrilled to have that. And then before we get to the other two, though, we want to hold up this flag for a moment because we have the flag and we went overseas to see the remarkable facilities, the shark pads that Foxconn owns. We had it there. We had it in our state capitol office. When Terry and I, after meeting with our regulators and the legislature, and so did the rest of the all flag, we had the flag there for our handshake agreement at that point. And so we thought it was only fitting to have it here while, looks like it's about that time, while the Flying Eagle really appears with the wing spread going up here at the Art Museum. to desert Foxconn. And first off, Walker Innovation is going to sign a memorandum of understanding as well. So Blake, why don't you come on up? And we'll be followed by the ginseng growers from Wisconsin. We're also going to sign a memorandum of understanding with Foxconn.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are watching this live feed come in from Wisconsin, a live event. Again, Foxconn has so far committed to creating 3,000 jobs at this plant by the year 2020, but the company has said multiple times that the potential for job growth is such that there could be up to 13,000 jobs. Again, they have committed to 3,000 jobs by the year 2020. They're claiming that it's possible that it could grow to 13,000 jobs. Now, this coming plant represents a political victory for Governor Scott Walker, who bills himself as a jobs creator. And again, keep in mind, Governor Walker faces re-election next year. President Trump has also made this issue of job creation a top priority, and he's made American manufacturing jobs central to his economic agenda. Now again, Foxconn has created, or rather committed to creating 3,000 jobs at the plant by 2020 with an average yearly wage of $53,000. Now, approval of the full incentive package would mean that Foxconn, which made nearly $140 billion in revenue in 2015, could get up to $1.5 billion for creating Wisconsin jobs. Looks like Governor Scott Walker is speaking once again. Let's go ahead and listen in.
She uses ginseng, so this is extra special.
You got it.
He not just want to attract people to invest high-tech Wisconsin. He also promotes Wisconsin ginseng, okay? Begin to best sell for your ginseng association. I'll say this, I'm personally in ginseng over 40 years. Okay? Now, we like to eat, for me or my family, eat Wisconsin ginseng. Hey, how's it going? Okay? But we come here, we're working together with local ginseng association. We want to use high-tech to grow your ginseng. Okay? To protect your organic ginseng. Became to know, yeah, it's just, organic ginseng, okay? So we think in the future, you can, like me, come to eat ginseng. And then my wife this morning say, 希望 come here to buy the ginseng, okay? And then I think 希望 he want to send to me the 50-year ginseng. No, 68 years.
I have the privilege to present this rare gift to Chairman Moore. Chairman Moore and I have a lot of things in common, though I'm older. I was born in Taiwan and came to Wisconsin in 1974. He started his business in 74, which I started a Dixon business in 74. But it's much more advanced. I'm still purely down to farmer for 43 years. I brought my son over when he was born.
Well, guys, it looks like we have cut to a different camera angle at this Foxconn event there. It looks like the reporter there out in the field in Wisconsin is about to do a live shot, a live hit to report back. But you know what? Right now it looks like he's doing his makeup, and that's a little awkward. So instead of showing you this guy doing his makeup, we're going to take you back to Texas, where that tire fire continues to burn. Massive tire fire there in Texas. Let's go ahead and get you some updates regarding this fire. All right, for those of you just joining us, I do want to give you the update coming in from our sister station, Fox 4 in Dallas, Texas. Firefighters on the scene of this large tire fire near the Yellow Valley drag strip, on the border of Grand Prairie and Dallas. This is in West Dallas. This fire is just south of Interstate 30 and west of Loop 12. And obviously, since there is a large, thick black smoke that has produced from this fire, it is in turn resulting in some traffic delays because the smoke can be seen from miles and miles in the area. People that are on the freeways nearby on Interstate 30, on Loop 12, are slowing down so they can get a look at this fire, get a look at the smoke, and of course, in turn, them slowing down results in some massive traffic delays there. Keep in mind, it is 5:57 p.m. there in Dallas, so we are in the midst of rush hour there. We know that Dallas Fire Rescue is on the scene. We're hearing reports that this fire could take hours to subdue. As of right now, there are no reports of any injuries. Again, we will continue to monitor this massive fire in Texas, as well as continue to give you guys updates on major news stories as well as breaking news. There were a number of live events that took place throughout the day. We weren't able to show you all of them, but Mike Page will be joining you for the next couple hours, and he will be keeping you up to date on all the breaking news, as well as live streams and event coverage that you may have missed from earlier today. Hope you enjoy the rest of the News Now stream here on Fox10Phoenix.com.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com, taking a live look here, continuing for you on the stream where Sky Fox here, continuing to provide coverage of this fire, this tire fire that's about 20 minutes from Dallas, everyone. So we are keeping a close eye on this, as well as the healthcare debate continues on in the Senate floor. We'll bring that to you in just a little bit. Thank you all so much for joining us live. Taking a look here, is still a lot of flames being associated with this fire, so they really don't have it under control anytime soon here. All right, everybody, so what we are going to do is keep an eye on this. If we see get any more out of control, we'll go back to it. But, you know, firefighter crews are going to be working this for a while. We do want to bring you to the Senate floor, where senators are still debating health care amendments, and we'll bring that to you in just a little bit.
But also in display of their First Amendment rights. After all the debate and all the conversation and all the exhortation on this issue, we've seen a lot of things said from the floor and a lot of things said on the news media that have amounted to a matter of opinion. But, Mr. President, here is one thing I know for a fact, and that is for 4 straight elections, 2010, 2012, 2014, and 2016, for 4 straight elections, Republicans ran on a promise to repeal and replace Obamacare. We ran on that platform, and for 4 straight elections, Republicans prevailed at the ballot box on the strength of that platform. I know that for a fact. And this I believe. Millions of Americans are at work today, or at home, or getting home from their offices, from their shops, from their factories, and they are turning on the media, they're checking online, they're turning on the radio, and they are wondering if a campaign promise is going to be kept by this party that they have given the reins of government to in 4 straight elections. We're close to keeping that promise, Mr. President. We're closer than we've ever been. And we can take a big step tonight on making good on that promise. Now, it's not just a matter of keeping a promise, but I will say to my colleagues that it is important that this platform be honored. Mr. President, I'm told that I need to ask for consent to speak for 10 additional minutes there are no other people from the other side
without objection
asking for consent. So we're keeping a promise, but there's a lot more to it. And as my friend from Oklahoma outlined, not only in fact, but also in stories from honest to goodness Americans, this debate is about keeping Americans from hurting, about relieving the pain that this 2009 ACA has caused people to have. They were told they could keep their doctors. They wanted to keep their doctors. And it turns out they lost their doctors. They were told they could keep their health care plans. They liked their health care plans, and in fact, they were not able to keep their health care plans. And they were told that their premiums would go down. And we've seen chapter and verse, as the gentleman from Oklahoma so forcefully outlined, of the dramatic, drastic, unspeakable increase in premiums that Americans have undergone. They were told they'd have choice when it came to health insurance, and they've not had that choice. They've lost their freedom to make their own health care decisions, and that has been sacrificed in favor of a big government approach. So people are hurting, as has been explained on the floor tonight. Families in my state who do not have employer-based health insurance are paying nearly $3,000 more per year in premiums than they did 4 years ago. In my state, it's a 116% increase in premiums under the Affordable Care Act over this short period of time. I guess we should be thankful that we're not the 201% increase in premiums that our neighbors from Oklahoma have, or the 223% increase in health care premiums that our neighbors across the line in the state of Alabama have. But still, it's pretty bad wherever you go. And they were told, and this program was sold on a promise of reducing health care premiums. And as has also been pointed out, 6 million independent-minded Americans have just said, I will not purchase this required insurance. I will pay the penalty instead. The Supreme Court says it's a tax. We know it's a penalty, but it comes right out of their pockets. But they're doing that many times because they're independent-minded, but many times because it's the only thing they can afford. So Americans are hurting. Americans from Missouri and Oklahoma and Mississippi are hurting, and they're hurting all across America. My Republican colleagues know this. My Democratic colleagues know this, and they say, well, the ACA needs adjustment, it needs some help. But what's their solution? I think we're beginning to know, based on statements made and based on information coming forward, that our Democratic friends really want a single-payer system. That's their solution to the failed Obamacare system that we have now. A British-style, European-style, government-run insurance for all program. I don't think we need that in America. I don't think that's what Americans thought they were getting. Now, Mr. President, my wife and I have never moved our family to Washington, D.C. We've kept our home on the same street in Washington, in Tupelo, Mississippi, the whole time. We raised our kids in Mississippi. When the last bell rings this weekend, I'll be on a plane back home to my state, moving around the state, talking to Mississippians, speaking to people that gave me this great opportunity to serve in this great body and this great system of government. I want to be able to tell them when I go home after this vote that I've taken a big step in keeping the federal government out of the business of deciding health care for their families. I want to be able to tell them that they're now going to have more options to choose the plan that works for them. I want to tell people back home that put me in office that we put more power in the hands of the states, not unelected Washington, D.C. bureaucrats. I want to be able to tell them that we've passed a bill that, as my friend from Oklahoma says, answers the concerns about pre-existing conditions and takes care of those people with low incomes who need assistance in buying insurance. And I want to assure the people back in my home state and all across America, as my friend from Oklahoma just did so eloquently, that the Medicaid program will continue. As a matter of fact, it will continue to grow, but at a rate that is more sustainable, so that we can afford it today and so that we can afford the Medicaid program in future generations. This has taken long hours of give and take. It may take more long hours in debate tonight and in conference with the House, but we can get there. I see the solution formulating, and I am as optimistic as I've ever been that we'll be able to keep this four-election promise that we've made. These reforms are now within reach. We should take advantage tonight, Mr. President, of this opportunity to deliver on what was promised to the American people, to relieve Americans who are hurting from the current Obamacare system, and to give them a better opportunity for affordable and accessible health care. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
All right, so folks, they have about 4 hours left remaining for the healthcare law debate. There is a final vote expected tomorrow, but we are continuing here to take a live look at the Senate floor. I do appreciate everybody joining us on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. All our viewers here in the chat room, thank you all so much. All right, folks, in the meantime, we are going to take you to an event that happened a little bit earlier today, but it is a Vice President Mike Pence event, and it's a swearing in of an ambassador. Let's take you there.
I'm Juanita Dugan. I'm the president of the National Federation of Independent Business, NFIB, and it is my extreme great honor to introduce Vice President Mike Pence. NFIB is grateful to the Vice President for taking the time to meet with our members. Vice President Pence is the former governor of Indiana, where he put small business at the center of his economic agenda. Indiana has sent the biggest delegation to our fly-in, and our state director, Barbara Underwood, and her members know firsthand what a great friend he has been to NFIB. That friendship is stronger than ever. Since his election, Vice President has met with multiple times with NFIB members to listen to their concerns and hear their ideas. It's a practice that he brought to Washington from Indiana. One of NFIB's highest priorities is rolling back needless and expensive regulations, such as the Waters of the U.S. rule, the Clean Power Plan, and the Persuader rule. We've opposed these rules in court, and the administration has withdrawn or started to rewrite them. The administration's tax reform plan sharply reduces the top rate for small businesses and will make sure that our small business corporations will not have a higher tax rate than large corporations. On the issue of health care, last week the Vice President single-handedly revived the Senate effort to repeal Obamacare and hold senators accountable when everyone thought that effort had collapsed. And President Trump and Vice President Pence are committed to repealing Obamacare and working hard to get that bill through the Senate. As governor, Vice President Pence transformed Indiana from one of the worst places in America to do business to one of the top-ranked states in the country. I met with him last week on Obamacare repeal, and it is clear his support for NFIB continues. Please give a warm welcome to the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Well, thank you, Juanita. Give Juanita another round of applause, will you? She is a great, great champion of small business. And I want to thank her for that warm and overly generous introduction and for her leadership for this great organization. And to be here today, to be able to welcome all of you, welcome you to Washington, D.C. It is an honor to be with all of you, with the NFIB, a pillar of American opportunity and prosperity. The National Federation of Independent Business has been such an extraordinary champion over the decades for small businesses and entrepreneurs across this country. And
All right, folks, there we go. Sometimes you just got to hit a couple buttons there and you'll get the right one that you want. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream, everybody. We are taking a live look here at some of the senators leaving the floor right now. You see they do have a camera set up there in place for, if a stakeout camera is what you really call it, if they do want to go that route and make a couple of statements here. So we are watching live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Boy, do we really appreciate everybody joining us here. Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream as we continue to provide you coverage here. This is right out of the right outside the Senate floor there, and we're going to see. We're going to see, folks, if we could get a senator there to talk on camera there. We're also waiting for any more Senate floor action with any more votes coming for any amendments on the health care law. We got a little bit of options here for you this evening, like we pretty much always do for you guys as we continue to watch live. Let's go now to the fire there where we have a little bit more video to choose from. And this is live right now. I'll get you the latest details as well. We're going to go to our sister station in Fox 4 Dallas for the very latest info. This fire has been burning in far west Dallas, and it's being seen for miles. Right now, there's no immediate reports of any injuries. Dallas Fire Rescue responded to the scene to battle the blaze. And right now, they're thinking it could take really hours to subdue. There were some onlooker delays from I-30 when people were slowing down to look at the smoke. But other than that, if that's the worst that could happen, hey, we're going to be okay there. All right, folks, we're just also going to show you really quick here. This is Senator John McCain walking down. Let's see if he will be giving any statements. If they want, he's already talking to members of the press. Will he go to the stakeout camera? Let's look where it could happen. They're talking there. Why don't you talk at the mic there? That'd be... So let's see here if he's going to turn around and maybe talk at the podium there. We're also keeping an eye on that fire. We'll be there in a little bit. Still continuing to see here as Senator McCain is talking to members of the press, but he is not at that podium where we could get any type of audio for you. Also keeping an eye on the Senate floor as well for you guys. A little bit of everything as we continue to bring you live on the News Now stream, part of our news set as well. We got a new board up here as well, so things are doing pretty good out here in the stream. Let's see if they wave. Somebody should wave them over. See other reporters trying to get a spot, trying to get some intel. Everybody just really crowded him, and now they're blocking him from even trying to get to the podium. It could be maybe that even the senators are going to grab dinner now. Or they could be done for the evening. We'll keep an eye on that camera. They can now back out live here to this fire near Dallas. No injuries right now, but it could take hours to put out. We do appreciate everybody joining us here live on the stream as these firefighters continue to try to work this fire, a very large fire on the scene near the Yellow Belly drag strip on the border of Dallas and Grand Prairie this afternoon. Fire is located on W. Davis Street, just west of Loop 12 and south of I-30. Producing large, thick black smoke that could be seen for miles. And yeah, Sky Fox is definitely showing us that it really is. So we'll see how long this can go. I mean, think about it. Firefighters are going to be there for hours at least, because they even got to stay around when the fire finally is out to make sure there's no other sparks or anything that could re-trigger it. I do have, let me know folks there in the chat how that audio is doing now. As we continue to bring you these live images here, as look at that trailer fully engulfed right now. As we continue to provide you with these aerials, we always appreciate you guys here in the stream. And we continue to take a look here. At least you're seeing more white smoke, though. That's always a good thing. Guy Fox continuing to show us some different scenes here. As you can see, they have other first responders there just in case, and giving those firefighters some relief as well, as they do have water trucks as well for them. And you can really see the first responders here. Lots of trucks at the yellow belly drag strip here as this fire got out of hand very quickly. But the crews trying to do the very best that they can in a situation that extremely hot temps, much like here in Arizona where they got to take different shifts. Okay, so Sky Fox there is leaving the scene. We're also going to be keeping an eye out on the Senate floor. What we do want to show you now the ceremony that they had at the White House. Vice President Mike Pence.
Introduce the Vice President of the United States, Mr. Mike Pence.
Well, good afternoon. And on behalf of the First Family, welcome to the White House. It's going to be my great honor today, and in fact, a privilege, to administer the oath of office to the 42nd United States Ambassador to Japan, Bill Hagerty. We're joined today by some very distinguished guests. Senator Alexander and Senator Corker, both from Bill Hagerty's home state of Tennessee. Would you join me in welcoming both of them? I see distinguished members of the military and other honored guests. I know the family is very grateful you're here, as is the President and myself. We're joined today also by the most distinguished guests who are here, and that is our incoming ambassador's wonderful family. His mother, Ruth, and most especially his wonderful wife, Chrissy, and their 4 beautiful children. You guys stand up? Go ahead and stand up now. The Hagerty family heads to Japan, and it's a big crew. We also have many other honored guests with us today, including the Commander of the United States Armed Forces Japan, General Jerry Martinez, and many distinguished members of Congress from his home state, as well as the senators that I mentioned before. In fact, it's important to note that Senator Corker is, in fact, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, and we're truly honored to have you and Senator Alexander here. We're also joined by members of Congress from the House of Representatives in Tennessee, Congressman John Duncan, Congresswoman Diane Black, Congresswoman Marsha Blackburn, Congressman Scott Gijarlis, David Kustoff, and Congressman Phil Rowe. Would you give them all a round of applause for their comments? And I know it's a particular honor to have with us Bill's counterpart, Japan's ambassador to the United States of America, Ambassador Kenichiro Sase, and his wife, Mrs. Nobuku Sase. As well as a special advisor to the Prime Minister and member of the Diet, Katsuyuki Kawai. As I had the privilege of expressing during my trip to Japan on the President's behalf earlier this year, under President Donald Trump, the United States is firmly committed to our treasured friend and ally, Japan. One of the clearest signs of that commitment, I believe, today, is the President's choice of Bill Hagerty as America's ambassador to Japan. Bill, throughout your life, you've helped to strengthen the ties between America and Japan. It started early in your career when you actually lived in Japan on a 3-year assignment as a consultant. You then served as an economic advisor under President George Herbert Walker Bush, and in your time as commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development, you worked with Japanese firms to make investments in your home state that have created good-paying jobs for the people of Tennessee. But your commitment to Japan reaches far beyond a professional level. Your service on the board of the Far East Council of the Boy Scouts of America has brought the people of our nations closer together and has deepened the friendship of our nations for generations to come. President Trump has now called on you to represent the United States as our ambassador to Japan. And this is a momentous time in the life of our alliance. In this time of challenge and widening threats in the region, the U.S.-Japan alliance remains the cornerstone of peace, prosperity, and freedom in the Asia-Pacific. The United States and Japan stand together resolutely to confront whatever threats are posed to us, especially those posed by the regime in North Korea.
All right, everybody, we will now be transitioning back over to the Senate floor. We have Senator Dean Heller, Republican from Nevada, debating right now.
And retirees, and they're all saying the same thing, and that is that the Cadillac tax needs to be repealed. From unions to small businesses, employers are proposing sweeping changes to employee benefits today, right now, to avoid this onerous tax later. First, over 33 million Americans who use flexible spending accounts and 13.5 million Americans who use health savings accounts may see these accounts vanish in coming years as companies scramble to avoid this law's 40% excise tax. HSAs and FSAs are used for things like hospital and maternity services. They're used for dental care. They're used for physical therapy and access to mental health services. Access to these life-saving services could all be gone to millions of Americans if the Cadillac tax is not fully repealed. Second, I've heard from employers, large and small, from all over Nevada saying that they will inevitably have to eliminate services their workers currently enjoy, dramatically increase deductibles and premiums, and will have to cut certain doctors out of their networks. It goes right at the heart of Obamacare's broken promise, and that is if you like your health care, you can keep it, or if you like your doctor, you can keep it. This onerous tax targets Americans who already have high-quality health care, and Nevadans have reached out to tell me how this tax will affect them. One of the stories that hit me the hardest was hearing from a school teacher in Las Vegas. As the son of a cafeteria worker, I know the sacrifices that these educators make each day. Cynthia, who works in the Clark County School District, sacrificed a higher paycheck to ensure that a quality health plan would be there when she retired. The Cadillac tax would place a 40% excise tax on a retiree's benefits and cause her to deplete her savings to cover the loss. Seniors have worked their entire lives for these benefits, and the Cadillac tax puts at risk the sacrifices they have made for decades to have a safe and stable retirement. That's why I'm committed to repealing this very bad tax. Many are in the service industries, like Michael from Las Vegas, who wrote to my office, explained how he is worried the cost of his union-sponsored health insurance premium will now skyrocket. He's already seen his deductibles increase and understands next year there will be more increases to his health care premiums. Michael also shares his concerns with an imposed fine from the Internal Revenue Service that should he not have this health insurance. He makes a valid point. If he loses his job, then how can he be expected to pay for his health care? Norm, a city employee from Southern Nevada, shared another concern with me recently. The last thing a self-insured provider wants to do is reduce benefits for his employees. Back in 2015, 90 senators voted on the record in support of repealing the Cadillac tax, and I hope that all 90 will join me again today. They recognize it'll hurt middle-class families who, for reasons outside of their control, have health plans that already or soon will reach the Cadillac tax's cost limits. The tax will force many employers to pay steep taxes on their employees' health plans, flexible spending accounts, and possibly eliminate some employer-provided health coverage plans altogether. So under this tax, deductibles will be higher, benefits will be reduced even more, putting a strain on middle-class families trying to make ends meet. The short-term success of this was pushing the delay through 2020. Now it needs to be fully repealed. So, Mr. President, I encourage all my colleagues to join me today in voting to support Heller Amendment number 502 to fully repeal this bad tax. Send a message that Congress is serious about lowering costs for all Americans. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
If no one yields time, time will be charged equally to both sides.
right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Sorry about that, folks. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're going to continue on here. I'm going to show you an event from earlier today. Great event, as President Trump honoring those first response. Ooh, we might have
Senator for Hawaii.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
The Senate is not in quorum call.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this afternoon, late this afternoon, around 5 o'clock, a number of Republican senators indicated their unwillingness to support the so-called skinny bill, which would rip health care from 16 million people, according to CBO, and increase health insurance premiums by 20%, and not 20% over several years, 20% per year for the next several years, doubling health insurance premiums over the next 4 or 5 years. That's the bill we're talking about. But they said, look, that they don't like this bill, but they are willing to vote for it if they are provided assurances that this is just a sort of a procedural vote. We just had a motion to proceed that was procedural in nature, according to them. We think it's the vote on health care. Now, this second vote, which is actually a vote to enact legislation, they're saying they're going to vote for it, but only on the condition that we go to conference committee. And something just happened over the last couple of hours that is actually pretty astonishing. The House Rules Committee adopted what they call martial law. Now, it's not quite as bad as it sounds, but it's pretty bad. And what that means is it gives total control over the procedures to the House majority. The House majority now is in a position to enact the skinny bill right away. And there are a lot of members of the Senate who want to talk about this, but I'll just give you my little indicators that they're going to enact this into law by Sunday. They are going to enact this into law by Sunday. Number one, the White House already has a name for it. The president has indicated a willingness to sign it, sight unseen. And Paul Ryan just issued a statement which was not at all reassuring. There were lots of words, but none of them included, we will not enact anything that comes from the Senate. We will go to conference committee, and if we don't have an agreement, we will not enact the Senate version of the bill. They are desperate to enact a bill before the summertime starts. And that is why we are all terrified here. There are a lot of people on the Republican side who hate the bill that they are going to be asked to vote for. And the only reason that they're entertaining the possibility is that they want to go to conference. But they're not going to end up in a conference committee. They're going to end up in a signing ceremony over the weekend. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, if I could just pick up on the comments of my colleague from Hawaii. We had a comical discussion 2 days ago in a Democratic caucus lunch. Comedy isn't that unusual in a caucus with Al Franken, but the comic discussion was about how we would describe to the American public what a skinny repeal is. It was kind of phraseology that we might understand. How do we describe that to the American public? And we took about a half hour to try to figure out how to do it. But about 2 hours ago, one of our Republican colleagues did it in 5 seconds. He said, and this is the senator from South Carolina, that the skinny repeal is a fraudulent disaster. That's what Senator Graham said. The skinny repeal is a fraudulent disaster. He did such a better job than we did of describing what the bill is. And it's a fraudulent disaster because it hurts people. It takes health insurance away, according to the CBO, from 16 million people, and it would jack up premiums in a compounding 20% this year, then an additional 20%, 40% the next year. That's why it's a fraudulent disaster. But some members, as was described by my colleague from Hawaii, are entertaining that even though we call it a fraudulent disaster, we can vote on it because, don't worry, the House will create an opportunity for us to fix it and make it better. But the comments of the Speaker, which had to be clarified a few minutes later by his press spokesperson, has made absolutely plain that if this bill passes out of the Senate, it is intended to be passed by the House ASAP, and the president's spokesperson has said, we like this bill, and the pen is in hand. We are ready to sign it. So no one in this body should have any illusions. If the skinny repeal, otherwise known as the fraudulent disaster, passes, It's not to continue a process. It is to take health insurance away from 16 million people, and it will raise premiums dramatically, and that's what the intent of this vote would be. And with that, Mr. President—
A colleague yield for question?
I will yield the floor for a question.
Just very quickly, he pointed out this analysis we've gotten where the premiums go into the stratosphere. Senator Murray and I worked a long time on it. Wages for working people are going up about as fast as a snail trying to climb uphill. I'm curious what you think that means for working class families in Virginia. Because I know in my home state, and Senator Merkley and I have talked about this, we've got working families right now every single month walking on an economic tightrope, balancing their food bill against the fuel bill against the rent bill. Because my colleague was correct with respect to the fact that this would start, by the way, in January. This is not some kind of far-removed thing. People are going to feel the hit of these skyrocketing premiums right away. What does my colleague think that's going to mean for working class families in his home state?
Well, to respond, Mr. President, to my colleague from Oregon, one of the things we've seen in the first half year of this administration is whatever the job report out month to month comes out at the beginning of each month, we're not seeing wage growth. We're not seeing wage growth. So imagine that continuing forward, essentially no wage growth and 20% increases in premiums that then compound to 40% next year, 60% the year after that. This will be devastating. And so if you put together the CBO consequences, 16 million losing insurance, the 20% compounding increases in premiums, a likely dramatic destabilization of the insurance market, and then other features that we hear are in the skinny bill. For example, if you take funding away from Planned Parenthood, and 3 million women have decided that's my choice, that's where I'm going to get my health care, including many working women and women in working class families, the premium effect is going to be absolutely dramatic. And it would be devastating to Virginians, devastating to Oregonians. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're here at a historic moment, and we listened to a historic speech just within the last 48 hours from our colleague, Senator John McCain. All of us welcomed him back and were inspired and overjoyed by his return, and then by his speech asking that we go back to the regular order, that we have committee consideration of a bill with hearings and markup and the democratic process really working. What threatens us tonight is the democratic process being brought to new lows. If this bill is passed with the assurance that it won't go to conference, and there are conservatives, and I could quote them, I ask that their remarks be entered into the record in the interest of time.
Without objection.
We will see, in effect, a betrayal of our trust. And I say that very seriously. I hope this body will keep faith with our democracy and make sure that a bill that is regarded as a bad bill, and rightly so because it will eliminate insurance for 16 million people, it will raise premiums by 20% within less than a year, it will drive costs up, it will bring down the number of people who are insured by catastrophic numbers. And we owe it to the American people to vote against this so-called skinny bill, which is really a sham repeal. It is a skeletal version of Trump Care 2.0, 3.0, 5.0, 7.0. We can do better. And with that, I yield the floor to my colleague, my very distinguished colleague from the state of Delaware.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I want to speak for a few minutes on the floor to answer the calls that are coming into my office, the texts and the emails that I'm getting from folks saying, what's going on? What's happening in the United States Senate? They can't keep track of what it is that we've moved to. We don't know either. We are here probably all night waiting for the majority to finally produce the bill that they will use to attempt to repeal and maybe replace or not the Affordable Care Act. All we know is that every single proposal that's been brought forward in recent days has two features. It reduces coverage and it raises costs. It may be that 16 million Americans will lose health coverage, might be 20 million, might be 32 million. Those are different scores for different proposed bills. It might raise costs by 15%, 20%, or 30%. Sometime later tonight, you will see the final bill presented on this floor, and hopefully we will get some score so that we will know what we're voting on before we finally get to it. But what is so scary to families I'm hearing from is that after 7 months of majority rule, where the Republican Party controls the Senate and the House and the White House, we don't have a finished bill for us to debate tonight in detail, and we don't yet know exactly what we'll vote on later tonight. We just know a simple theme. Every proposal that's been brought forward, when scored by the CBO, the independent scorekeeper, offers less coverage and higher costs. And folks, I want to remind you about something, because I just ran into a family out on the steps of the Capitol, outside the building, not inside the building. A family that's raising 2 typical children and 1 child with Down syndrome. A family where the father of the family is active duty U.S. military. They asked me, why can't we be heard? The process that brought us here tonight did not include committee hearings, where either doctors or nurses, patient advocates, folks who run hospitals, folks who are specialists in insurance were heard. And in a press conference earlier this evening, 4 of our colleagues said they're going to vote for this bill later tonight so it can go to conference and get fixed. They said that the current expected skinny repeal bill is a fraudulent disaster, to paraphrase a colleague. Well, I really think what we should do is heed the advice that Senator McCain laid out on this floor a few days ago and go back to regular order. Just earlier today, there was an inspiring moment when we took up and passed by a vote of 97-2 the Russia sanctions bill. We heard the chair and the ranking Republican and Democrat of Foreign Relations and Banking Committees speak positively of each other, speak positively of the process, and say the outcome is in the best interest of our country. Well, as we've seen, we don't always follow regular order. Both parties have responsibility for moving things over the years without fully consulting each other and without going through the committee process. I think this is the moment where we should look at what happened earlier today on this very floor and follow that process, where the committees are included and consulted and where we find a bipartisan resolution to what ails America. I'm afraid that's not what's going to happen, and that later tonight we'll be forced to vote for or against a bill that raises health care costs for Americans and lowers the number of Americans that get health care coverage. And if that's the case, this senator will vote no. Thank you. And with that, I yield the floor to my colleague from Connecticut.
Mr. President. The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are starting to hear rumors of what is in this so-called skinny bill, and it is not skinny. It is humongous. It is filled with all sorts of conservative priorities, whether it be, these are rumors, the end to the individual mandate, the elimination that insurance companies require include certain coverages, the denial of funding to Planned Parenthood. This is not a bill that is designed to go to conference. This is a bill that is designed to become law. And I just want to put all of the pieces together for folks that we're hearing tonight, because you're hearing, if you're following this all across America, different pieces of news emerging from different parts of this city. And let me try to put it together for you for a minute. First, you're seeing this skinny bill get fatter and fatter. It all of a sudden looks like a piece of legislation that's not designed to go to conference. It looks like it's a piece of legislation designed to become law. It's healthcare arson. It sets the insurance markets on fire. It immediately takes insurance from 16 million people and drives rates up by 20% on a compounding basis. This is insanity. But it's getting bigger and bigger, which makes you wonder, wait a second, is this really about going to conference or is this becoming law? Then we get another piece of information. The White House doesn't support a conference. The White House really likes the skinny bill and would like it to become law. Then we get another piece of information. The House of Representatives tomorrow morning will declare what is called martial law. That is a procedural move that will allow the House to pass the bill that comes from the Senate as quickly as possible, right? It's all coming together now. This isn't going to conference. This is becoming law. And then finally, the icing on the cake is the most curious piece of news, a statement from the Speaker of the House in which he says, not we will go to conference. He says, I'm willing to go to conference. Why I'm willing to go to conference and not we will go to conference? Well, maybe you get the clarification from his spokesman who says, quote, conference committee is one option under consideration and something we're taking steps to prepare for should we choose that route after first discussing with the members of our conference. Can you see what's happening here? Can you see what's happening here? This is a bill that is being sold as just a procedural step to get to conference. But everything else that's happening around it suggests that this is becoming law. And even if I'm not right, let's just also be clear about the process. Even if there is a conference, how on earth is the conference going to come to a conclusion that the Senate could not? Right? You're going to introduce the Freedom Caucus to the United States Senate and think that you are going to get more functionality, not less functionality? Even if you get to that conference, it will last for a couple days, maybe a couple weeks. They will come to no conclusion. And then guess what? The skinny bill, which is not so skinny any longer, is there for the United States House of Representatives to pass and put into law. All the while, the President of the United States cheering that on. That's the signal he gave you. The President of the United States does not support a conference. He supports the bill that we are going to have unveiled later tonight and pass. He supports that bill going into law. So even if you get to conference with the President chiding the conference to give up and pass the Senate bill with it available to the House for passage, that's what the outcome will be. So for our Senate friends who want some assurances that this bill will not become law, you are getting tonight exactly the opposite. And with that, I yield the floor to the Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from Connecticut for that really good, detailed description of how we got to where we are, because I think it is really hard to explain to Americans at home who are watching this, what isn't really a debate. I don't see my friends from the other side of the aisle here right now, but to watch what's happening here today. Because what I have seen in my state the last few months is extraordinary. Families coming up in the middle of a 4th of July parade with their child with Down syndrome, bringing him over and saying, he is not just a pre-existing condition. He is our child that we love. Or this last weekend, when I was with a family with 2 identical twins, Maria and Evelyn. One is the catcher and one is the pitcher on their 11-year-old softball team. Just in the last few years, one of them found out that she has a severe case of juvenile diabetes. The other one is perfectly healthy. And what the mom told me was that they can hardly make it paying for the costs of the insulin, which has gone up astronomically over the years, paying for the testing strips, paying for everything involved in this. And yet now, instead of seeing a bill which reduces the cost of prescription drugs by including some of the provisions I have long advocated for, from ending pay for delay, where big pharmaceutical companies are paying off generic companies to keep their products off the market, or bringing in less expensive drugs from other countries, or allowing for negotiation under Medicare Part D, instead of doing some of those innovative things that we need to bring costs down for regular Americans, what we see here is going to make it worse. And when I met with these 2 girls, I told them and their family that I had their back. and that I would tell their story on the floor of the United States Senate. Never once did I think I'd be saying it, even this last week, when we are facing this kind of onslaught to this family. Because what I would tell these girls now is that this bill, from what we've learned, we have not seen it, we don't know exactly what's in it, but what we've heard, what would happen? Well, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, it would kick 16 million people off of health care. And I would tell those girls, you know how many people that is, girls? It is 14 states worth of people. It is the combined population of 14 states in the United States of America. What we have learned about this bill is that it would increase premiums by over 20%. Again, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. What I would tell them is that is more than their school clothes, it's more than their softball clothes, it's a good chunk of what could be their college education. So this is real money for real people, and this reduces coverage and it makes it more expensive. We can do so much better. A few months ago, we went to that softball game, the baseball game, where the Republican men's team played the Democratic team. I was there in the stands, and I watched at the end this beautiful scene when the Democratic team won. They took the trophy, and they gave it to the Republican team, and they said to put it in Representative Scalise's office. Why'd they do that? Because they were saying we're all on one team. And that's what this should be when we are dealing with 1/6 of the American economy. We shouldn't be at night passing a bill that one of our most trusted colleagues on the other side of the aisle, a Republican, has just called a fraudulent disaster. That's not what we should be doing. We should be working on the fixes that so many of my colleagues have been working on for years, bringing those drug prices down, making the exchanges stronger, right, with reinsurance and cost sharing. These are things we could actually do together. So I ask my colleagues to work with us. We have opened the doors. We want to work together on these changes and not to pass this fraudulent disaster.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate so much my colleagues being out here on the floor. We're debating a bill that relates to 16% of our gross domestic product, almost 20% of our economy. And I wish that there were folks on the other side of the aisle that were out here tonight having this debate. So I thank my colleague from Minnesota for the point that she made. And I want to say, Mr. President, that I am really discouraged about where we are in our political system right now. And part of that is because politicians seem to think they can say one thing when they're running for office and do another thing when they get here, and that there's not a consequence. And I guess one of the reasons that people think there isn't a consequence is that we have begun to treat edited content, journalism, as though somehow it's inferior to somebody just shooting their mouth off on the internet. And you hear the president assaulting journalists who have covered terrorism, tried to bring the story in Syria to the United States. Some have lost their lives, and the president says, well, they're not covering terrorism. Then he attacks the fake news. Then he goes and does rallies in places like Youngstown and gets people to attack CNN or the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, anything that's actually edited content. And I think it's because he thinks that he won't withstand the scrutiny of real journalists, but I think B, he thinks it will help with this anything goes style of politics, which says you can say one thing in the election and do something else when I'd ask for an additional 3 minutes.
Without objection.
Is this a personal? Is it?
I'm sorry, the Democratic time has expired.
I would ask for an additional 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just don't. if we don't hold people accountable for their campaign promises. Here's what Donald Trump said. This is one of the things he said during the campaign about what he was going to produce for the American people with respect to health care. He said it was going to be beautiful, terrific, a beautiful and terrific plan to provide such great health care at a tiny fraction of the cost, and it's going to be so easy. That's what he said in rally after rally across the United States of America, and a lot of people believed it. He talked about how much he hated the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, and all the reasons why. Many of the reasons he talked about were manufactured. But that doesn't really matter anymore. He's the president, the Republicans are in the majority of the Senate, and the Republicans have a majority of the House. Their characterization or mischaracterization of the Affordable Care Act is not the issue anymore. The issue is, what are they going to do for people living in the state of Colorado who are dealing with a health care system that's not supporting them terribly well? And you heard that right. People who support the Affordable Care Act or oppose it in my state are deeply discouraged about the way our health care system works. And I think that if the president were keeping his promise, you'd see 100 people support the bill, because it's actually consistent with what people at home want. They want more transparency when it comes to health care. They want more affordability. They want more predictability. That's what they want. And if I set out to write a bill less responsive to that aspiration of people that I represent who are critics of the Affordable Care Act, Republicans in my state, I couldn't write a bill less responsive than the one the House of Representatives has passed and the one that was introduced by the majority leader after he wrote it in secret. It's 8:20, Mr. President, on the night we're going to have this vote, and we haven't seen the bill. After a year and a half of almost countless committee hearings, after adopting almost 200 Republican amendments on the Affordable Care Act, and then going to town hall after town hall being accused of being a Bolshevik who hadn't read the bill, my question is, why aren't people being held to that standard tonight? Maybe they're not asking us to read the bill because there is no bill at 8:20 on the night that we're supposed to take away 16 million Americans' health care, or 20 million Americans' health care. On the night we're supposed to vote for a bill that the Congressional Budget Office says will jack up insurance rates by 20%. They wrote the bill in secret. They didn't have a single hearing in the Senate, not one hearing in the Senate. And now it's 8:20 at night, and there are people in my state who think they're going to lose their health insurance because they might be one of those 16 million people, or they might have a kid or a parent who has a pre-existing condition, like the thousands of people that have contacted my office, and they're terrified. And they're not even on the floor. And they can't read the bill. Read the bill. And now we're told there's going to be a procedural trick that's going to allow the House of Representatives just to pass this through over the weekend. This is a shameful way to run the Senate. It is exactly the opposite of what the majority leader promised he would do when he was the minority leader in the Senate. He's the one who said, if you can't get a vote from the other side, if you can't get one vote from the other side, you maybe should acknowledge that the American people aren't behind your bill. Well, they can't even get all the Republicans to vote for this. They had to have Mike Pence, who's the vice president, come here to break a tie. What a disgrace to ask the executive branch to come here and save your bacon because you can't get the votes. And there's not a Democratic vote for this bill tonight because it doesn't meet the test that the minority leader himself had. So, Mr. President, I see my colleague from Michigan is here. I will yield the floor just by saying that we should stop this catastrophe. The only thing we know about this catastrophe is if it passes, there'll be 16 million people who lose their health insurance and a bunch of rates go up. If we don't do it, that won't happen.
Senator, your
I yield
time
the
has
floor.
expired.
Mr. President, I would ask consent for 5 minutes.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I want to support what my colleagues have been saying on this floor. And the reason that we haven't seen a bill, the reason that we have no idea what is coming is because this is a political exercise by the Republicans. It's about winning and losing. But for people in the country, for people in Michigan, it's personal. This is not a political game. This is personal for everyone who cares about their children and wants to make sure they can take them to the doctor. If you've got a mom with Alzheimer's and you might lose the ability to have nursing home care, if you have cancer and know you may not be able to get the full treatments that you need, this is personal. And as has been said, every single proposal of theirs is higher costs and less coverage. So door number one we voted on, which would gut Medicaid health care. 3 out of 5 Michigan seniors get their nursing home care from Medicaid. Half of the people that receive Medicaid health care are children. All the funds in the first proposal would go to tax cuts for the wealthy few and pharmaceutical drug companies, and destabilize and undermine and raise costs for everybody else. So that's door number one, higher costs, less coverage. So then when that didn't go forward, then it was door number two. Door number two, repeal everything that was passed under the Affordable Care Act and then say to folks somewhere down the road we'll figure out how to replace it. That is higher costs and less coverage. And now we're at door number 3, and we don't know what's behind door number 3. All we know for sure is that it will be higher costs and less coverage. Now, we as Democrats want just the opposite. We want to work together with our Republican colleagues to lower costs. By the way, starting with the outrageous increases in prescription drug costs. And we want to increase coverage options, increase health insurance. That's what we are all about. And I believe, I know in Michigan, that's what people want me to be focused on. Are there problems in the current system? Of course, and we should fix those. But you don't have to rip away health care and raise everybody's costs 20% a year like it's being talked about now in order to fix the problems that are there. And so, Mr. President, I do want to quote Senator McCain, who said it's time to return to regular order, work together to reduce out-of-pocket costs, and learn to trust one another again. It's pretty tough to trust colleagues, to trust the majority when we aren't even given the respect of knowing what we are going to be voting on. And it's not about us. It's not about us as individuals. It's about the fact that every person who's getting cancer treatments right now needs to know what the United States Senate is going to be voting on and have a chance to respond. Every person who cares about their child, who cares about their parent in a nursing home, who cares about their future, has the right to know and to read a bill and know what's going on. So I just want to say in conclusion, I want to close with the words of Margot, who manages a health clinic in Kent County in the western part of Michigan. Margot knows the benefits of increased access to health care because she sees it every day. She knows it's not political. It's personal. There's nothing more personal than be able to take your child to the doctor, get the health care you need, or care for your parents. Margot wrote, seeing working people who have struggled all of their adult lives to manage their chronic health conditions finally have access to regular doctor visits, health education, and prescription medications has been a tremendous relief. It's amazing how different the lives of our patients are today compared to what they were a few years ago. She added, "You can't imagine the sense of dignity the people I see feel." Mr. President, it's time to bring back some dignity to the United States Senate. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wyoming.
I heard somebody say that nobody was listening. Well, I was listening. And I've read a little bit from this book before on the floor about health care. It's called Demystifying Obamacare by David G. Brown, who's a doctor. And he does a marvelous job of going through the history of how we got to where we are. And he says, maybe we need to answer the question, what does Obamacare do? What does Obamacare purport to do? What does Obamacare not do? He says those answers are relatively simple. Obamacare is not a system of health care, nor is it a health care reform. It's a system of health care control. Obamacare was supposed to significantly reduce health care costs, but instead it has dramatically increased costs for even those who are not directly within the Obamacare program. He also says Obamacare was supposed to increase access to care, but instead it can actually reduce access, availability of care. He says Obamacare reduces the effectiveness of the safety net program, which is so very important to economically poor Americans. He says the quality of health care in America was derided when Obamacare was passed, but Obamacare instead reduces the quality of U.S. health care by reducing innovation. And then it says, Obamacare removes a person's ability to make his own decisions about his health care and that of his family. It does so by removing the freedom to make those decisions. What we're trying to do is correct those problems and get back to a system of health care where the patient and the doctor get to make some of the decisions, where we encourage more people to be in the system, where we expand the use of HSAs, refundable tax credits, where we allow people to buy insurance across state lines. We could put money back into state high-level risk pools. In fact, I really like the invisible risk pools that allow people to continue to pay what they were paying before, but to get the unique care. We pass Medicaid to the states in terms of block grants or per capita allotments, and we partially privatize Medicare starting in 2024 with the premium support system. That's not in the bill. That's one of the, I'm reading suggestions that he gives. Cap the amount for tax exclusions in higher cost employer-based plans. Now, you need to know that the proposals that we've been putting out, in spite of what I've been hearing over on this side, kids under 26 still get to be on their parents' insurance. We're not taking that off. I keep hearing that we're eliminating the pre-existing conditions. We are not. There hasn't been a proposal to eliminate the pre-existing conditions. So quit saying that. That's just fear-mongering. And eliminating the lifetime caps on insurance. I haven't heard a proposal for that. Also allowing people to continue to be insured even if they change jobs. That's what this guy wrote in a book, and I'd like for everybody to read it. He said that there are 5 factors that drive up health care costs. One is taxes, another is mandates, another is regulations, another is lack of competition and flexibility within the marketplace. And the 5th one, I don't know of anybody addressing yet, but it's medical liability system that encourages defensive medicine and drives the cost up. Seniors need to be protected. There needs to be an effective and viable safety net system. Nobody's trying to work against that, regardless of what you're hearing here. And I understand that my time has expired. I've got a lot more of the book I'd like to share, but I'm not sure that it's productive anyway. So I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
First, I ask unanimous consent before the next amendment. Each side be given 2 minutes.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you. And now, Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1628 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report the same back to the Senate within 3 days, not counting any day on which the Senate is not in session, with changes that, 1, are within the jurisdiction of such committee, and 2, strike the subsequent effective date in the repeal of the tax on employee health insurance premiums and health plan benefits, which reinstates the tax in later years.
Question occurs on the motion.
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi.
No.
Okay.
Aye.
Sure. Mrs. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Flake. Mr. Franken. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hatch. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Heitkamp. Mr. Heller. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Isaacson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Strange, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
And this is coming from
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Coons, Harris, Hassan, Heinrich, Heitkamp, Klobuchar, Markey, McCaskill, Merkley, Murphy, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Tester, and Wyden. Mr. Bennett, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Cornyn, Enzi, Grassley, Heller, Isaacson, and Young.
Chad Pergram from Fox News Channel saying a conference committee is where the House and Senate members meet to craft a final merged bill already okayed by the House and Senate.
Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Roberts, no.
This will instruct the committee on a Cadillac health plans tax. Right now there is 18 yeses, 7 noes. They do need a majority, need to pass it. Chad Pergram of Fox News Channel says if Senate gets into a long vote-a-rama, this is going to bleed well past dawn and into the day on Friday. And he also says unlikely that Democrats would file any health care amendments if GOP tells them that the health care bill will fail. And in other news, the Judiciary Committee Republicans are calling for a second special counsel to probe Hillary Clinton, Loretta Lynch, and James Comey.
Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Murray, Aye. Mr. Paul? No. Mr. Donnelly? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Inhofe? No. Mr. Gardner? No. Mr. Warner? Mr. Cochran? No. Mr. Alexander? No.
What did he say?
Right now, there is 23 yeses, 13 noes. A majority is needed to pass.
Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Hoeven? No. Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Sullivan?
No.
No. Mr. Durbin? No. Mrs. Fisher? No. Mr. Perdue? No. Mr. Daines? No. Mr. Burr? No. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Mr. Bozeman? No. Mr. Franken? Aye. Ms. Hirono? Aye. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Leahy? Aye. Mr. Corker? No. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. Booker? Aye. Mrs. Ernst? No. Mr. Graham? No. Mr. Menendez? Aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Wicker? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Cardin? Aye. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Nelson? Aye. Mr. Flake? No. Mr. Cotton? No. Mr. Barrasso? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Kane? No. Mr. Langford? No. Mr. Toomey? No. Mr. Portman? No. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. McCain? No.
Yeah, there we are.
Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Johnson? No. Ms. Collins? No. Mr. McConnell? No. Mr. Udall? Aye. Mr. Thune? No. Mr. Hatch? No. Mr. Carper? Aye. Yeah, I did. Mr. Blunt? No. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren? Aye. Mr. Sass? No. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Strange, no.
All right, so folks, the motion will fail. The motion will fail as they have 51 no votes to 43 yes so far, but they did need a majority, and that motion will fail.
Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Cassidy? No.
And stuff we are just learning right now that Speaker Paul Ryan says the House is willing to go to a conference committee over the health care plan.
Any senators in the chambers wishing to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 43, the nays are 57, and the motion to commit is not agreed to. There are now 2 minutes, equally divided, prior to the vote on the Heller Amendment.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Nevada.
Thank you very much.
Could we have order in the chamber, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment at the desk, Heller Amendment number 502, repeals the Cadillac tax, plain and simple. No gimmicks, repeals the Cadillac tax, plain and simple. This is a bipartisan issue with bipartisan support. And under these circumstances, it's probably appropriate that we have a bipartisan issue that's here in front of us. I want to just take a minute to thank Senator Heinrich, a friend of mine, my friend from New Mexico, for his hard work and effort on behalf of this particular issue. He's worked hard.
Come to order, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an issue that's well endorsed. We have the endorsement of organized labor, chambers of commerce, local and state governments, small business organizations. They've all supported repealing this very bad and onerous tax. Over 83 groups have endorsed full repeal. They are saying the same thing, that the Cadillac tax needs to be fully repealed or our employees will experience massive changes in their health care. So previously, Mr. President, in this chamber, they have voted nearly unanimously to support this full repeal.
Fired.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask support from my colleagues on this Heller Amendment. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
Thank you. First, on the issue before us, most Democrats, the vast majority, are for repeal of the Cadillac tax. We're not for many of the other provisions that are being put forward. This requires the two to be tied together. We're for the repealing the Cadillac tax, but not with harming the health care of millions of Americans. Now, I want to make another point, especially to my friends, Senators McCain, Graham, Johnson, and Cassidy, who said correctly that the skinny bill was totally inadequate and they would require assurances from the House. Let me first read what Mr. Ryan said. If moving forward requires a conference committee, that's something the House is willing to do. That is not worth anything. Only if moving forward is required. But I'd make another point that makes this case proof positive that this bill could pass and there's no assurance from the House. The House Rules Committee, there was a motion to limit the waiver of Clause 6A of Rule 13 to I ask unanimous consent for 30 seconds.
Is there objection? Without objection.
To limit it just for motions to go to conference, rejected 4-9. If the House was intent on going to conference, they would have voted for this rule. It means they want to pass this bill, skinny repeal, and send it to the president. I would urge my 4 colleagues and all the others to vote no until they get that assurance. I yield the floor.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
Coming up in the about next 20 minutes, a vote on Senator Heller's amendment. Also, just happening, that vote for Senator Schumer's motion to send bill to the committee did fail. Right now, they are going to be voting on Senator Heller's amendment to permanently repeal tax on the Cadillac
Mr. Blunt,
health insurance
Mr.
plans.
Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch. Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Strange, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Capito, Cassidy, Cochran, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Flake, Gardner, Graham, Hatch, Heinrich, Heller, Hoeven, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Perdue, Scott, Shelby, Strange, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, and Wicker. Mr. Isaacson, aye. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Carper, Casey, Corker, Donnelly, Duckworth, Feinstein, Harris, Hassan, Heitkamp, Kane, King, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, McCain, McCaskill, Merkley, Murphy, Nelson, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Sass, Schumer, Shaheen, Stabenow, Tester, Udall, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Ernst, aye. Mr. Cardin, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. McCain. Mr. McCain, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no.
And right now we do have 46 yeses to 43 noes. A majority
Mr. Enzi.
is
Mr.
needed.
Enzi, aye. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Franken. Mr. Franken, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. McCaskill. Mrs. McCaskill, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
Right now, they are one vote away from hitting that majority.
Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no.
Fox News Channel's Chad Pergram reporting that Senator Murkowski says they know how they will vote on health care later, but not saying how just yet. That was a tweet just put out about 10 minutes ago from Fox News Channel's Chad Pergram. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We've been covering the Senate floor for a while as it's been in heavy debate right now. And think about this, folks. This has been pretty much in the works for the last 7 years for the Republican Party. It's been an effort to repeal Obamacare as, wow, they still cannot come to terms with it as 4 key GOP senators are demanding guarantees that the House will enter negotiations or they'll just scuttle the bill right here, right now. House Speaker Paul Ryan has now offered assurances that the House bill would proceed to a conference committee, but it was not immediately clear that it would be enough to help those senators. Ryan also indicated that it will be up to Senate leaders to put together the eventual bill that can reach the president's desk. All right, while we do wait, let's show you from a little bit earlier today. Senator Lindsey Graham.
In terms of the Russians, was a friendly figure. I think Don Jr. thought the meeting was okay. I'm not saying he intentionally violated the law, and I really believe he thought it was something that all campaigns should do. Did it go any further? The reason this won't end anytime soon is because how can you say with 100% certainty, given all the players here, there was never any more contacts? The likelihood that the Russians just quit after one meeting, once the Trump campaign expressed a desire to be helped, is pretty hard to believe, but that may be the facts. The point I'm trying to make, it has to go further because on its face, that needs to be looked at. The GPS, Fusion GPS situation. The guy's not coming. If we have to subpoena the people at Fusion GPS, we need to subpoena them because Mr. Browder has now accused them of being working for the Russians. And at the end of the day, if that's true, the Democratic Party is working with somebody who was working with the Russians, whether they knew it or not.
Senator, do you think the administration has gotten the message from Congressional Republicans to lay off Jeff Sessions?
I think it's not a message to the president as much as it is to Jeff and the country. You know, the president has the right to fire anybody in his cabinet. As a human being, I think he should show some respect for Jeff Sessions as a person. Jeff Sessions was the most loyal supporter of Donald Trump. He's a rock-solid conservative. But the reason I like him so much is I often disagree with him, but I've never believed that he was a man who lacks integrity or sense of fair play. This effort to basically marginalize and humiliate the Attorney General is not going over well in the Senate. I don't think it's going over well in the conservative world. If you believe Jeff Sessions to be fired, use the power you have and accept the consequences. I hope it stops. I'm 100% behind Jeff Sessions. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee sent a pretty chilling tweet yesterday. There will be no confirmation hearing for a new Attorney General in 2017. If Jeff Sessions is fired, there will be holy hell to pay. Any effort to go after Mueller could be the beginning of the end of the Trump presidency, unless Mueller did something wrong. Right now, I have no reason to believe that Mueller is compromised. If you got reason to believe he is compromised and shouldn't be serving as special counsel, let me know. I'm working on legislation that I will introduce next week with Republicans and some Democrats. I think you get all the Democrats. I hope I get a good number of Republicans that will say the following. A special counsel cannot be fired when they were impaneled to investigate the president or his team unless you have judicial review of the firing. Not just for Trump, but for any future president. We need a check and balance here. That was sort of the process in the 90s. So I'm going to try to come up with statutory language that would say, in the case of Bob Mueller and future special counsels, if the Attorney General fires that person who's been impaneled to investigate the president or their team, then judges will have to look and see if whether or not the reasons stated meet the statutory definitions.
You said that you just said to the Attorney General there will be no confirmation hearings for replacement of Jeff Sessions.
That's what Chairman Grassley said. So he's the chairman. I think most of us agree with that. But it's really about Mueller. The idea that the president would fire Mueller or have somebody fire Mueller because he doesn't like Mueller or Mueller's doing something he doesn't like can't be, then we become Russia. So the red line should never be drawn. The president's not in the business of drawing red lines when it comes to the law. The law is above any presidential red line. So what will happen, I think, is that the president will calm down, I hope. I look forward to working with him on a way forward in Afghanistan. Finding a way to cut taxes, infrastructure, maybe do something on health care. This is not just a diversion. This is unnerving. It's unfair to Jeff Sessions. He's a good man who deserves better. And some of the suggestions the president is making go way beyond what's acceptable in a rule of law nation. So I hope the president will get good counsel and advice and focus on what he got elected to do, which is change the culture in Washington. This is not draining the swamp. What he's interjecting is turning democracy upside down, not taking political stale bodies and replacing them with new ideas, but taking 200-year concepts that we're a nation of law and men, laws, not men, and trying to turn it upside down.
Why don't you think Republican leaders have gotten behind, joined you in these concerns?
I think everybody's expressed it in their own way. The president hasn't done anything yet but tweet, but tweets can be damaging. A tweet from the President of the United States has a big echo chamber. I hope the President will take counsel and advice from people around him that to treat Jeff Sessions better or fire him, one of the two. I hope the President will understand that he's not in the business of drawing red lines when it comes to investigations. No President can do that. If Mr. Mueller's doing something wrong, he's got a conflict of interest, I'll be glad to look into that. The special counsel can't run wild either, but I see no evidence that he's doing this. This is really important to me. I like the president. I want to help him. But one of the things I want to do with my time in Senate is to reinforce institutions that are bigger than me and bigger than party and make us unique. Everything you heard in there by Mr. Browder about how things are in Russia and other countries, I never want that to come here. Thanks.
Hey, what's it going to take to pass health care, Senator?
All right, folks, so welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream. So a lot of people asking, okay, what would happen if the Senate ultimately does pass a health care bill? Now, to become law, any bill must be passed in exactly the same form by both chambers before it can be sent to the president. In theory, the Senate could have passed the identical bill that had already passed the House. Once that happened, the measure would have been sent directly to the president for his signature, which he would have gladly signed. In the case of the health care bill, however, this wasn't realistic. The Senate, where pragmatists have greater sway than in the more ideological conservative House, wasn't going to pass a health care overhaul bill as conservative as the one the House approved. Instead, the Senate took its own course. After agreeing to start a debate by a the thinnest of margin, 51-50, following a tie-breaking vote by Vice President Mike Pence, the Senate took up various alternatives to the House bill. If one of these bills ends up passing the Senate, the next step would be to come up with a single piece of legislation that both chambers can pass in tandem. Generally speaking, there are a couple of options for accomplishing this. The chamber that acted first, in this case, the House, could adopt the second chamber's legislation, this would be the Senate, in its entirety. Since both chambers would have passed identical legislation, this bill would be able to go to the president's desk. This is what the Democrats did when they originally passed the Affordable Care Act back in 2010. After the Democrats lost a special election and their 60th vote in the chamber, they feared that having to pass a new bill from the conference committee would be a bridge too far. This may not be feasible for the current health care debate, given the chamber's ideological differences, but it's an option. Alternatively, the House and the Senate could exchange amendments between themselves that iron out all the differences between the chambers' respective bills. If the amendments collectively made the bills identical and were all passed, then the measure would go to the president. This process is known informally as ping-ponging. And lastly, and perhaps most likely, the two chambers could appoint a conference committee consisting of members of the House and Senate to hash out a new bill that would go to both chambers for approval. And while we do wait for more action on the floor, let's take you to earlier today where President Trump honoring first responders helped save the life of Representative Scalise when he was shot just 6 weeks ago. We're going to take you there now.
And Dr. Robert Golden.
Please be seated. To members of Congress, our distinguished guests, members of the law enforcement community from all across the United States, on behalf of the First Family, welcome to the White House. And welcome to American Heroes Week here in our nation's capital. 1 month ago today, America woke to shocking news that a gunman had opened fire on a baseball diamond just south of our nation's capital. But in the wake of that horrific attack, our nation was deeply inspired by the heroism of America's first responders, and we celebrate that today. Today, President Trump will pay a debt of gratitude to the men and women who inspired the nation that day and all they represent. This week, good news. The nation rejoiced with word that Congressman Steve Scalise was released from the hospital. And Steve, I know you're watching, so let me say we're inspired and relieved by your recovery. It's an answer to prayer. And we're especially honored to be joined today by your remarkable and courageous wife, Jennifer. Jennifer, I know I speak for the President when I say that you and the kids will remain in our prayers until Steve is back to work. Jennifer also wanted me to recognize two medical professionals who cared for Congressman Scalise from the very moment he arrived at the hospital and tended to the others who were wounded that day. Trauma surgeon Jack Sava and Dr. Robert Golden of MedStar Washington Hospital Center saved lives, and we're honored by your presence today. But finally, here on American Heroes Week, we gather in particular to honor 5 truly remarkable Americans who, without regard to their personal safety, rushed into harm's way and prevented an even greater national tragedy. Join me in welcoming 5 American heroes here to the East Room at the White House. Officer Kevin Jobe of the Alexandria Police. Officer Alexander Jensen of the Alexandria Police. Officer Nicole Battaglia of the Alexandria Police. Officer David Bailey of the United States Capitol Police. And Officer Crystal Greiner of the United States Capitol Police. As you will hear more in a moment, these 5 officers exemplify the best of law enforcement in this country, and they honor us by their presence today. So before we welcome the President, would you just join me in showing one more round of applause to 5 remarkable Americans and all the men and women in law enforcement that they represent here at the White House today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Please sit down. Thank you. And thank you to Vice President for doing a fantastic job and for the introduction. We welcome you all, members of Congress and distinguished guests. We are gathered here today for a very, very special occasion as we pay tribute to real heroes whose courageous actions under fire saved so many lives in Alexandria, Virginia, just 6 weeks ago. On the morning of June 14th, several members of Congress began their day on the baseball diamond, practicing for one of this town's greatest traditions, the annual charity Congressional baseball game. It was just another beautiful morning until the unthinkable happened. The familiar sounds of baseball were suddenly interrupted by loud, vicious gunfire. Matt Micah, Zachary Barth, and beloved Congressman and my friend Steve Scalise were each shot during an attack. Others were injured trying to evade the incoming bullets, of which there were many. Fortunately, from the moment that gunman began to shoot, he was met by return fire. Capitol Police, Special Agents David Bailey and Crystal Griner raced through the bullets, and that's exactly what they did. They raced through the bullets and immediately engaged the gunman. Minutes later, members of the Alexandria Police Department arrived on the scene. Officers Nicole Battaglia, Kevin Jobe, and Alex Jensen joined the fight. Special Agent Griner was shot in the leg, visitor in the hospital. She was hurt very badly. And shrapnel injured Special Agent Bailey as bullets swirled all around him. Despite their injuries, both officers heroically continued to face down the gunman until they brought him down. And he had rifles. They had handguns. It's a big difference. These officers saved the lives of every innocent person on the field that day. Many of them friends of Mike and myself. They are American heroes, and we salute them. That is so beautiful. Thank you. We also salute the members of Congress who acted with such bravery in the face of danger, shielding each other and caring for the injured. We honor today the emergency dispatchers who directed the first responders to the scene within seconds. They really acted quickly. I especially want to recognize.
All right, everybody, we're going to go back to the Senate floor where we are seeing some activity.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell, proposes an amendment number 667 to amendment number 267. Strike all after the first word and insert the following. Short title, this act may be cited as the Health Care Freedom Act of 2017. Title 1, Section 101, Individual Mandate. A, in general, Section 5000A-C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended. 1, in paragraph 2B3 by striking 2.5% and inserting 0%, and 2, in paragraph 3. A, by striking $695 in subparagraph A and inserting $0, and B, by striking subparagraph D. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to months beginning after December 31st, 2015. Section 102, employer mandate. A, in general. 1, paragraph 1 of Section 4980HC of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by inserting $0 in the case of months beginning after December 31st, 2015 and before January 1st, 2025, after $2,000. 2, paragraph 1 of Section 4980HB of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by inserting $0 in the case of months beginning after December 31st, 2015 and before January 1st, 2025, after $3,000. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to months beginning after December 31st, 2015. Section 103, extension of moratorium on medical device excise tax. A, in general, Section 4191C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking December 31st, 2017 and inserting December 31st, 2020. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to sales after December 31st, 2017. Section 104, maximum contribution limit to health savings account increased to amount of deductible and out-of-pocket limitation. A, in general, subsection B of Section 223 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 9, increased limitation. In the case of any month beginning after December 31st, 2017 and before January 1st, 2021. A, paragraph 2A shall be applied by substituting the amount in effect under subsection C2A21 for $2,250, and B, paragraph 2B shall be applied by substituting the amount in effect under subsection C2A2 for $4,500. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2017. Section 105, federal payments to states. A, in general, notwithstanding Section 504A, 1902A23, 1903A, 2002, 2005A4, 2102A7, or 2105A1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 704A, 1396A, A23, 1396B, 1397A, 1397D, 1397BB, A7, 1397EE, A1, or the terms of any Medicaid waiver in effect on the date of the enactment of this act that is approved under Section 1115 or 1915 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1315, 1396N for the one-year period beginning on the date of enactment of this act. No federal funds provided from a program referred to in this subsection that is considered direct spending for any year may be made available to a state for payments to a prohibited entity, whether made directly to the prohibited entity or through a managed care organization under contract with the state. B, definitions. In this section, 1, prohibited entity. The term prohibited entity means an entity including its affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, and clinics. A, that as of the date of the enactment of this act, 1 is an organization described in Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and exempt from tax under Section 501a of such code. 2 is an essential community provider described in Section 156.235 of Title 45, Code of Regulations, as in effect on the date of enactment of this act, that is primarily engaged in family planning services, reproductive health, and related medical care. And 3, provides for abortions other than an abortion, 1, if the pregnancy is the result of an act of rape or incest, or 2, in the case where a woman suffers from a physical disorder, physical injury, or physical illness that would, as certified by a physician, place the woman in danger of death unless an abortion is performed, including a life-endangering physical condition caused by or arising from the pregnancy itself. And B, for which the total amount of federal and state expenditures under the Medicaid program under Title 19 of the Social Security Act in fiscal year 2014 made directly to the entity and to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity, or made to the entity and to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity as part of a nationwide healthcare provider network exceeded $1 million. 2, direct spending. The term direct spending has the meaning given that the term under Section 250C of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 to U.S.C. 900C. Title 2, Section 201, the Prevention and Public Health Fund. Subsection B of Section 4002 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 300U11, is amended. 1, in paragraph 3, by striking each of fiscal years 2018 and 2019 and inserting fiscal year 2018, and 2, by striking paragraphs 4 through 8. Section 202, Community Health Center Program. Effective as if included in the enactment of Medicare Access and CHIP Reauthorization Act of 2015, Public Law 114-10, 12987, paragraph 1 of Section 221A of such act is amended by inserting and an additional $422 million for fiscal year 2017 after 2017. Section 203, waivers for state innovation. Section 1332 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18052, is amended. 1, in subsection A3, A, in the first sentence by inserting or would qualify for a reduction in after would not qualify for. B, by adding after the second sentence the following: a state may request that all of or any portion of such aggregate amount of such credits or reductions be paid to the state as described in the first sentence. C, in the paragraph heading, by striking pass-through of funding and inserting funding. D, by striking with respect and inserting the following: A, pass-through of funding with respect, and E, by adding at the end the following: B, additional funding. There is authorized to be appropriated and is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services out of monies in the Treasury not otherwise obligated, $2 billion to remain available until the end of fiscal year 2019. Such amounts shall be used to provide grants to states that request financial assistance for the purpose of 1, submitting an application for a waiver granted under this section, or 2, implementing the state plan under such waiver. 2, in section B1, in the matter preceding subparagraph A, by striking may and inserting shall, and B, by striking only. 3, in subsection D1, by striking 180 and inserting 45. And 4, in subsection E, by striking no waiver and all that follows through the period at the end and inserting the following. A waiver under this section 1 shall be in effect for a period of 8 years unless the state requests a shorter duration. 2, may be renewed for unlimited additional 8-year periods upon application by the state. And 3, may not be canceled by the Secretary before the expiration of the 8-year period, including any renewal period under paragraph 2.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
The legislation I just laid down is called the Healthcare Freedom Act, and it restores freedom to Americans that Obamacare took away. It does so in a number of ways. First, the Healthcare Freedom Act repeals the core pillars of Obamacare. It eliminates the so-called individual mandate that forces many Americans to buy Obamacare insurance they don't want, can't afford, or can't use, and taxes those who don't. It also repeals the employer mandate that cuts hours, take-home pay, and job opportunities for workers. Second, the Healthcare Freedom Act provides significant new flexibility to states. The Healthcare Freedom Act gives states just the kind of flexibility they need to implement reforms that provide more options for consumers to buy the health insurance they actually want. These reforms also help make insurance more affordable and flexible, so it's something Americans actually want to buy. Finally, the Healthcare Freedom Act frees Americans from Obamacare in several other ways, too. It provides 3 years of relief from the medical device tax that increases costs, hurts innovation, and has drawn significant criticism from both sides of the aisle. It expands for 3 years the contribution limits to health savings accounts so Americans can better manage their health costs and pay down more of their medical expenses like prescriptions with pre-tax dollars. Also, the legislation will prioritize funding for women's health through community health centers instead of large abortion providers and political organizations. The American people have suffered under Obamacare for too long. It's time to end the failed status quo. It's time to send legislation to the President that will finally move our country beyond the failures of Obamacare. Passing this legislation will allow us to work with our colleagues in the House toward a final bill that can go to the President, repeal Obamacare, and undo its damage. I would urge everyone to support it. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senator Murray or her designee be recognized to offer a motion to commit. Further, that the remaining time be equally divided between the managers or their designees.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I move to commit H.R. 1628 to the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions with instructions to report the same back to the Senate within 3 days, not counting any day in which the Senate is not in session, with changes that are within the jurisdiction of such committee. Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, after months of secret negotiations and backroom deals and shutting out patients and families and women and Democrats and even many Republicans from the process, Republican leaders continue to say they are planning to force a vote on this latest Trump care bill tonight, a bill that even Republicans admit would throw our markets into turmoil. It's going to kick millions of people off of care. It is going to raise premiums for millions of families, and it will eliminate health care for women across the country, and so much more. None of it good. Mr. President, it does not have to be this way. In fact, Republicans can still reverse this course. They can drop this once and for all and join with Democrats to get to work to actually improve health care, to reduce costs, to increase access, and to improve quality. We can start over with an open, transparent process in which both sides, Democrats and Republicans, have a voice, and one in which patients and families can make sure that their priorities are being addressed. Now, I know many of our Republican colleagues prefer this bipartisan route. We have heard them say it. They have said it over and over in their votes to reject the partisan Trump care bill and full repeal this week, in their discussions of hearings that we should be holding, and in their comments, even over the past few hours, laying out how devastating this bill would be for patients and healthcare markets, and making it clear they do not trust the House to not simply pass whatever moves through the Senate. So, Mr. President, I call on Republicans now to join us. Let's do what my colleague, the senior senator from Arizona, and so many others have bravely called for. With this motion, we will send it back to the committee, where we can debate it, where we can work together, where we can do what is right for the people we represent. I urge my colleagues to support this motion to recommit in the way that Republicans and Democrats have been talking about. And I can personally assure every one of you that I will work with you, and I know other Democrats will as well, if we reject this process and send it back with this motion to recommit, to do it the right way, the respectful way. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. This process is an embarrassment. This is nuclear-grade bonkers, what is happening here tonight. We are about to reorder 1/5 of the American healthcare system, and we are going to have 2 hours to review a bill which at first blush stands essentially as healthcare system arson. This bill is lighting the American healthcare system on fire with intentionality. And to use the word freedom at its center, there's freedom in this bill. There's the freedom to go bankrupt. There's the freedom to get sick and not be able to find a doctor. There's freedom in this bill to die early. That's not hyperbole, guys. That's what happens when overnight 16 million people lose insurance. And don't tell us that's because people all of a sudden won't be mandated to buy it. This is a vicious cycle that happens. When you get rid of the mandate, every single insurance company will tell you that rates skyrocket because you're not getting rid of the provision that requires insurance companies to price sick people the same as healthy people. CBO says that rates go up immediately by 20%, then 20% after that, then 20% after that. And so all of a sudden, you can't have the individual mandate because nobody can afford to buy the product. There's a lot of freedom in this bill. It's just not the kind of freedom that we all thought was at the heart of this reform measure. And this is real life. It's not a game. I know lots of members on the Republican side are voting for this because they've got some promise that even though this bill is terrible and everybody admits it doesn't solve any problems, it'll get to a forum in which the problems can be truly solved. That's gamesmanship. That's not senatorial. That's not what this place was supposed to be. This was supposed to be the great deliberative body where we solved big problems. And this bill surrenders to the House of Representatives. And let's just be honest about what's going to happen when this bill gets to the House. Maybe there will be a conference committee, but it won't resolve any of the problems that have been inherent in the Republican conference here in the Senate. In fact, those problems will get worse because you will inject the Freedom Caucus into a Republican conference here that alone wasn't able to come to a conclusion. They'll argue for a couple weeks, maybe a month, and then the House will decide to proceed with a vote on this bill. There's nothing in the rules that locks this bill into the conference committee once it is there. The House can pick it up out of that conference committee and move it to a vote. And they will do that because none of the problems that were solved here will be.
All right, everybody, the stream will be ending. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com.